Yes, I clicked the right button. Woohoo!
Woo!
All right. Obviously, I've got Paul joining us today. Algared's here as usual, but yeah, we've managed to get Paul in for one of these. He's usually very busy, so very good. Oh,
I'm usually at work. Right now,
Yes.
I'm at work. You don't normally, but we don't go back to school until Tuesday. So
those damn
next
kiddlings. Yes. Yes. That's good.
children's
You're still at
keep
work.
them
It's just a student-free period.
Yes.
exactly.
I am not awake yet. I'll let you guys know. It's going to take me a little bit to wake up. Just a quick minute. I tried to get as much sleep as possible. I was up very late organising some stuff. That's another thing we've got to organise too, Paul. The tier list show this year. We've got another extra person to chuck into the mix this year to try and get in there as well. So it's becoming more and more difficult to get everyone at the same time. So I'm trying to do that, but no one's replying to me. So
When are you free for your tier list?
Yeah. Basically, you and Space are the two hardest to get. So if I can get you two organised, I'll get everyone else organised around you. So, but yeah, get back to me on that. And because that's always, I think it's very good for us socially to get together because it's the only time all of us are in the same room. So, and if anyone who's ever seen the tier list show, it just becomes literal shenanigans because
It's shit show. It's a giant Inforunners get together where we all shit on each other's decisions.
And
what it is.
I try to wrangle everyone and get yelled at for trying to make people speed up and. But yeah,
and I just try and tread the middle road.
It's like a circus, but it's fun. It is like, and there's also stuff that happens before the show and after the show as well. But yeah, it's just very hard to get people together, especially as we get older as well. Like we've all got more things to do and stuff. So yeah, all right. So yeah, today we're going to be doing. I got to get the bot set up too. We are going to be asking you guys, what are you expecting for this year? Paul was saying before. Well, Paul, you tell us what you were saying before the show. You sounded you sounded like a particular other content creator I know straight off the bat, and I was like, whoa.
I thought it was saying the sky is falling. That's what I thought it was.
The sky is falling. Yeah. No, I mean the reality is, and I'll kind of go over this a little bit today, and of course I'll be on my own channel later, the Astropub Live, youtube.com/Astropub Live,
which we like to rate. We like to raid after this, but now because of daylight savings, there's now this 2-hour split.
It's 2 hour. Yeah. When they get done, when y'all get done, it's like 5, and then I don't get started until like 8 my time, so it's like 3 hour difference.
Well, there was times where we were getting up at 6 o'clock and we weren't finishing until noon. So it was like, that's a little bit too much. And it's a little bit. I think you can relate to this because you do the questions as well. If you're playing the game, you can kind of play longer. But when you're mentally asking questions all the time and sitting under these lights, it gets very taxing. It's almost like being in a suntan booth and, where were you on the night of the 5th type of thing. Like
exactly.
And you don't get a suntan to boot.
And you don't. Yeah, there's no payoff, Algared. Yeah, that's for sure.
I will start off with, because I know we're going to go over this, but I will say lower your expectations dramatically next year, just because next year is going to be a very up in the air. It's really hard to tell because CIG could have PES be the main thing that's been holding them back for a lot of content. I think it is. Yeah. But the problem is that we don't know at what stage that PES has to be in for them to release content that they want to be in. And traditionally, CIG has really not done much first and second quarter. Usually, if they have something that's that's big in first or second quarter, it was a holdover from the fourth quarter of the previous year. For instance, Crusader came out, I think, in Q2 of 2020. That was because it was originally supposed to come out in Q4 of 2019 and failed to make it. So you can break Star Citizen into 2 different halves of the year. The first half of the year is what CIG failed to do in the last half of the year from the previous year, and the second half of the year is the actual new content that they want to make, and that's just how they seem to develop the game. So there wasn't a lot that slipped last year. There just wasn't. I mean, other than server meshing, but as we'll find out, server meshing is not coming out until at least at the earliest Q4. And even then, that's a big fucking maybe. Sorry, I don't mean to swear too much. I know we can't swear that much, but I just want to make sure it's not the very beginning.
I think it's been over a minute, so we're all good. I think the reality of it, like, because I know you guys have been around a few games as well, and I assume most of the audience has. If you think about how a back end is usually a really large segment of a game, this game has, to put it in, is a huge back end. Like, it is, she's big, right? So when you've got such a big back end, like I'd hesitate to guess how big the back end is, but I would say it's 70 to 80%. It's quite large because you've got a lot of moving parts in the background. That's why it's taking so much time, and it almost looks like nothing's done because, as everyone knows, a backend is just out of sight, out of mind stuff. But it is incredibly large, and you think about all the different streaming and moving servers and all, very complicated. But as a result, I personally don't think we're going to see server meshing this year. So I don't think we're going to see anything until Q1 or Q2 of next year in terms of server meshing, which means that anything that's connected to server meshing, which apparently is like all of the Squadron 42 stuff, the stuff that's going to Squadron 42 first, that's then coming over to Star Citizen, none of that I think is going to make it in this year. So if you look at what's left, it's basically hardening PES. It's more stuff around persistent hangars. It's basically all the stuff that Chris Roberts wanted to get in before 4.0 last May, which probably will get done by the end of this year. It's just CIG is slow when it comes to these things. And a lot of it has to do with how much can they do with what the structure they have now. A great way of putting it, this is probably the number one thing that everyone wants is the new damage system. Because the new damage system is this incredibly complex and difficult way where you no longer have health pools, where it doesn't really matter if you're what's being shot at. What matters is like the pipelines and the components. That's super important for basically everything in the game. But they're not going to get that done until they can get it done for every ship. And there's 150 ships, which they have to go over and do this. And they just don't have the staff to do that, let alone the time. And even if they had every single person in the company working on that who could work on that, it would still take years for them to get to finish through that. So they're either going to have to compromise and just do some things and then not do the others, or just keep kicking that can down the road. And so like that's not coming out this year. So this year is kind of a weird year where we're going to get a lot of cool stuff, I think. But I don't know when or how much. Yeah, because it really is, it's completely up to PES. It's like that analogy of how long is a piece of string. Like because so much of what they do is R&D, we just don't know the length. Algared, were you going to say something? Sorry. I felt like I cut you off.
Yeah, I was, but that's okay. It was a kind of a new tangent. To what Paul was saying. And even though a lot of it is under the hood, there are other elements that are still being worked on. So we know that we know that the new star systems are being worked on by the Montreal team. We know that they've kind of got Pyro kind of in a state where it's almost ready to go and we're just waiting for server meshing. But that also means that they can be starting working on other systems or other, systems like Delamar.
Nix,
where Delamar is. I'll get it right eventually.
You're not awake either, I can tell.
I haven't had enough coffee yet. That's the problem.
Don't. He's a teacher. It's if it's before 7 o'clock in the morning and there hasn't been a single cup of coffee, don't expect coherence from us.
That's right. Students know that teachers are cranky if they haven't had coffee. It's just get used to it. But yeah, so it's not as if everything's on hold. There are other elements or other parts of the company that are continually working on the things they're working on, and it's just being held up by other elements. I do think you're right. Last year felt like a big under the hood year. From Chris's letter, it seems like this is another big under the hood year, but it doesn't mean we're not going to see things come in. It doesn't mean we won't see a hardening up of salvage or a hardening of extra elements for mining. Advancements to
we are getting to the end of
trade.
We are getting to the end of that big hump, though, aren't we? Like this is probably one of the last. Well, I have to think it through, but that and server meshing are the last two real big humps.
And it's
yeah.
Go on.
No.
I was going to say, yeah, it really is the last of those big pillars that Chris originally flagged as being 4 big pillars before we get to, the next stage. And you can see that I think the things that are holding up whatever's stopping us going to Pyro is really stopping us going to, 4.0. That's a major step. That's the fact that they're saying, once we go there, we're in 4. It's a huge development step. But it's game development, and unlike many other games where you've got your previous game to work on and say, yeah, we'll just don't worry about anything else. We'll just put this onto the old system. In Star Citizen, they're building that system as they go, and then sometimes they think, yeah, we've got it, and then you put it in and go, crap.
Let me put this question back to you then. I heard some other content creators recently talking about this, where in the past, a lot of other content creators have talked about like the bursting of the dam, so to speak, as in, so when server mission's down, there's going to be all these features come online. Do you believe that is the case, or do you believe it is not the case? Do you believe nothing extra is there ready to go, or do you think it'll open the kind of floodgates and we'll get a lot more content coming after server meshing, so to speak? What are your guys' thoughts on that?
So I'm going to use the analogy of melting snow. The dam bursting and flooding everything.
All I know is don't drink yellow snow, Paul. That's the only one I know. Yeah.
So I lived in California for a long time, and I used to go to the Sierra Nevadas all the time, the foothills of Sierra Nevadas. And in the winter, it's too cold to do anything, and a lot of the rivers and streams dry up because it's so cold that the water freezes. And even if the water is going, because it's a little bit faster, a little bit warmer than the exterior temperature because it's flowing, it's usually smaller because a lot of the where the water comes from is from snow runoff, from the snow from the top of the mountains. So, but in the summer, it melts. And so through the spring to the summer, that water slowly builds up into a much bigger river, but it takes time, days, weeks, months, years, not years, but it takes a couple of months. But I would say something like that.
We're living in the astropub zone where time slows down.
So it takes, it'll take a long time. And I think that's more like it, is that we won't see a sudden, if the server meshing is going to come out and then suddenly we're going to see 1,000 new things in the game, or PES is hardened and we'll see 1,000 new things in the game. I think it's much more likely that we'll see PES come out and we'll see a surge of new things, but like small things. And then over the course of the next year or two, you start to see more and more things drop per patch. And so then it's natural. I remember back in the day when it was a big deal that we got a ship a patch. Maybe we would get a ship a patch. Now it's just, it's taken as for granted that we're getting at least 2 to 3 ships per patch.
Yep. When you and I were on Space's show, and he asked us things about what we're looking forward to next year, and I said the optimization stuff. I still stand by that because I think that's a thing that players are going to recognize. I don't think they're going to recognize, oh, cool, PES is over, but they're not. But being so back end, you're just not going to see it. It's the same thing with you're already, both you gents are in 318 PTU. There is not a lot of you can notice the optimizations, but you can't recognize the back end because it's an out of sight, out of mind feature. And that's why so many people struggle with it. You can look at this patch and go, nothing has happened. That's why you see titles like that. Nothing is happening in Start, but there's a shit ton happening. You're just not seeing it because it's all in the back end. And that's the problem.
I also find it amazing how short people's memory is. It wasn't that long ago that we had a server cap of 50.
Yeah.
We've now got a server cap of 100. And that wasn't that. That
120.
Really,
it's 120.
120, that's right.
And we've seen it go up to 150 to 160. Yeah. So we know that they can expand it. They just keep it around 190 for events.
They keep it down, so they've got a little bit of room. But as those optimization aspects come in, that Pairs will bring on and Vulcan will bring on and all the other, that opens the door for more elements to be put in game or more players to be able to come in. But last year this time we were sitting at 50 people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and 20 FPS lower.
Yeah,
that's the other thing that I would expect this year is
optimization.
optimization. Like you're going to be able, I won't say that, I won't venture to guess that you'll be able to play at 60 FPS on a potato, but I think those who have invested in hardware, by the end of this year, you almost certainly will feel your hardware mattering. So having the top end, highest level of things you can get will make you have better performance. I could easily see by the end of this year people getting an average 80, 90 FPS in Star Citizen with optimizations.
Algared mentioned this time last year. How much frames have you guys gained on your setups in the last 12 months? I've probably got an extra 20 frames. So
20.
Yeah.
20 frames.
Would you say about that, Algared, as well? Or?
Yeah. It seems to be about,
so, yeah.
15, 20.
So yeah, I went from about 50 to 70. So yeah, I would say it's 20 as well. So that's a pretty good improvement, honestly. And you physically don't have more frames in 318. It just feels smoother. Now that can be because it's the P2U. It could be we know they're trying to get the click rate up or whatever it's called.
The server tick.
Yeah, server tick. I was trying to think of the name. Thank you. But yeah, they're getting that up as well. It just feels smoother. And so things like that, I'm like, they're all, at the moment roughly in line with when they're expecting PES to come as well. So which is about mid this year. So yeah, if you can't look forward to the back end stuff, which is how do you look forward to something you can't see, look forward to the optimizations at the very least, and just realize that these are necessities for the game to exist. Like they're completely out of mind stuff that you might think that's never going to matter to you, but as you described, Paul, it does affect massive things like player count. And they're all necessary services. And that's why people don't do games like this, because they're so complicated backends, like they're just
and it's expensive to run, and you have to do a lot of R&D for it, and you never pay out on it. Star Citizen's not Star Citizen would never be made by any other company because it's not. You don't make money off of it. Star Citizen will never break $1 billion in terms of a year.
They're not doing this for money because the money's not there. But this thing's got to be optimized as well. It's got to run really well, because if it doesn't run well, we're going to feel it on the front end. So
and Al, you disappeared.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make him reappear. He's got these problems. It's his net connection. You've obviously dealt with this when you've done shows with him. He's just I find it really weird that he's basically in the capital city of Australia, and I'm in like one of the most remote parts of Australia, and I've got a better internet connection than he does. I don't understand how that works, but
trust me, I live in Austin, Texas, the capital city of Texas. We are a tech, the state's very tech oriented. Even Austin's very tech oriented, but only the low income areas or the lower income areas of Texas actually have fiber. I have garbage up downs. Yeah, it's normal. So it's just, I don't know why it is like that, but
because you got to look after the fringe elements, otherwise they rebel. And you know what?
Yes, as we know, as old man Al can tell you,
they're revolting. They start standing on chairs and doing things like that.
I have to ask you really quickly while I'm thinking of it. Are you coming on the 14th as well? You know what I'm talking about? I will message you after this. There's a very big thing on the 14th that you want to come to.
Is that this month? I thought that was March.
Yeah. So I'll tell people there's a content creator summit for the first time they're doing.
Okay, I thought that was March. Is that
no? It's this month. January. Yeah, it's always January.
I'll do it. Yeah.
So at the moment they've got as far as I'm aware, we've got about 41 people signed up. So that's a huge. I think that's a lot of just Star Citizen content creators. So if you've got a Twitch or YouTube, you can reach out to me that covers Star Citizen, or a TikTok, or anything that covers. Reach out to me if you're interested in that, and I'll get a shot after you. But yeah, it's a good chance for us to network, because as I said at the start of the show, just getting us Inforunners together is hard, but trying to get 40 content creators together, that is going to be great, because we don't. I don't know, anyone that is a content creator, you'll understand straight off the bat, you automatically have a rapport with those people because you know all the stuff they're going through. And you guys would have seen that here. There's tangents we go off on when we start complaining about content creator things, which I don't
about
like.
YouTube sucking and Twitch sucking and the things like you don't realize, chat and all this, like how complicated it is just to make a thumbnail. And the arguments over what works with a thumbnail and a title is extensive, because for YouTube, that matters. That's all that matters.
Or what you've got in your title. What words
and then,
you've used in your title. That matters because the algorithm goes, nah.
Actually, I did watch a really interesting video on this recently about how all the algorithms now work on anger. So they try to make you angry, and it makes you click more. And I was
because anger is a powerful emotion. It's a powerful emotion that gets people to work. And people are addicted to anger. It's very easy to do so.
Yeah.
And making statements as a smug person. People call me smug all the time because I have these sorts of titles and this attitude. And it's like, well, it's because I know people will react to it, and y'all react to it.
Well, we've talked about that, haven't we, Algared? Like we've had titles that we could say in a positive light, but when we say it in a negative light, it gets more clicks. It's just like they've worked out how humans work, and they're abusing it. And you have to play this game. If you don't play the YouTube game, you don't get the views. If you don't get the views, you don't grow. It's all to put
this into Star Citizen context. The people who have negative opinions on Star Citizen or who are more critical of Star Citizen are going to have far more views than the people who are positive about Star Citizen, even though all of the data says that that Star Citizen is growing, that there are more people playing the game, there are more people who are excited about the game than ever. But the negative stuff is more popular. And why? Because that's what the algorithm wants to push. So if you see a bunch of our videos that are talking about Star Citizen's the biggest scam in the universe, 2023 is a dead year, you're wasting your money, the game you'll never play, all those sorts of crazy titles, by clicking on them to get angry about it, you've fallen into the trap.
Yeah.
That's it. Like
and half the time you click on them and it's got nothing. They're the ones I really hate. The ones I hate is you click on them and they've got absolutely nothing to do with what they're talking about. At least I try to make them so they are. There's been one or two where the title will be it, but like the picture might be misleading. I remember the one I did with the Nautilus one time. Or it was something like this almost useful ship or something like that, and it had nothing to do with the Nautilus, but it got heaps of clicks. And I just put a random image there. It was the title that I wanted, but anyway.
Well, and that's my point, is that you've already seen it, and you'll see more this month is all negative titles about how 2023 is not the year for Star Citizen, or it's going to be a dead year. All why? Because it's going to get clicks, because there's just not a lot of positive news. 1.3.18 is fully out, and you'll see a lot of people reviewing it and talking about how great it is. But then as the cycle goes down and people aren't interested in the new because it's boring, it's old news by the time 3.18 is out, then people will go back to the negative because it gets more views. That's just the cycle.
It was a little bit like what happened recently. Remember how there was someone saying it was going to take 35 years to get all the ships done on Reddit, and then a host of other content creators were making episodes on it because there was nothing for them to talk about, and so they almost like manufacturing drama because it does get clicks, but I looked at it, Algared looked at it. I think Algared, I'll let you talk on it, but literally we were just like, this is a nothing burger.
I can't remember too much about it. I just remember thinking.
Basically, we looked at it and we went, but they're looking at this through as if there's like, 2 or 3 people making the ships, and they didn't even realize that once they scale up the ship team, because at the moment the ship teams are very small. Most people are working on Squadron 42. Once they scale sideways, then they can start rolling out ships en masse. And not only that, as you said, Paul, there's only 2 teams, but if you're going to work on bigger ships, you'd obviously have a bigger team work on bigger ships. So at the moment, let's be honest, most of the ships they come out with, like, what's the biggest stuff we see on a regular basis is maybe a mid-range ship, right? We haven't got into things like the Orions and stuff like that, but when they start, we know there's 5 RSI ships on the lineup this year, so if they, that new 100 people that came in, like we were talking about this before the show, they've gone from 750 to 861. Let's say half of them were a ship team. That's huge. That's like, and I'm not saying that is what it is, but as you can see, like if there are new people coming in all the time, as they get skilled up, they're going to scale up the speed at what they can do these ships. So even if you just look at that instantly throws off this really bizarre napkin math of, because in the math they actually talked about they were doing 1 large ship and 1 small ship a year. They already do more than that. So it's not going to take 35 years. So that math's instantly out the window, and it just starts shrinking from there the more people you add to the problem. And this is a thing where you can add more people. It's not like a woman has a baby and you add more women and the baby comes quicker than 9 months. It's not that analogy.
No.
It is a thing where you can do it sideways. Yes, it might take a year to do the ships, but the more people have, the more ships you can do concurrently. So yeah.
And even if you look
well,
at that,
it's the opposite of the problem of that, where it's like one woman can't make if 9 women can't make a baby in 1 month, but 9 women can make 9 babies in a month. That's the answer. Sorry.
And the other way to look at it is
9 months.
Well, at the moment, we've got two people, kind of working on the ships that are current regular. You get 10% of those 100 new people on the ship team. You've increased your ship team by 500%.
Yeah, that's it.
That's. So if they're making 2 ships in a year or and a couple of vehicles, you're suddenly that's just taking 10% of the new staff working on them.
No, that's a good way of looking at it, I agree.
I think the arguments that it's going to take 35 years or it's going to take 100 years, we'll never see all the systems in. Get a life.
Yeah, I think actually that's a really good comparison. Look at how much the planetary tech's come along. We are now down to, I think they said 3 people, and it took them two months to redo the whole of Stanton. 3 people, scale that sideways. Use the people that are already in the ship team to train the new people, in the ship team and in the planetary tech team. You can see how it works. You take the people you know and use them to train new people, then you can scale it all up fairly quickly. I don't see the problems here. They just need people. That's the biggest problem. Their barrier at the moment is people. It's a staff.
They need people and tools. They need people and tools. And the tools they're already started to work on. You can look at Montreal.
You can see why they spend so much time on the tools. It's just made it so they can scale it up. Like in hindsight, it was a brilliant plan.
The reality is, and this is the important thing to keep in context with a lot of stuff, is that Star Citizen, CIG will never admit this, but they restarted the game 3 times. Which, again, anyone who says that's ridiculous, that is small compared to most games. Most games have had multiple restarts, 4 or 5 restarts.
Yeah.
The reason why is because when you have an idea for a video game, you have no idea if it's fun or not. You who are watching this right now may have an idea for a video game. You may have thought this would be a great idea for a video game. But if you actually got down to brass tacks and started making it and you looked at it and you go, holy shit, this is boring as shit. Or this, I don't know what I'm going to do. How do I fix this problem? Because once you start dealing with collaborative art that is video game making, you're going to have to deal with other people helping you out and other people giving you ideas. So on top of that, you have no idea where your video game is going to go. Your video game could change because someone goes, hey, why don't we just do it like this instead of this? And you go, oh, shit, yeah, sure. And then you get to a point where you're like, we really need to improve our AI or our graphics, but the engine that we have right now just doesn't work, or the system that we have in place just doesn't work. So you have to go through and basically throw everything out and then rebuild it from scratch. But it's not like all of that work is wasted because you've trained all of those people who are working with you on what you need to do. So they have an understanding of how it works. So it takes them half as much time to do the same thing as they did before. Star Citizen went through it 3 times. They went through it between 1.0 and 2.0, 2.0 and 3.0, and now with not through everything out, but I think it's like that 3.0 was the last big one. Sorry, go ahead, Al.
I can remember when way back in the day, would be around 2014, when Elite Dangerous was finishing up, and people were saying, why didn't Star Citizen do this? Well, why did Star Citizen go with this, with Crytek instead of doing their own system? And Chris said, yeah, we could have. We could have started off from scratch and just worked on building up a brand new thing from scratch, or we could kind of get ahead of the 8 ball to start with and use a system that looked like it would give us a lot of stuff we needed. 6 of one, half another, dozen of another when you're starting off and you're kind of trying to work it out.
Yeah.
When you look at Elite, why did Elite have such a big advantage to start with? Man, the game mechanics in that were very much like the 80s game.
It's the same engine.
Man, so it's
the same engine.
Same engine. It was just graphic polish and things added on. Of course, they were going to be quicker. Like, I'm not a programmer, and I can see it. I can't get how people who claim to be programmers have programming background don't get that. If they do get it, they're being disingenuous and false when they say it's BS when Star Citizen can't do it. And it's frustrating as hell.
The point I was making is, the point I was making was more that, like, we are in a situation where there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be overhauled. So while the tools are very important, we have a lot of ways. Look at the UGFs. I can almost guarantee you the new UGFs will be in the game before the end of the year because it's Montreal and they have the tools down right. They have the strats, they have the workflow, they have the tools, and they have the people who know how to do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Lorville 2.0 before the end of this year, but maybe even middle of this year, and then the UGFs before the end of this year.
And they're not necessarily big things, and yet they're big things.
No,
I wouldn't be surprised if we see more rivers. I wouldn't be surprised if we see,
the what are those colonial outposts that they were supposed to be for Pyro, like actual colonial outposts, because they want to add them to Stanton. I can almost guarantee you will see those before the end of the year, and it'll be just like 3.18 where they added 36 new derelict outposts. They'll just snap their fingers and have it's not literally just snap their fingers, but one patch we might see 20-30 colonial outposts just show up in Stanton overnight.
That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's giving that depth, and I can remember. Ages ago, one of Dyson's big concerns was we'd have these wide systems that were, shallow in terms of things to do, and yet I think what we're seeing is that's certainly not the case. It's certainly depth coming and just constantly being iterated on and built on, and the addition of rivers was an example of that, but yeah.
I want to take a couple of questions just to fill it out.
Sure.
Just to make us breathe.
Bit of a palate cleanser. Yeah. I'm noticing you both need to breathe just a little bit. When I'm being out exhausted, I know something's wrong. Anyway, J Voodoo Child says, since repair is the flip side of salvage, do you think repair is the next play loop coming to alpha? If so, what other features need to be in place, like armor components, etc.? Now, I'm going to say I think that's a given with salvage, but Paul, Algared, do you guys want to respond to that?
Go ahead,
Al. Yes and no. Yes, it is the flip side, and we do see a very small element of that coming in terms of being able to spray stuff back on your ship, make it look a bit whole. My understanding at the moment, that doesn't actually really fix the ship, it just kind of covers up damage. I do expect as salvage gets worked on and becomes more detailed, and there's a lot they've got to do to put salvage up. It's only at the very, very basic level at the moment. We don't even have crunching. We don't have breaking up ships. So there's a whole host of stuff that has to come in before that. I think one of the big holdbacks for a lot of the repair stuff, though, is that the only repair ship, we've got two repair ships. One relies wholly and solely on drones, and the other uses the nozzles as well. And the one that uses the nozzles as well, that's our capital ship, which is going to be a longer ship to take. And
that was the one that hit the roadmap too, wasn't it? The Crucible.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and so
for me,
I think there's a yes and a no to that question.
Well, for me, Algared, you could essentially put it into the game right now because you could kind of cheat and just treat it like a flying landing pad. So you land on it and repair.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, it's taking what we already have and kind of fudging it. But
yeah. But the CIG doesn't want to do that because they want to make sure that everything they do from now on is final version, because they don't want to put in a stopgap, which will then they'll just have to replace later. But CIG has this problem.
Also break the system.
Yes. And they have this problem where they're trying to balance what they put into the game for us to use versus how long it's going to take for them to add a new feature. Like, the problem is, in my wildest dreams, Hopium, like, this is my absolute if this was added to the game this year, I would be absolutely ecstatic, over the moon, which is the dynamic damage system, the system that's based off of not your hit points on your ship, but based off of where your pipes are. So where resources are going, and based off of the damage and to that and to your components. Now we're getting there, but that, as CIG has said multiple times, specifically John Crew, it's a lot of ships that have to go through that, which includes things like armor and all that sort of stuff. There's a lot of details they have to get done for that, and that's going to take time. And because there's been no indication on CIG's side that's even close, I don't think we're going to see any sort of in-depth repair until we see those ships being loaded in. Now, if the Crucible has been put on the roadmap for reconcept, that could mean it's done by the end of the year. It could mean that it's going to get done in 2 years. We don't know. And the thing is that Crucible is an anvil ship, and this next year seems to be set up to be a RSI year. I don't think we're going to see any anvil ships this year, or many anvil ships this year. So I don't think we'll see the Crucible really. And the Crucible is also a larger anvil ship, so I could easily see the Crucible being what CIJ uses as a basis for future larger capital ships or subcaps that anvil, just like the Liberator.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Also,
putting the something like the Liberator and the anvil together makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Well, how many times have you heard people say they think the Crucible rework will actually have it looking or being a lot more like the Liberator? I hear
probably.
If I hear it once a week, it's if people are talking about it, it's not unheard of to hear it.
Those engines are pretty bespoke. The only other ship we know that have got an engine similar to that is the Raft, because it's got to re-articulate its weight, as it moves. So no, I disagree with that. I think they'll have share things in common potentially, but that's just because they're the same manufacturer. But I still think that is one of the most weirdest looking ships in the entire game. It's almost like a mangly octopus, isn't it? In a weird way, but yeah. I don't know.
So
it is certainly one of the more unique ships.
So yeah, as a result, I don't think we're going to see it this year. I do believe we'll see some aspects, like we might see repair as it's going to be brought into hangars. So like instead of landing and just hitting repair, you have to go to repair hangar, and then CIG will have the full system set up for your ship, maybe by the end of the year or something like that, just so, because for chunking and that kind of thing, but that's going to require salvage chunking, and which is on the roadmap. It's being worked on, but again, we don't know when that's going to be released. So
I think what you point out there, Paul, though, really, if you think it through, it is going to speed everything up. So if they're not doubling up and putting in stop gaps, again, it's that whole thing about not repeating work that's not going to be reutilized. So again, eventually, initially it looks like things are taking longer, but if you scale it out to the long term, that actually means that we're getting it quicker, not longer. So yeah, I think that's a good thing. So, yeah.
And I think there's another element that we as gamers often forget as well. When you put the game or an aspect of a game into live, so you're playing, you're actually, in effect, doubling up on work anyway. So if the game's just in the back end and you're working on it, you don't have to worry about making sure things work as smoothly. But the second you put it into a live version for your players, your audience to play and use and work on, yes, you get a lot of analytic information from that, but you've got to put it to a standard that can be played. Otherwise, you don't get that player base. And so there's also this balancing act that CIG are doing with development and putting out to live. And that also takes time, so
Oh, I think we lost him. Real quick, Paul, if you want to see the questions people are asking, there's a channel called Stream Questions, and that's where the bot feeds them. I need to talk to you about that bot too, because
I need to steal that bot. Yeah.
Well, I did message you in space. The person that created is looking to expand it, and they're looking for testers. So if you are interested in getting features and a bot
100%,
just reply. I'm going to add that person to the chat, and you can start having a chat. But I know both you and Space restream, or you do Twitch and YouTube at the same time. So you were the first two people I reached out to. So yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about that later.
If you do look at that bot, you'll notice red and purple squares.
Yep.
Yeah, red being YouTube, purple for Twitch. Yeah,
that's it.
Which is great.
I'll answer the next question, which is from Scott, who asks.
No. You are correct.
Yeah,
you are correct. Sorry, I just read. Yeah, my bad.
Who asks, "How you going?" I'm going all right. I'm doing all right. I have lunch, which is Taco Bell. And I've been eating it slowly.
We don't get Taco Bell here. I really want Taco
Yeah,
Bell. I love Mexican.
It's terrible.
Not in Tassie, I don't. So yeah.
It's terrible.
That's 'cause you're
Taco
outside
Bell
the
is
world.
horrible. It's junk food. It's good in the way that McDonald's is good.
Right.
If you just so it's like if you're feeling it, you're feeling it, but otherwise it's just not food. It's just
Yeah.
It may smell good, it may taste good going down, but boy, you regret it.
Was it not so good on the out?
Yeah, good on the in, but not on the out.
All right, NJ Wetsu asks question. I look forward to cargo refactor and hopefully more stability in 2023 from Star Citizen. So yeah, I think that kind of the cargo refactor is definitely a thing that you and I have talked about, Paul. Definitely looking forward to some more different size cargo containers. I do think we'll kind of get that. Do you think that's a time thing? They'll just add different size cargo containers over time, or do you think we're more likely to get it in large chunks?
I think it has more to do with that's the other thing I was going to say, which is the secret sauce of Star Citizen. That is always going to be the secret sauce of Star Citizen that people don't realize. It's not server meshing. It's not persistent entity streaming. It's not dynamic damage. It's none of that really matters. That's all just the base ingredients. The thing that makes it like the zest, the Tabasco, the right barbecue sauce, that the je ne sais quoi of Star Citizen is its dynamic mission system, which is the quantum system.
Yeah.
So I do think we have a chance of having the quantum system expand as PES is hardened.
Yeah.
Because that seems to be the big holdback, is that they're waiting for the replication layer to be removed from the individual server and be more of a global thing, which is something we're probably not going to see till the middle of this year. And when that happens, I could see an expansion of of that system to the point where we'll see things like dynamics missions, which will be like, hey, get this big container, tiny container, the actual transport profession, which is we've got, this shipment here, which needs to go to this place, rather than take this box up and then be a UPS man. So.
Yeah, like you said before, when you gave the reference to a stream melting, I see it a bit differently. I'll use another snow reference though, and that's things snowball. Games development snowballs, and as that snowball rolls down the hill, it gets bigger and bigger and grows at a quicker rate. It's exactly the same thing with games development. As more and more things come in, but as they've talked about those founding pillars, the tools and stuff like that, as they are all finalizing, we will start to see more and more things start to come in. But yes, it will start as a trickle, but it will greatly expand as time goes by. And I think you could already say, in a way, if you looked at the game from the very start to where we are now, it is picking up speed. It's still very slow. And you got to remember, we aren't really seeing development. With Squadron 42, a lot of it is behind closed doors. We're only seeing the overflow of SC. So once that, for me, once Squadron 42 is out the door, the speed that we then see them turn around Episode 2, what they actually start to do on Star Citizen, they're all signs of how fast they're working. And with the R&D nature of this game, that I'm a former developer and I struggle to follow. Right, because they just don't talk about it, and so, I might have a little bit more knowledge in that area because I went through it all. But even I am blind because there's just so many things that you can't see. That's just how it is. Unfortunately, we are a little blind to it, and we just have to kind of cop it on the chin and realize that it is a necessary evil as a part of games development. And we see far more than we would of any other game. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm really looking forward to Starfield. We have seen one gameplay footage of Starfield, and if you look at it, it uses reused assets from Fallout 4 and placeholder assets. The shotgun that you see the person using, I
don't have much hope. I'm going to be honest with you. What is different? You just tell me this, and I know I'm interrupting you. What is the difference between that game and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw? There's none other than that you can go down
first-person shooters.
Other than
first-person shooter aspect.
Other than that, that's it. And they're using the same shitty engine that they've used. They need a new engine. Why the hell don't they just go out buy an Unreal license or something like that? They got the money
because they know how to use the engine, and because the people who've been working there have been working there since Morrowind, so they really know how to tweak that engine. The problem
they might know how to use it. But should they? And they shouldn't. It's terrible. It runs like dog.
They need a lot of time and effort. They need to spend like 5 years and then completely rework that from the ground up, and then start making games with it. Like that, like
and by the time
does, so.
and by the time they do that, they muzzle switch, and that's my whole point.
I think
The longer they've let it go for so many games now that it's just it's almost beyond a joke, because Fallout 3 was one of the that one and Vegas were the two populous ones they've ever done. It still runs crap on modern PCs. That's how bad it is. Sorry, Algared, go ahead. We've interrupted you like 4 times.
Yep, you did. You guys are rude.
It's mainly because you lag. It's because you lag, mate. But it's fine. Go ahead.
Man, you guys just need to remember to respect your elders. Thank you, old man. I saw that X. Now,
I'm just doing what we're all thinking. All right, yeah, go ahead.
I think it's very similar to the problems you got with Fallout and the engine they're using is very similar to Crytek.
Yeah.
Crytek was using their engine. They had their engineers work on it. Mm-hmm. We can do this. No, don't do that. It works.
Yeah.
Use what works, change it for the game. They come to Star Citizen and it's shows what you can do. And they're, hey, Chris, come and look at this.
Mm. Oh, yeah, well, I think that shows.
I didn't think we could do that until 5 years later.
It shows that CIG has allowed their developers to explore, and I think that's a really big part of games development that's really been squished. It's one of the reasons I left, to be honest with you. They only want to do the status quo. Money people only want to play it safe. It's kind of like what Paul said. You'd never see this under a normal publisher because they'd be too scared of the cost. And this is not about cost. This is funded by us, so we've fitted the bill, so to speak. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to bear some awesome, serious fruit that'll never be duplicated. That Kickstarter sweet spot's passed, hasn't it? So yeah.
But I was going to say my point with Starfield is that Starfield we haven't seen shit. It's probably one of the most anticipated RPGs of modern era, and as much as people are saying, "Oh, well, I don't trust Bethesda," it's a multi-platform game. It's PC, PS4, and Xbox One X or whatever it is. It's multi-platform. It's not PS. It's just Xbox, but it's a mainline Microsoft like console seller is what they're trying to do. They're trying to sell Xbox Game Pass with this. It's
basically Fallout 4, but they've added Arena Commander. That's it. And with load screens, that's it. It's a reskinned Fallout. It's not.
But we haven't heard shit about it. We don't even see gameplay of it. And it's supposed to come out in this year. We've only seen it once. It's been in development for years. And that's an example of how we see stuff on a regular basis, and people can get this is ridiculous or this is impossible. And it's you don't really understand that this is how games are developed because it's a lot of trial and error. It's very expensive.
I honestly think when that comes out, we'll do a comparison, because I think you can literally look at it, and we could probably compare it to how Star Citizen is right at that minute versus Starfield, because I actually think there will be things you'll look at and go, wow, this is actually not bad optimized considering it's a multiplayer game in alpha, and there'll be certain things I bet you it does better, like you were kind of alluding to.
It's not supposed to have more than 30 FPS.
Yeah,
that's I'm serious. They've even hinted that they may not be able to get Starfield above 30 FPS.
Yep.
Which is Star Citizen's already better optimized than a Bethesda game.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised at all.
And it's not optimized. That blows my mind. Whenever we get an FPS jump in Star Citizen, when they're not really, it's often a side result of stuff they're working on just because they need to work on it, and it just happens. Yeah. But, it's not as if they're going, right, we've got to do this to optimize it. Anything they do to optimize is because they need it to make more room for the stuff they need to get done. It's and it's a payoff for us in life. It's not, we're polishing this because we're finished. We're just tweaking this to make our job easier. It blows my mind to think that we're getting those massive improvements.
But that's my point in general, is that we have to keep these things in perspective when it comes to how much we see. And I know there's plenty of people out there who probably would rather have CIG shut the fuck up and say nothing and then just release the game.
Yeah,
because they would feel less pressured about it, and or less, and CIG wouldn't have to constantly update the game for release for us to enjoy, because that also slows them down. So
Also, it kind of allows you to forget it, and time seems to travel faster. But yeah, sorry, I guess.
Those people with Pokemon syndrome would probably be rejoicing.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Next question is from Dan Little 2010, who asks, "I think we'll see more about the 600i rework. Do you think so as well?" Yeah. I think the question I would add to that is, should we? I'd rather see new ships than rework the old ones. I almost think they almost need to leave that to the gold passes personally. But yeah.
I mean, I would personally not like to see new ships. I'd like to see older ships brought up to standard. But
yes.
That's just,
See, I think I said it when we were talking the Galaxy, but I think that the 600 rework is important because it's actually the real first step in working on modularity, because the 600 is a modular ship. We don't think of it as a modular ship, but it is a modular ship. You've got the touring module or the touring ship, and then you've got the exploration module.
Actually, what was the other one? The M50. That was the first one that was. So this time last year, that was the one that popped up on the roadmap. They were going to do the engine swap thing. That was the very, very first thing. So I actually think that's the best choice because it's small and there's a lot less that can go wrong. There's a lot less of moving parts, so to speak.
If you listen to Tree, because Tree's been doing a lot of the research into this one, he thinks that like the issue is it's a house of cards situation. It's a building situation where the team could be finished with modularity already. They're just waiting for other aspects to be added into the game before they activate it, which is one of the reasons why you see, those compilations that everyone loves to see of Chris Roberts or CIG saying, "Oh, this is the next thing we're going to work on," or "This is the next thing they work on," and then it's still not like server meshing or PES or dynamic damage system. They'll pull out like they promised us for 15 years since before this game was even announced that this was being worked on, and it's like it was worked on. It's just other things showed up and needed to get priority. And that's always what's going to happen. So we don't know how many things have already gotten modularity, but we do know like the Retaliator is done in at least some way, shape, or form. The rework is done. It's just not been ported to Star Citizen because it was prioritized for Squadron. So it's really hard to tell.
They did
I still think it's the Retaliator.
They did say a lot of that Squadron 42 stuff would come over though this year. They said that as well. So hopefully in one of the patches we get a big influx of stuff, and we'll see. All right,
it would be nice to see any of those ships that are in Squadron that are in game already, in the PU already, get that update, their Squadron 42 update ported across, if that makes sense. But
all right, Matt Wooding asks, with Pez incoming, what are your thoughts about essentially living out of ship exclusively like a Carrack rather than logging in and out of a station or city? That damn time, I'm sick of catching those damn trains. Yeah.
I don't think it's really going to be super viable until maybe the end of the year. But you can already do that. You could have done that in 3.17.4. I know Diabolus, who was in chat earlier, had basically lived out of his 890 jump for 3 months. Just didn't logged out in it and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
I've done similar things in the characters. Log out and then log back in, and I'm there. There are certain times when it doesn't work. If you're on a planet, it doesn't seem to work. But yeah, you can do it. Yeah.
Really quickly, they dropped the letter from the chairman. Now, I don't want to sit here like a certain content creator and read the whole thing.
Listen, if you want me to read, if you are a person who does not like reading, but you listen to audiobooks and you want to follow along on Star Citizen's journey, you can subscribe to me at youtube.com/theastropub or at the Astropub. I'm going to plug in myself anyways. And you can listen to the whole thing while you're working, while you're walking the dog, while you're changing diapers, whatever.
Algared, I think Paul likes the sound of his own voice.
I do. I love the sound of my own voice. It's so sexy. It's so hard not to, I've got this Adonis syndrome.
I want to know if you do it with emotion.
Yeah.
I do it with some emotion, and I do also do it with some snark and because like I already read this when Chris was like, "This is the most ambitious project in the history of gaming," and I was like, Chris, let's dial it down a little bit. All right, I know it's this isn't the next internet, Chris. Let's dial it down to maybe like a very impressive game. All right.
Actually, it's kind of like you said about getting Disco to read certain things. It would have been cool to have, just a auto recording of him reading that.
Yeah.
Would have been cool.
Just,
that's how I would do it. Well, it's quicker. You don't have to sit there and type it all. You just sit there and speak. But that's how I would have done it. But hey, that's just me. But yeah.
I think part of it was the letter was to stop. Chris writes a letter, but it means he's not on camera speaking, which means more control over.
Oh, I still think that the 2-hour thing of Chris Roberts and who was it, Dan? I'll do this.
I know the one you're talking about where they did at the IAU, the end. That one.
There we go. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So this is the letter. Since you've read it extensively, and I've read it, and I know Algared's read it. What do you guys think of the highlights for me? I think the one big thing that I took out of it, he was really trying to show that they'd done a lot this year. I think that was really evident, and I think he really went into a lot of statistics, which is something we have not seen him really do before. And, I've read every single letter, as I know you two gents have. But yeah, that was a real big thing for me, was the statistics. We learned that they grew by over 100 people this year, which is a fair amount of growth. He said the actual game is in people playing it, and that was around about 33%, which is huge. That's the biggest growth I think we've ever seen in a single year. So for me, a lot of the statistics was the stuff I was looking at. Like, I'm not a numbers person, but they speak volumes.
Yeah, I will say that based off of the statistics that he threw out there, Star Citizen would be, if it was on Steam, for instance, would be a top 10 played game on Steam, just hands down.
Which is crazy because it's not even really early. Well, it kind of is an early access title.
It's an early access. It's an early access indie title. So it's nuts to think of it. An early access indie title would have that much engagement after 10 years of development. Because, that's the other thing, is that I've heard for so many years people saying Star Citizen has reached peak saturation. Nobody else, everyone who has purchased Star Citizen will have purchased Star Citizen has purchased it, and so on and so forth. And it's like, no, it's constantly growing. And I actually think that based off of Chris's own the way he's talking about it, they seem to, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an actual native, we've seen big content creators come into Star Citizen's sphere of influence and cover Star Citizen, Jack Frags, Ollie, Level Cap, Level Cap, and those sorts of things. And some of them stuck around, but I think we'll start to see the mid to high tier, people who come back consistently, people who are not the massive stars, but the ones that will get you a lot more eyes who won't normally pay attention to Star Citizen, just because of this kind of growth is indicative of that, where some big crew comes in, smaller people start saying, okay, well, maybe I should check into it because I'm pretty big and I'll check. I enjoy the kind of stuff they do, so let's check that out. So
I think
it's very impressive.
Jay, I'm going to butcher your last name, mate. Jay Wozniacki? I hate those ski names. They're so hard to pronounce. But he says Star Citizen is clearly far from peak saturation. And I think that's a given because the game is far from release. It's that simple. It's only going to grow as the game grows. And I think, I don't know if you guys are still at that point, but when I'm showing someone the game for the first time, I just try to show them the potential and scale. They're the two things I try to get across and go, and this is one system, and their plans for 100, and they've got all the tools to do that. And then I kind of go, now go off on your own and discover. And they come back 3 or 4 days later, and they're like, dude, this game, what the, and it, because
they can't find the limits.
You
they
can't
look for the limits.
Yeah, you can't explain it to people. Like how do you put a game that has, as you said, no limits into a sentence or a paragraph? I just find it such a hard game to quantify to people.
Yeah, it's just on that. On the graphs there, you can actually see several things that are really important. Just look at that new accounts per year growth. We're in peak saturation, and yet this year we had a massive jump. It's almost just such a big jump in terms of number of players that have
almost double from 2016, which is nuts to think of.
Yeah, that's insane. Now, I know that some of those new accounts are old accounts that people have made to get referrals or to get the referral bonusships or whatever, but still, that's a massive jump. The other thing that is important is the number of hours played. I think it was 42 million. I can't remember if it's a total of 42 million hours played, which was a massive amount, or whether it was extra. But either way, that was fairly huge. And
we're laughing at X because he has two-factor authentication up, which is the reason why he's trying. The chat went down for YouTube, so he's trying to get two-factor back up.
Yep, you gotta love it.
Oh, I had to get my phone, everything. All right.
Technicals, yes.
Yep. Extra. But yeah, I think just looking at that is huge. And to go back to what you were saying, X, in terms of new people, I was talking to one of my nephews who I got the game for, and he's played a few times, and he said his problem was it's so difficult to get into.
It's a cliff face for entry, you know.
And I've said, hey, look, when you want to play, give me a call. I'll get on with you. I'll walk you through it. And it's just finding time to do it. But he goes in and he says it's just massive, and that's a hard thing for we as people who've just do the game all the time and wander in. That's the thing I was staggered by in terms of just his thought. And I'm saying, well, just ask. Just if you're trying to do stuff and you can't work out how to get out of your bed, it was literally that type of thing. I couldn't even work out how to get out of bed. I couldn't. Where's my ship? Where'd I go? Just ask.
Well, and I think this the one thing that this highlights, if anything, is that CIG desperately, and I mean desperately, needs a new player experience. They need to have something kind of onboarding, and I think that's one thing we'll probably see next year. Hopefully, is CIG invest more assets into a new player experience, which I know they've been very resistant to because they did it once and it was great, and then it broke literally the next patch. They just haven't been able to fix it. So
one thing I have to relate to Darktide, because I know you and I have been playing Darktide, but one thing I noticed with Darktide is they just relied on content creators a lot of do stuff. So you log into the launcher and they'll go like how to pick your new character, or what character you want to play, and you click on it and it literally takes you some content creators' videos. So they just allowed content creators to make all their content.
CIG does that.
That would be a cool thing to do.
CIG does that.
Yeah.
No, they already do that. You can go to the knowledge portal and they say, like, my video. I have a video on the beginner's guide to Star Citizen lore. It's on there, along with like Morph and Burks and a bunch of other people who have made videos on like how to do something in Star Citizen. So it's pretty easy to find it. It's already on there, but
so many people just want to be able to get in and play. They don't want to go and do research. And
they don't want to have to watch a YouTube video. That's the thing. So no one wants to watch a YouTube video to learn how to play. Because if you don't, the thing about Darktide is that even if you don't know what you want to choose for like classes, you can just pick something and start going and figure out how it works. It's not really that complicated. Yeah. The things that are not your allies or your enemies, shoot them and continue to do what the man is screaming at you to do, or the robot lady is telling you to do. It's pretty easy.
There's certain things though where I wonder if it's the person, because we've had people come to me in Algared and say it took us 45 minutes to figure out how to get out of the hab. Now, there's only 26 keys on a keyboard. But obviously,
it could have also been glitches or frame rate drops or anything like that. Because easily someone could have hit F and then like it just, because I've had at the time where I hit F and the thing doesn't show up because you have to like hit F and then you have to scan to see where the get up prompt is. You just tap F, nothing happens. You know. So,
I think that's what it is. Eventually, they realize
suicide or.
They realize the cursor changes when you hit F, and that's what leads to the holding, and that's how they figure it all out. But
it's a terrible. The inner thought system is a garbage system. It's a terrible system that Chris Roberts thought, and I kid you not, because of he liked the Sherlock and the BBC Sherlock with like the little like inner thought monologue stuff that popped up. He liked that idea, and so he wanted. It's like it's a terrible UI system, Chris. And he knows that now because they've completely thrown it away, or damn near threw it away with the new interaction system. So,
I was going to say with me and Badgers recorded a bunch of tutorials way back in September, but we just haven't been able to get them edited in this time. But we went into real nitty gritty detail to get them all done. I would have liked to get them out at the AIE, but obviously you know what my schedule's like for that, so that kind of all fell by the wayside. But what I'm thinking is possibly, because I've been doing Algared, and I haven't said this to you, Algared, but if you can get your editing skills up, then me and you might do some again and see if we can get him out for Invictus this time around.
He's giving me work. That's what
yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm doing. Pull your weight, you slacker. No, that's fine. But yeah, so we might take the old ones and
no respect.
I think we might even write scripts, Algared, which should be a first for us. So we'll see how that goes. But maybe me and you can sit down and write some scripts and do it again, and we'll go there. But that means I'm going to do all the... So I did all the thumbnails and all that already, all done. But yeah, they never ever got completed. And now I think they're a little bit out of date. September's a fairly... Well, what's that, 4 months ago now? So it's kind of a bit dated. And I'm worried they're a little bit out of touch. But again, we've only really had the one... Well, it's not even quite out yet, but the 3.18 patch is not really out. And the only... It was really about how to find your ship and stuff like that. So we recorded footage like how to get from your hab to your ship and stuff like that. All the stuff that new players struggle with, and we tried to look into that, specifically the basics of just the simple basics of how to control your ship, how to get up to the space station above a planet, and how to request docking and stuff like that. Just all the stuff that you hear them struggle with. So yeah.
Well, and the thing is that I already can see the chat, and I can already see the comments with like, I like the fact that Star Citizen takes the keys and just throws it at your face and says, "Good luck, kid."
Yeah.
But the problem is that there needs to be some sort of way for players who are dumb or who have no idea what they got into, people who just bought it blindly, to be able to figure out the game without watching a YouTube video. And honestly, there needs like just in real life, how there's probably countless number, and Al can back me up on this one. There's countless numbers of children who do not know some basic facts of how to live in the world because they've never had to do it. Like, I was lucky enough when I was growing up, I did laundry for my family, cleaned the house. A lot of people do that, but not everyone has that ability. Yeah. Even people with like who are not coming from affluent families because they have, 12 brothers and sisters. And so they never really had to deal with that. So they don't know how a washing machine works. Yeah. So you can think of it like that. People don't inherently know how to play a video game just because they played video games.
The reason I'm laughing is because I'm sitting there going, but that gives them more content to figure out and play, because you really only have about a 2-week window and you run out of stuff. So the longer you can make it last, the more you get. So sorry, Algared.
But to comment on that though, I haven't found that as a 2-week window.
Most people, let's be honest, most people come in, hit it really, really hard, and they burn out within 2 weeks. I've seen that a lot, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but people do that with every game, and then they come back. But there's lots of stuff you can do. Paul, have you yet visited every single point of interest in Stanton system?
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
Especially since 3.18. They added 30 new points of interest in Stanton just last batch.
But there you go, right? Yeah. Paul's constantly doing the aggressive archaeology, and yet you still haven't been to every single location, every single point of interest.
I haven't even been to every single like archaeological site you can go to, like the ruin outpost. There's still a couple of them I've never been to. So and I can guarantee you that there are people who are watching this right now who have never heard of the Flysa, who've never been to the Flysa, because there's no marker on the Flysa. You have to go find it the old school method. So.
That's the javelin.
Oh, right. Yeah. Man, don't speak to me in riddles. You just confuse me.
I will just say, learn your lore. It's like in language. I tell my students all the time, learn your vocab.
Well, come at it from another point of view, right? Like, and I've brought this up before. They're naming all the stations, all the ports, all that type of stuff. At the end of the day, do you think everyone's going to learn about Bajini Point and Port Tresla, or are they just going to call it Microtex Port? Or, they're not. Some people are not even going to call it Microtech. They'll just call it like Stanton 3 or whatever. You know what I mean? Because it's true. There's like learning 100 solar systems is going to be hard for some people. Let alone every port in every solar system.
But you're not going to visit. But you're not going to visit every port in every solar system.
You're going
to go to the places that you're interested in, and you're going to have to learn the lore, because you don't want to go into Pyro and just be like, oh, I'm just going to do piracy stuff, because you're going to instantly piss off every single gang in Pyro, and because you attacked the hi-hats and the and Xenothreat and the fire rats all at the same time, because they just different colored pirates. Who gives a shit?
And that's
and then.
I was just going to say, that's why touring is going to be a thing, because just in like real life, where you go to another country and you don't know the culture, the places and the people and stuff like that, you're going to need someone to show you around. You know, it is, touring is a thing, but you know, like a lot of people like even I say there's not much gameplay to it. It's not gameplay; it's a knowledge basis, really. At the end of the day, is what it is. So it's not gameplay, but it is. You are going to want people that are knowledgeable in a system to show you around, and there will be
Tony, we are answering questions. We're just also discussing. So we're going to be here for a few hours.
Yeah.
So if you ask the question, we'll get to it eventually.
Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. Last week we got through every question.
Yeah, which is a rarity. But this is we don't do this like a normal show. I don't know. I don't know. I find it's a really weird format, and I feel kind of shit that we don't get through all the questions. Like, because I sit there and watch Paul, and Paul is just like blurring through the chat as quickly as it comes up. He's answering, but for me, the thing for Inforunners is a discussion that you guys are, you know,
we do this for hours before videos. Like a 20-minute video, so it can be 2 hours of discussion before we actually hit the record button, because we just wanted to get through all of it. I'll go to the next question though before we get back into the other one.
Go for it.
Shimpasta asks, when do you think persistent hangars will come into Star Citizen? X, start with you in this one.
Oh, that's a tough one. They have kind of mentioned it would be a good thing for Pez.
It was mentioned in the letter from the chairman.
Yeah, it was.
They mentioned it. So
I don't know. I know some people really like that thing about making things their own, but for me, I'm more about gameplay at the moment, and I have been about the gameplay for years. And yes, it's a nice to have. It's really what order people are available to do things, and so a lot of the stuff that I'm really interested in, obviously, is probably a lot further down the line because it's got more moving parts. But it would be kind of cool that some of those break-in things, like, you know, how you can't go into your hangar anymore. You go in there and you can't spawn ships. So yeah, but yeah.
Yep. I'd like to see actually for persistent habs be a thing. Now we've got the persistent habs in a sense that you know, you put something down, it's there. Yep. I go into a hab and someone's been here. They've left 5 gallons and you know, but it'd be nice to have a persistent hangar that is your hangar. You know, so you could put down your little stuff, and you know, no one else is going to be spawned in that hangar. But that's just an issue of
there's a little question there that someone just put in chat from Twitch that I want to look at, because I think it relates back to when we were talking about the 600i, and this is something you and I can talk about really quickly. He says, what ship would be the next Derelict output? But realistically, I want to go, well, now they're doing a 600i rework and we have a 600i. Does that mean they're going to redo the work for that as well? Or are they going to damage it in such a way that you can't tell the internals? Do you know what I mean? Like, so I worry about double ups quite a bit when it comes to derelicts and stuff. So maybe they'll just go back and update the derelicts and it's a nothing burger. But you know,
I don't think it matters.
Yeah,
I just think you say it's an old variant of a ship.
Yeah,
like you've got to remember the 600i, and I'm pretty sure it's certain. You'll correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but the 600i didn't start live as a.
It was a cargo ship.
It was started live as a cargo ship to deal with a cargo shortage. But,
yeah,
you know,
in the like 2830 or 2840, it's really old. It's almost 100 years old.
I'd almost like to see a non-manufacturer that is basically a manufacturer where they are modified or older junker variants and they're not official. Right, and so when they come out, they've got some kind of procedurally generated element to them where they have bespoke things. So imagine a cargo variant of a 600i, but it's like been like, you know, the engines are procedurally generated, so they look different because they've all been rejigged by some junker, and you buy it from some reclaimer outpost or whatever, you know. And then, you know, the junker ships that are in Squadron 42, it would give them a reason to put them in game, and you could, again, if you had a procedurally generated element, like where maybe there's like, I don't know, I'm just going to pick a number, 10 different engines, and it randomly selects 2 of them. And so they don't all look the same. There's, you know, there's some kind of random element to them, but they're like really cheap ships you pick up just to get you A to B, or as a stopgap. If you've got lots of money, you wouldn't buy them. You'd buy the proper 600i, as an example. But I think that'd be kind of cool.
But I think in terms of that question, are the wrecks going to be the same as the ships? I think it's an irrelevant question, because the wrecks are just there as old ships. The question would be, will we have any, will there be any wrecks that mirror the ships that we've got? But you don't need to have every 600i wreck being an explorer or a touring ship. And if it doesn't look the same, it's just an older model. It's just a ship, but a previous iteration.
And they can add more to them later. The new 600i comes out, cool. They can just add a new wreck that's just a new 600i. It's simple.
One thing I did like about the 600i's rework, where they've got them, it's got massive cargo now. It kind of, it's a nice callback to that lore of it being a cargo ship.
Cargo ship, yeah.
Why has it got so much cargo? Because it used to have so much cargo.
Because it used to be a multi-deck cargo ship. It was huge. In terms of my thought on the question itself, the persistent hangers, Chris Roberts said he wants to get in.
We tangent off that while you weren't here. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I think Chris Roberts talked about it. He wants to be in. The problem is with Chris, he still has said he wants to get bounty hunting and a bunch of other stuff done before 4.0. And I think that's still planned. So I think we'll almost certainly see version 0 of persistent hangers before the end of the year. It will not be what you think it is in whatever it is, how it comes out. It will probably be the most bare bones, basic version of what it could be. And then they'll abandon it and move on to the next part that they need to get done and come back to it 2 years from now. So yes, I do think we will see persistent hangers, but I do not think it'll be like just for storing cargo.
Yeah. I think we can all say that hangars have kind of changed. The hangars are more bespoke to where they are now. So like the original AeroView hangars are more like what you see at Crusader. But then you go to say someone like Hurst, and don't quote me on this, I'm just using the examples. You go to somewhere like Hurst and they're more like Safeland. Right, so it doesn't seem to be you go to Lorville and they've got the different level quality ones there anymore. That may change down the line, but at the moment they look more like, you go, we'll put it this way, you go to Grimhex. I'm not expecting anytime soon anyway to be able to go to Grimhex and use like a Revel and York hangar, because that place wouldn't maintain them at that level, So maybe in the future there are, you can go to certain places and they'll have a scale difference of different qualities of hangar. But I think, again, knowing how lore-based this game is, you guys tell me, do you think they're more likely to keep it to one style per system, or only at really bigger areas where you get a selection of different styles and types of hangars?
I mean, I think it'll be a mixture of all of them. We'll probably see some places that have multiples, some places that won't. I mean, based off the lore, the Southland hangar is like the basic bottom of the barrel, kind of very generic storage container. Like, you go to a storage container today, it's like the whatever the standard size of a storage container is. You can think about it. If I say storage container, or a storage locker, something like an ALF site where you go put all your stuff in and you don't want to EC and you come back. That is what a Southland hangar is. Whereas all the rest of them are like more advanced stuff, like internal or like air conditioned, all that kind of stuff.
I think that's what the Switch will end up being. It's more like the size of your hangar. So how the prices of the hangars scaled with the quality or whatever. So we had there was 4 different ones. There was the Safeland, the AeroView, the VFG Industrial, and then the Revel and York. I think if you look at that, it's small, medium, large, capital. So in a really weird turn of phrase, they'll just give you access to that size hangar at whatever landing location you choose, and you'll get one of those for free. You won't have to ever pay fees on that one. So that's probably how they'll do it. So instead of getting, and you just pick your starting planet and go from there. I think that's the easiest way to make that analogy. But yeah,
I would like to see, in terms of, and this is down the track, there'd be certain places, again, like Grimhex, I don't think you'd ever see Revel and York hangar, even an old, battered, worn out Revel and York hangar. I just because of the nature of that site. But I'd like to see, places like Lorville that have Revel and York hangars, but they might not be as maintained because the person who owns it has let it slide a little bit due to the workers not wanting to clean it or whatever the reason is. And then you'd have others that are really, really spit and polished. But that's kind of window dressing for stuff that's already done. I think we'd see the self-land hangar everywhere. Every system, every planet, every spaceship, every spaceport, whatever, will have the self-land and possibly the aero view, because they're the two kind of the lower end working class. And yet the other two, the asteroid hangar or the industrial hangar and the Revel in New York, they're kind of the upper end. So yeah, I'd like to see them. I don't think we'll see them soon, but I think, as Paul said, we'll get persistent hangars, and it'll be bare bones basic.
Sorry, my eyes are seeing again. Next question is from Wild City Outdoors. Asks, with the current sell price of RMC, what's RMC? Reclaimed metal,
reclaimed metal,
something like that. It's the salvage material.
Yep,
it's the salvage goo.
In the PTU and large amounts of Rex sites, do we see CIG greatly reducing the sell price and amount of Rex in the live field further out? Well, I'd imagine you'd have to remove the amount of Rex because we don't have munching yet. So once they're stripped and then munched, they'd have to respawn. At the moment, like I've seen Rex because of persistence where they're completely stripped, but you can't remove them because they're not munched. Yeah, so...
Yeah, I think CIG still calls those aspects out. They still can, but I think the question is more about the money. And I think the answer is no. They're going to want to make you. They want you to test salvage because it's the new thing. So they're going to make it the most valuable commodity. You will make millions of credits off of salvage, which also points to the fact that we're probably going to see a wipe with 4.0 just because they want an economy wipe, let alone. So
don't worry, there'll be an economy wipe. Don't worry about that.
Have you two gents seen any videos on people doing full reclaimer salvage yet?
No, but I can imagine it's massive. It's probably bonkers amount of money.
Well, the amount of thing it holds, I think it was with a crew of 5 or something like that. To fully fill the ship, you were making about 600k each. It's literally in the millions
each. Yeah, with 6 people.
Because the crew, it's like 330 SCU or some shit. So it's just like insane, you know. So and you can do it fairly quickly because it's got 2 lasers, and so if you have 2 laser people or scrapers, so to speak, and 1 driver, and then you need 2. It's coming so fast that you need 2 people in the back moving the crates. That's 5 people minimum. But I really am looking forward to doing that. But there's so many bugs at the moment. Like there's a really annoying bug that if you're in a seat of a ship and it crashes, you literally have to do a character reset. It's the only way to fix it. Because every time you walk into an elevator, you fall through the floor.
It's one of the reasons why when I hear CIG say we're planning on January, I laugh. There's no way 318 is coming out in January. There's no way it's coming out in January because they have so many small problems like that we have no idea how long it's going to take them to get. It is the second week or the first week of January, and they just released a patch, which means some of them are back to work. But we likely will not see them go into Wave 2 PTU until the end of next week. Let alone, and there definitely is going to be a Wave 2, and then Wave 3 probably at best a week after that. So
I think we talked about that last week, didn't we, Algared? I said most people won't be back to popping stuff out to at least, I think I said the 14th is where I'm like, things will start to pop out. But again, I'd say end of January, start of February. Seems realistic.
They could put it out into live, and it would break.
Broken.
Yeah. and everyone would complain.
Yeah.
They're only in Wave 1. There's no, I like you, I can't see it. There's no way.
No. For context, 317.2 was in open PTU for a month. Open PTU for a month.
You've also got to add Christmas and the holidays into that, so you got to take that off that as well. So again,
we're not even in open PTU. We're in Wave 1.
Yeah.
So
So in a weird way, we've had Wave 1 for maybe 2 weeks, if you want to be generous, it's just a waiting game. And again, I don't think a lot of people really are like Algared, you're Vicardi, right? So this is not a question that you can't answer, but the way I'd put it this way is you see it from Vicardi to Wave 1 to live, and what I'm probably trying to get you to do is explain to people the bug progression. Like, how much less buggy is Wave 1 than Evo? And I know Evo's a lot more buggy, right? So the whole point I'm trying to say is I don't think a lot of people could even handle Wave 1 because of the frustrations of it, let alone Evocati. And I think that's why it is staggered, because there would just be so many more people complaining because they don't understand.
And also, they'd also bum rush the servers and break it.
Yep.
Yeah. Evocati runs smoothly because there's very few people, but it's buggy.
Yep.
Wave 1 is playable compared to Evocati. Wave 2 is playable compared to Wave 1. Wave 3 is playable compared to Wave 2, and Open is playable compared to all the others, but it's still not ready. You know, it may not be ready.
They're only going to get it to 90%. They're not going to sit there and polish it 100% every single time, because they got to rework it, you know.
But if you think that 3.17 was in open PTU for a month, there was that period where you had, you know, Wave 3, Wave 2, Wave 1, Evocati having it beforehand. So it was, you know, we say it was an open PTU for a month. You've got to think that it was in the PTU verse for significantly longer than that month. Yeah. And this is going to be very similar to that. And yeah, I don't see it being in January as you were saying, Paul. And it's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
No, but at the same time, I think CIG is constantly setting bad expectations, which we'll get to with the next question. I think the next question is section after this. Well, I think CIG is setting ambitious goals internally, and they do the thing that all businesses teach you not to do, which is they're telling you an honest reflection of what they think is going to happen. Which is bad. What you should always do if you're dealing with the public is, if you have a timetable, it's the Scotty thing. You say, this is how long it's going to take, add certain units more, 20 minutes, 20 days, 20 months, whatever, or 20 weeks, 20 months to that list. And if you get under that time, like you think you are, you're good. If you go over that time, you're still good, because you've given yourself a little bit of a buffer. So if CIG said, February, we're planning on releasing it in, February, March of next year, people would lose their minds. But then it comes out in February and everyone's like, oh, it came out early. So it's all depending on, it's that anger thing we talked about earlier. It's just much less anger when something comes out before it's anticipated, rather than, January 31st, you're going to have content creators going like, CIG lied to us. Look at that. Look at that. They lied to your face. They can't trust their estimations because, like,
it's a slap in the face. They lied. Yeah.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yes.
God, I hate that.
Yeah.
But it's
speaking of liking and subscribing, make sure you like and subscribe to the Inforunners.
I can do that. Hang on. There we go. Like and subscribe.
There we go.
Yeah, if this is your first time and you're liking the content, great. If it's your second time, you clearly like what we're doing. Like, subscribe, hit that bell. Yeah. I remember when I was in the book trade, to pick up on that idea, we used to talk, and we were doing book orders. We'd tell people, minimum 2 to 4 weeks. Really, we expected 1 to 2 weeks, unless it was a Canadian publisher, in which case it was 3 to 6 months.
Yeah. I think it would be better for CIG to work out what they think it's going to take and then double it, because then they're most likely beating expectations rather than
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why when we get to the whole Chris's estimation of 4.0, I'm like, this seems like an ambitious goal, and even Clive Johnson says this is an ambitious goal we think we can hit. But it's like, it would have been so much better if you said Q1 of 2024, because that would have been, people are going to complain now no matter what. You're going to have those. This is the dead year for Star Citizen, no matter what you do. But if it came out in Q3 or Q4 of 2023 rather than Q4 of 2023 versus Q1 of 2024, then people would have been a lot more like, oh, okay, cool, this is great.
I don't think calling them dead years is fair, because let's be honest, people called last year a dead year as well, and it was quiet, but it wasn't dead. And I think it'll be the same thing this year. It'll be another quiet year. Right, because again, as we've all said through today, all the back end stuff, but it's a necessary evil. Sorry, Algared.
I always struggle with the idea that it's a dead year. What do you mean by it's a dead year? Seriously, what do you mean? Do you mean
they mean Pyro's not out? That's all they care about.
Yeah.
That's all. No, I'm not even joking. That's what they care about. They care about Pyro because Pyro is visual. They get to see. Their monkey brain gets to activate. The neuron gets to activate in their monkey brain, and they get to go somewhere new. And so that's advancement. Doesn't matter if there's nothing else to do. That's it. You know.
Like, the end of you add a new space station, and people are like, oh, but you know, you double your player base, able to get into. Oh, people forget.
I know we had COVID and all that, and that kind of held up everything for 3 years. But this will be the 6th year of Pyro, so
yeah. I'm not looking forward to CitizenCon. That's part of the reason why, like, I'm going to go to CitizenCon, but I'm just like, unless there's like a Squadron 42 announcement, it's going to be a pretty awkward year. It's gonna be like, cool, we're going to sit here and see Pyro again. Yay!
I think the big thing is Chris's letter clearly said Squadron's not coming this year. Guaranteed.
No, of course not. But I'm saying,
you know,
like, unless there's an announcement for Squadron 42's release at CitizenCon, it's gonna be pretty kind of shallow first year back, where it's just like, yep, everything's still being worked on. See you next year. You know.
I thought it was interesting at the virtual bar Citizen when long hair.
Brian Chambers.
Brian Chambers was there.
John Chambers. It's like you crossed John Crew and Brian Chambers had a baby.
Yes.
Brian Crew and John Chambers. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Brian was there, and he was saying, you know, he was just talking about the impact of COVID on them, and he said, basically, COVID was a pain, and and you've heard it on the streams where they talk about being able to be in the office and have everyone there and working. He said, I was at a point where I needed Chris almost every day to be able to talk to him and do stuff. And he said, it wasn't the same on video. I needed him here. I needed him to be able to look over and say, yeah, that code. And that was Brian saying that.
Yeah.
You know?
There's something about bouncing ideas off people too, you know, in real life. It sparks that creative spark. Sorry,
video games are a collaborative medium. People, as much as people don't like to admit it, they're a collaborative medium. Just like television shows, just like plays. They're not. We say this is Chris Roberts' game. No, this is a game that's made by 800 people, and they all have to talk with one another and be in person. Otherwise, it's just not going to be his work as well. Sorry, Al.
Yeah. No, but it is that, you know, if Brian Chambers, the person everyone says, the producers of Star Citizen, you know, if he, the guy who knows and knew Crange and was leading that team, if he's the guy saying, hey, I needed Chris here to help us to sort this out, and COVID stopped that gives you an indication of how much impact COVID had on stuffing up development and slowing everything down. And I know it sounds like it's almost a free pass. It's not a free pass. It's just acknowledgement that COVID stuffed everything up. You'd know from teaching, Paul, how socially inhibited did your students become after 2 years of COVID?
Oh, massively. Like they barely know how to be humans these days. Like. Yeah. Because they spent a year playing video games in front of their computer and doing work via computer. Like most of them were just happy to be able to talk with another human being outside their you know.
I worry how much, because I have some free time on my hands, so I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff. And there was a one I was watching on the development of teens. So you think about back to when we were kids, right? Which is a hard thing for us to do because perspective of time and that. But back when you're that age, 3 years is an eternity. You know, like it's a really long time. And so for 3 years to be as a teenager, like that's going from 12 to 15 type of thing. And that is huge. Like think about all the things you went through from 12 to 15 and all that socialization, not being at school, talking to people, not interacting with the opposite sex, all that type of thing. All those developments and all those skills, non-existent. And I think there's going to be, you know, there was also a survey I was reading, or was it a poll, and they have more social anxiety. They don't know how to talk to people, kind of like what you were saying, because they just haven't been around to people and they haven't developed those skills. And those skills take time, and you do it in those years. You form those relationships with friends and, you know, the opposite sex and all those type of things. They've all been stagnated. So there's just that gap of 3 years is going to affect those kids for a very long time, possibly not all their life, but well, I hope it's not all their life. I can pray, but yeah, it's crazy how that's going to have effect on people.
Well, but I mean, we're using this as an example for Star Citizen. Is that 3 years is a long time to be apart from somebody when you're used to being there in person, and using Al's and I's experience as educators. Like, a lot of people do not learn via computer. It's some people, they excel at it. They're very good at it, but I would say that's maybe at best 10% of your average person of the kind of population. So if you're dealing with people, even computer people, it's so much better to be able to be within nerf firing distance of somebody when you need to get their attention versus trying to contact them through Teams. It's almost it's impossible.
And there's also the element where so many students just, even when you're there, they don't learn one-to-one. They learn in groups, and so that ability to socialize and learn in groups as well just is massive. That translates across to game development. You can work in isolation, but there's a time you need to have that group there to bounce the ideas off. And hey, come and have a look at this. What about? No, that's
Another way we can look at it, Algared, is like how you and I, we talk 2 or 3 times a week. We've done a show together for 5 years, and then we met in real life, and it was different again. Yeah, there was things I learned about you that I just didn't know, like how you're shorter than me. I always just assumed you were giant, but you're actually very, no, just kidding. You get what I'm trying to say, and it'll be the same thing if we ever meet Paul in real life, because there's just certain things that just are not articulated through video. He's really, people don't know from here down, Paul's just gorilla. He's just all hair. No.
I'm just a gorilla. I'm just all hair. Well, a lot of people anyone who will see me, I'm sure there's some people in chat who see me at conventions and such. I'm tall. I'm 6'2".
Oh, you're taller than me. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a big dude, but I'm tall. So me too.
I think we're very similar then, because I'm 6 foot as well. Yeah. But I'm a big dude as well. So yeah.
Yeah. So it's a weird kind of people often will be like, that's huge, because it's hard to get perspective on these sorts of things. But yeah.
Have you ever? Do you remember the old video game Syndicate? You know those jackets. Those jackets they walk around with, like almost like a Sherlock Holmes jacket. Imagine Algared in a jacket like that's how I saw him. He was in a jacket like that, and just this little peanut head. Yeah, he looked like you'd be able to relate to Derelict. He looked like a member of the Derelict, basically.
Okay, I got that. Yeah. All right, next question. I'll ask this one because we're gonna keep this clipping. This clipping. Shimpasta asks, with static server meshing. Will servers take care of all of Stanton, or will CIG just try to split it up into different servers to take care of different parts of Stanton? We actually know this question. They answered this question.
They did, didn't they? In the he actually says it in the chairman's letter. Initially, it'll just be different servers for different areas. So yeah.
And at least initially, their first goal is to have 4 servers per shard, 2 servers per system. Yeah. So Stanton will be 2 separate servers. My guess is the dividing line will be between Stanton 1 and Stanton 2 and Stanton 3 and Stanton 4. That will be the difference. So, but yeah.
Unless they cut it straight in half. I don't know. But I think it's a test bed at this point. Just to make sure you can transfer between 2 servers. Again, you do small sample sizes and work your way up.
And if they can expand it, they'll do it. They even know. That's what Chris said at the letter too. He said that you could that they could basically turn an entire landing zone into its own server if they wanted to with static. So,
and I think when they get the static server meshing in, and they do that break, it's not going to be the straight. Oh, we've got server meshing in. Great, we can put Pyro in. They'll get server meshing in, and they'll test it with Stanton first and make sure it's working with Stanton first, and then we'll get the jump point to Stanton or the jump point.
I don't know. The other one. I think they'll throw Stanton and Pyro in with server meshing 1.0. I think it's too much. They'll do it. I think they'll do it. I'm not of the team that thinks that they'll do it first and then do that, because I think 4.0 is still very much a Pyro centric release. So, but who knows?
I think the reason they'll do it is just to make sure it doesn't break it. So we'll make sure it's working in Stanton without breaking before they expand and break everything. But could be wrong. If I'm wrong, awesome.
Yeah.
Grimvale has a question.
Yep.
Grimvale says, "Is Theatres of War cancelled? When was the last time we heard anything about it at all?"
My bold prediction. My bold prediction.
Surprised they let Sean Tracy out of the cave early.
Yeah, he did actually come out.
It was the first time I'd seen him in like 2 years. I'm like, oh, wow.
So for those of you who don't know, I had this prediction that I think this year, 2023, they're going to release Theaters of War. And and I'm probably going to be wrong on this one, but I have a reason why I've decided that this is a good time. Because this year is going to be fairly dead in terms of a lot of content, because a lot of the stuff is going to be focused on PES and making sure the PES works. So outside of the content that we see already being worked on, and Chris Roberts specifically talked about, which is bounty hunting, better like trading, salvage, and mining, like getting those 4 solid loops done. There's really not a lot I'd anticipate, but CIG at the beginning of last year created a brand new team called the Arena Commander team. That team has been dedicated to just Arena Commander for the last 9 months or so. And since then, they have done some astounding changes and additions to Arena Commander by themselves. If you haven't played Arena Commander in a long time, try it. If you haven't played Star Marine in a long time, try it. It is very different from what you last remembered it. It's not perfect, but it's a lot better. And we know that with 319, they're likely going to be adding a brand new Arena Commander map. The first Arena Commander map that has ever been added to, which is based off of Jericho Station. And we've seen lots of leaks of Theaters of War. They've been working on it. We was working on with Fire Sprite. Then Fire Sprite, I think a lot of the delays with Theaters of War happened because they didn't have enough people in the members of the team. So they hired Fire Sprite, but then Fire Sprite was purchased by Sony. So they slow walked it. Yep. And there's nobody who wanted to really put any efforts towards it because they were like, whatever, our contract's up in February.
You got COVID there as well.
Yeah, plus COVID. There's a couple of different things that happened because it was announced in 2019 at that CitizenCon. So there's lots of other things that have happened. But since then, we've seen leaks of updated visuals, of updated cinematics, and now with the Arena Commander team up and running and kind of full chugging ahead, likely because Arena Commander is also packaged with Squadron 42. It is the multiplayer aspect of Squadron 42. I can almost guarantee you that Theaters of War, if we don't get it released this year, which I think we will get a major update towards it, especially maybe around CitizenCon.
Look what Kazim just said down there in the Twitch chat on my screen. I'm pointing for you two, not for the rest of the audience, but can you see what he said? CIG today, there will be a test of Star Marine with the devs, so they are preparing something.
Told you, I'm not crazy. The Lorstradamus continues.
That camera that you placed in Chris Roberts' office is really paying off. It's paying dividends. I know. I
just wish I got a better microphone. It's too fuzzy.
You really needed a Rode. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, somehow.
But yeah, I really do think that we'll see elements of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Siege of Orison actually tied in with a Theaters of War scenario, because when you think of it, it is a Theaters of War scenario. You've got foot vehicles and ships.
I think Zero State and Gal told me this on the captain's table, but then when they said it blew my mind, which was just like, of course. They won't redo these events. They'll just take these events and turn them into Theaters of War.
Yep, that's it.
Events. That's all they'll do.
100%.
You know,
and they'll add more FPS. Like, we'll look at Origin, Origin, Siege of Origin. That is a test bed, essentially.
Yeah.
You know, the only way you would up that is add it to a planet and add vehicles, which is also why I think it was on Origin, because then they didn't have to add vehicles. You know,
and yet they had vehicles there.
Yeah. We got a super chat there from Lyrium.
We do
for $10. He said, "When do you think the top Twitch streamers will start to stream SC? Also, how much dollars do you think the BMM and the Orion will go up?" So it's 2 questions. So the first one is, when do we think the top Twitch streamers will start streaming? And I think when it's more of a game.
Beta. Probably around beta.
Yeah.
Yep. This is something that y'all are going to have to get used to. CIG is going to pay some streamers to play this game. They're going to. It's just good business. Yep. It's a good way of marketing it. They'll pay some people to play this game. Now, knowing CIG, they're smart enough to know that they'll pay people who already play the game money as well, because they want to try to help those people out as well. But they will do it, and but I don't think it's anytime soon. If the top Twitch streamers find it, it'll be by accident.
And if they like it and stay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And they also find it. Well, look at like Level Cap and Ollie. Ollie found it through Level Cap or whatever and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, they see their friends playing it. It's like word of mouth. That's just kind of how word of mouth works. So yeah, Algared, do you want to answer the second question, which was how much do you and I guess Paul can answer as well if he wants. How much do you think the BMM in Orion? No one cares about you, Paul. Shut up. No, the how big the BMM and the Orion will go to.
I care about you, Paul.
Yeah.
I care about you.
Yeah. No, I'm just
how much do I think the BMM will go up? What's it currently? 650. My big outside, very nasty, horrible prediction would be 950 level with an 890. Now that's, I think, the outlier. I think that's a top end price, and then prices that people think delve down into below that. But that's my big nasty horrible.
Yeah, I think it's got to be at least 750 for the BMM, because then it lines up with the Polaris and a few others there, so you can't CC you up to things. And then the BMM, the Orion, where that is at the moment, that's looking for me around 675. Around about where they are is about $100 is about the jump, so that would put it at about the same price as the Perseus. But then it's also grown. So once it actually comes in and they show the growth, because they haven't actually shown that, it's going to jump again. But yeah, so ironically, won't be growing as much as the Banner Merchantman did, but if you got that at the original $325 price like I did, you know, we keep saying this, and people, like me and Algared did an FMF yesterday, and I kind of lost it. I had to step out. Right, I'm going to be totally honest. I got triggered with my bipolar, and I had to step out. And I looked back, and it was probably 5 hours later, and Ag was still in the chat with this guy. And I was like, Algared, with the patience of a saint, what is wrong with you?
Teacher.
The conversation.
He's a teacher.
Right, it did run all over.
But how many?
But other things.
But you were telling me you had to literally convince him for hours to. And this guy was like, one of the things he was saying was that he was not financially in a position to do certain things, and so me and Algared were literally trying to recommend ships that would set him up financially, right? And also that he could invest in, so he'd get the bang for buck, as we talk about. And it was just the most frustrating thing, because he was saying this, and we were trying to give him the best deal we could, and he was just saying, "Oh, but I'm not interested in that." And what I mean by that is not interested in, like, so we're not like recommending something that he wasn't interested in. He wanted all these small ships that were bad investments, and we were like, "But like, you get the bigger one, and you kind of get all the others for free." And he was also worried about crew size. That was something that kept coming back up, and we had to keep going back over that and saying, like, this game is setting itself up for crew sizes. Like the way the AI is working, the rating system, everything is showing that it's pushing you to play with other people.
It wasn't quite as bad as you're making out, but
I'd also had a very bad day, right? So it wasn't his fault. But you were having issues with just being. Yeah, I had real life issues.
It was just one of those days for you.
Yeah.
But the issues for him, it wasn't just a simple, this ship will do it for you. It was, okay, how does this ship help? And the question really ended up coming, how do I just use my credits to get ships? And how do I use my credits to get the gameplay of the things I want? And so ultimately, two big avenues you could take. One, you could build your ships individually outside of a pack, or two, you could build your ships.
It was Algared for me,
and it was a whole pile of that aspect coming into it as well. And the second you go a pack, you go, okay, what are those going to come? So,
if I had to wrap it all up, I'd do it this way, Algared. Beggars can't be choosers, and that was my main issue. Right? It was. You can't have your cake and eat it too, especially in the situation he was in. But we've gone way off track now, so let's go on to the next question. So Switchblades asked, realistically, do you think Pyro will be Q4 this year, or do you see it slipping to 2024? I think Paul kind of answered that already.
2024.
They're going to aim for it, but like they never hit their dates.
Nope.
Sorry,
I believe they can hit a Wave 1 PTU by the end of Q4.
Yeah.
Basically what we had with 318. Almost certainly they'll hit some sort of milestone. But
well, put it this way, with
things...
them not hitting what they'd planned for 318, that instantly pushes back their plans, doesn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
So
but I mean, the thing was... Go ahead, Al.
Carry on with that, because Aurelius Indomitus letter kind of picks up. This is what he says. After the letter from the chairman, my question last week about Pyro 23 or 24 was not strange at all. And I'm not sure what he meant by Farrah Wilson, but yeah, it's I think that question really is tied in with what we're discussing. So I kind of deal with that. And I don't think it was wrong. You know, your question about Pyro 23 or 24 wasn't strange. It wasn't out there. You just preempted the chairman's letter by an hour or two. I know when the letter came out, we were talking, and I thought, wow, this actually vindicates everything we were saying during the show, or everything we've been saying in terms of when things are coming. So yeah, it's tied in. I think that question you had, Aurelius, is tied in with the question about Squadron 42, quarter 1, quarter 4 this year, or sorry, quarter 4 this year, or quarter 1 next year. And I think, like Paul was saying, it's probably more likely quarter 1 next year. If it comes out earlier, awesome.
Yeah. But I think the issue is, and I think to put this in the context for people to understand like why most people say this, and this is for people who are very, very hopium, who are like, yeah, this is what the CIG said it, I think I'm going to stick to it, is this is the first year they've done a CitizenCon live in 3 years. And people forget how much work it is, how much people's attention are drawn away from the work they're working on to do CitizenCon. So you have at least a month, if not 2 months, gone. They're doing nothing but CitizenCon stuff, which is a legitimate critique of CitizenCon.
Yep.
I think a lot of people, myself included, believe that CitizenCon is a distraction from development and shouldn't really be put on in the way it is until closer to beta, or at least after Squadron 42 is released, because that would be a little bit better use of resources, in my opinion.
Well, we've often said that they're best to keep it virtual and just do the videos like they did the last year. You know, I think it trims the fat. But let's be honest, CitizenCon isn't for us. I've said this many times too. No, CitizenCon is for the staff. It's to invigorate them and give them a bit of a break, and get them to show off their work, and everyone get excited and they get reinvigorated and go again. So
yeah, it's a vacation for them, which just makes sense, and it helps them get invigorated because they come out and they see us and we hear our being passionate, and I saw that too. Execute. I saw it.
So good. I'll read that in a minute. Hang on, finish what you're saying, and then we'll read it. That's so good.
X, you can say this. You've worked on a couple of different smaller games, right? And like some shovelware ports and stuff like that. How often did you actually interact with the fans?
Next to never.
Never,
in fact, you only need to have one bad interaction, and you never want to do it again.
Yeah.
So that's why I think a lot of them are shy, and they don't want to be on camera in that, because once you know their name and stuff.
Yeah, but think about this: like how much more invigorated would you have been? How much more excited would you have been if someone said, "Oh, this is amazing! You worked on that thing. I love that. I spent hours on that." And you can be like, "Oh my god, someone actually paid attention." Well, you don't realize how much just having someone tell you that what you do matters can improve your morale.
Well, like if you go back to even when I used to do a lot of 3D modeling, a lot of the time you'd make models and they were like, especially when you were a student and studying, you'd make models and they're never used for anything. So you just they were superfluous, and you'd spend all week making like one character and texturing and animating and unwrapping it and all this type of stuff. And it never did anything. It was just a moving character that never went into a game. So even when a programmer would, but even another student programmer would take your asset and put it into the game, you were like, and you could walk around and interact with it. Even that was amazing. But like when you dial that up, and then there are multiple people coming back to you going, "Dude, that's like the best model I've ever seen. That's really cool." It does inspire you to do more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that's what it's important for. But but to keep that in context, you go ahead, Al.
I was just going to say, it is important for the team to be able to see what's going on and to encourage each other, but also be inspired or or elevated by the community, and that is the value of CitizenCon. Yes, it puts the skids on development and lots of other aspects that you'd like them to work on, but the benefits, I think, outweigh the negatives of that slowdown.
All right, so Lyrium did a super chat for $5. Said Algared is Professor X, Execute is Wolverine, and Astropub is the Beast. I think we've got our Halloween costumes for this year.
There we go.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you think, Lyrium, that I'm a huge Ackman. I'm a huge Ackman.
Yeah, a huge Ackman.
Yeah. Have you? It's from what show is that from? There's a comedy show, and Hugh Jackman is in it, and the guy is an alien or some shit, and he goes, "Huge Ackman? Who the hell is Huge Ackman?" You know.
I know who you're talking about.
I can't remember the show, but it was
Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso,
something like that. It was really funny, but it stuck with me ever since. Huge Ackman. But anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. Jared Huckabee equals Sabretooth. Oof. Yes, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's it. That's actually an interesting analogy. It works really well. Now
I just take glasses off and I'm already in costume. So
maybe we need that.
Exactly.
Maybe we need that as a post, like who's Space Tomato and who's Badges and who's Luke.
Space Tomato is 100% Cyclops.
Oh yeah, he would be.
He is done some Cyclops.
Yeah. Oh god, man, I have to think about Loken for a bit there. Yeah. Oh, Loken could do Iceman though. I reckon maybe.
Yeah, you can see that.
Magneto.
Sorry.
Who's Magneto?
Chris Roberts.
I don't know. I can do a pretty good villain. He's actually my favorite, by the way. Magneto.
Magneto's great.
Magneto and Wolverine would probably be my top two. But yeah. So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Anyway.
But let me finish off my last little thoughts to keep people kind of things, because you've got CitizenCon takes a lot of time, and then you also have them. They have to harden, as Chris Roberts says, PES. They really got to get PES working better. And so between those two things, the first 2 quarters of the year are effectively just PES. The third quarter of the year is solely for CitizenCon. So fourth quarter is the closest you're going to get, and then you add in any delays to that, suddenly it's Q1. So that's just makes sense.
Yep. But if you're going by that, if PS is kind of first 2 and then Squadron, then CitizenCon is third quarter. Theaters of War?
Next question I got is from Northrend Trivia that says, what is the priority list that you would see released in 23? Mobiglass, EVA, Bounties, version 2, Pyro, server meshing, etc.
What Chris said.
Yeah. That's their plan. He's telling you their plans, isn't he? So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Chris said that the plan is, let me pull up the
letter.
The letter real quickly, because he said it specifically in place, like what their plan is. And of course, that changes after the summits in January. So we'll know more at the end of the month.
This is their best plan at present.
Yes.
And like every plan, it's awesome.
As Chris even says something effective like no plan lasts first contact with the fans. So going down.
Are you looking for the next question?
No, I'm looking at his thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Beyond this, there's a host of other exciting features and content we have planned for 2023. Pyro with assorted planets, moon settlements, and space stations, and assorted factions and AI populations being the headline. But we also will be rolling out new item resource system in ships, which replaces the old pipe system with much more dynamic, scalable systems to allow for truly emergent behavior. In fact, elements of this new system can already be seen in 3.18 in the Salvage gameplay. Bounty hunting with full tracking systems and ability to actively restrain and transport both players and AI. Persistent hangars with freight elevators allowing you to call up stored inventory or place things into storage. And so and then towards the end of the year, all the Squadron 42 related things for like player traversal on ladders and ledges, interaction system, FPS scanning, and new star map, MFDs, UI system, AI, and now the Gen 12 renderer, graphics team stuff. So I think that's the list right there. It's First one is the pipe system, which we know is something they're going to work on, which is the resource system. And then there's the bounty hunting system, and then the persistent hangars. That's the list, I'd say.
Yeah, so I'd agree with that. Makes sense based on what he said, though. So, yeah.
There you go. So Scott said, Morphologist is Magneto, according to Reddit Dies, a traitor to the cause. So there you go.
I hate
that's
that.
the view of Reddit, that Morphologist is Magneto.
So even Morphologist knows the bombing thing. He's kind of taking it on the cheek about that, which is like, yeah, you're just kind of stupid with that one. Yeah. But I mean, I've gotten a lot of trouble. People have been like, "Oh, he's your boy. You drive around to defend him for his take," and it's like his take was right, y'all. Like, I disagree with him at the time, and I still disagree with him today, saying there's nothing going to come out this year. But his perspective is just a different perspective, and if you can't handle the fact that someone has a different perspective on a video game, maybe don't be on the internet.
I reached out to him at the time and said, "Man." I said, "Fuck people. You're entitled to your opinion. Just hold to your guns, man." That's what I said to him.
Yeah.
And, and I'd say the same thing again. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It's just their opinion, whether they're right or wrong. It's something that we do here on the Inforunners too. Like we will often disagree, and one of us will be right, one of us will be wrong. It just turns out that 99% of the time it's me that's right and Algared's wrong. No, I'm just kidding.
We're all in our own levels of right and wrongs.
That's correct. But there's a lot of
the things we present are as not just Execute doing it. It is a result of a collaborative effort.
Yeah, it's discussions.
I say a result of the collaborative effort as well. So
yeah, it's discussions like this that kind of bears that fruit and stuff. And that's essentially what we've done, is just roll what we do kind of behind the scenes out into this kind of format where we talk to you guys. And so and these discussions and chat does spark things that turn into episodes and other thoughts such as that. So yeah.
Or I'll fix my fleet, as we saw from the recent one that got posted. It literally came out of
Vagabond. Yeah.
Vagabond literally came out of discussion last week.
Yeah.
So
Jay Wodinski
says, how long after static server meshing? So how long after static server meshing do you think? Do you speculate dynamic server meshing will take?
No, it's how long
2 years.
How long does it take to get running properly? And 2 years is not an unreasonable thing. Like, because you're going from things that are static to essentially those servers are morphing based on bandwidth. That's not simple stuff to do.
At the same time, though, it's not fundamental. Static is important, or dynamic is important for scaling Star Citizen, but the difference between dynamic and static, as even Chris has pointed out, is just the scale. Yep. That's all it is.
Yep.
So, like, anything that is fundamentally blocking Star Citizen's development is blocked behind static meshing rather than dynamic.
Yep.
So there's very little, I would be very suspicious if CIG came out after the static meshing was finished and said, "Oh, we need to wait for dynamic meshing to be able to do this fundamental gameplay aspect." It's like, what the fuck? No, you don't. But can you explain it to us on paper why you suddenly need dynamic meshing to be able to do bounty hunting? That makes no sense. So in theory, at least, there is no real. That's like the last major blocker behind something like Quantum, to be able to really see content be developed at a reasonable speed. So,
yeah, I'd go with that.
All right, next question is from Damir Begonja, who says, any guesses to what you think we'll see on the roadmap in February update? Probably more of what you just talked about there from the chairman's letter would be a good start. And that is what January is. It's them getting together and planning the year out. So that there will be things there that we couldn't tell you, if they're getting together to have these big meetings once a year, you can imagine, well, us getting together, things change on a weekly basis. So you can only imagine what it's like for developers doing it on a yearly basis. And yes, they do keep in contact, but again, being around other people creates creative ideas and stuff as well. So, and we do probably, I don't know, you guys tell me. I think we see some of the biggest changes come out of those meetings, or what is planned, personally. But
it certainly does change the way. I think those collaborative big management meetings really help them nut down what elements they have to focus on and hit, and what elements a group feels they can hit. So if Chris says, "Oh, I need dynamic server meshing by the end of the year," and the group working on it says, "Hey, Chris, that's not going to happen." Yeah. And dynamic server meshing isn't going to be there. They're going to say, "Okay, well, what can you get done?" And so we can get static server meshing down pat, but dynamic stuff, that's going to take a bit longer. But it's, well, how's that going to impact the game? And someone else says, "Well, actually, it's not going to impact it. We only need this aspect. It'd be nice to get that one, but and that'll change the way they do things. It's just the nature of planning meetings." Yeah.
All right. The next question is by Rivin, who says, "With the Spirit series of ships being worked on, do you think that we may see taxi missions this year?" For me, a ship, as in you're talking about AI being needed for the taxi missions. That's not exactly the ship being worked on. So I think more likely, if you were looking at it, you're talking about the C1. It's basically a cargo ship, and the A1 drops bombs. They're both kind of already in the game right now. If one of the three weren't to make it, it would be the E1, because it does require that AI.
Yeah, and the only aspect of taxi missions, are you talking about AI picking up for the taxi mission because you requested, or are you talking about us picking up AI? Because at the moment, you can put a beacon out saying, "Hey, I need a lift."
Yeah.
That's a taxi mission.
Yeah.
So, and you can do that in a Pisces, or you can do it in a.
if it was other players picking other players up in an E1, like they specifically requesting an E1, I could possibly see that, because there's not too much more extra required. But again, is it superfluous because it's something that's got to be reworked at another date? I kind of lean towards the yes. So I'm more, I don't know, Paul, what's your take on that? I'm more likely to say no. Stop feeding your face, Paul!
I'm going to eat.
He's got to eat that Taco Bell that's going to make him, regret it later.
Yes.
If not now.
And it's getting cold. Cold Taco Bell is worse than warm Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah.
But I think taxi missions, CIG at one point seemed to be super confident that we're going to make it in at one point. So then it got pushed off to the side. So the question is more, is it a priority? And I don't think it's a priority because A, Chris hasn't said shit about it. And the priority seems to, that same team that was working on those taxi missions got moved over to do the resource system, the resource pipeline, the new ones that they're working on that Chris even mentioned in there. So no, I don't think we're going to see it until at least next year. I don't care that the I don't even know if the Spirit's going to be released next year. It might. You just might end up with having a luxury ship that's just a luxury ship for the sake of being a luxury ship. So,
I would like to see dynamic missions before taxi missions. Taxi missions to me just take A to B, but give me those missions. Give me those missions that are different.
What's really different from delivering a person, delivering a box? Listening them to whine in the background, it's like transporting a live animal or transporting a box. There's not really that much difference. So what really you're getting out of it? Nothing, in my opinion. But yeah.
And if you're transporting Joe Bloggs to X and he's asking, or generic character to X, and they're asking for a food or a beverage from the Mixmaster, and they're doing that every time, big deal. It is just a slightly more developed mission, but having missions like the Kovalex investigation mission, that having more of those would be far better than having a box mission delivery taxi service, in my opinion. But yeah,
and like you alluded to earlier, Paul, I think getting Quanta online is way more important for that type of stuff, and they have kind of hinted at that, but we'll have to kind of wait and see. All right, Carsten Christensen says, question, do you think that they are holding back ships with the damage tech to release them at the same time, or have they not finished any ships yet? I'll let you take that one, Paul, since you were talking about that before. Paul, I cannot hear you.
What do you mean? I'm confused by that question.
So he says, question, do you think they are holding back ships, so as in they are not releasing ships because the damage, that rather than do it twice, they just do the damage tech? I don't think they're holding them back.
No, because the damage tech is procedural. It's based off of it's something they worked on in the engine a lot last year, which is one of those things you didn't see but was needed for Salvage. Was that like the way that damaged ships break now is much more procedural than it was in the past. There's still breakage points and stuff like that, but that's an underlying current that goes over like the damage map. I think it is, so over all of the ships, not just. Hand, it's basically they now kind of let the system build it as it is rather than having to hand create it. So no, I don't think so.
I imagine at worst it means the old ships are the ones they have to go back and redo. So that it works in a system, but the new ones just feed into the current system, and hopefully it's just a matter of flicking the switch and saying, yeah, it's now active, it's not active, And I remember Chris once saying if they had a ship that was ready, they wouldn't put it out. They would put it out. They wouldn't hold it back and just because, it'll be good for this release date. Mm-hmm. The big change they did to that was where they said, we're not going to release ships if they have no gameplay. So we stopped seeing the ships like the Reclaimer come out with, you can use it because it's a cargo ship, but you can't do any salvage at all because... that gameplay is not there, and I think that was the biggest change that they did.
I think you're even seeing that even in things like the Vulture with just having the stripping, like stripping and munching is going to be a huge thing as well. So I think it also looks better for the ships when they come out. You've got more you can do with them. We've got a super chat there from Lyrium who says, with Pez, there's going to be a huge ship graveyards and mass death fields of bodies from past battles. Operation Pitchfork battles will live on. That's probably true. They probably will have, these massive player fights that happen, and CIG will build something to kind of landmark that occasion. I totally see that as being a thing.
Yeah. And but you also got to remember that CIG is almost certainly going to have some culling going on. They're definitely going to cull some of it. If it becomes a server hog, they're not going to have, just for cool factor, they're not going to keep things around. They'll simplify it if they can. But if it works the way it does, it shouldn't have a problem. That'll just be weird when you load into that server and suddenly just like you get 2 frames per second. All
right, guys, quick, everyone get in your salvage ships. Pick up that rubbish. But yes.
All right, Hawkeye asks, question, do you think we'll at least get update concept of the Endeavor Crucible, like uploaded image metrics and what CIG wants to do them in the future?
Sure.
The Crucible as that is more likely to be the one you'll get because it kind of hit the roadmap. Yeah, but the Endeavor, oh man, that's
Endeavor is last ship.
Yeah,
it's one
of the reasons we recommend the Endeavor so much. Is it's just one of those ships that if you've got the money, it's literally going to turn into like a potentially $1,000 ship. So all that things you've seen people jumping on the bandwagon of the BMM, way more than the BMM, And I guess you could do that with a little bit with the Orion, but the Orion has kind of also grown a bit. But
people often say that they think
it's already jumped the Orion. Is what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
Yeah, people often say that this is the last year of the Crucible at 350, but we've taken the view that every year is the last year for the $350 Crucible or Endeavor. Every year we expect it to go up. Every year.
It doesn't.
Because it's just too...
Well, look at what happened with the Reclaimer. At that price point, the Reclaimer was $350 and it jumped to $400. I'm expecting almost exactly the same thing for the Crucible when it comes out. But it's just a very unutilized ship. Like every time you have a capital ship, there isn't going to be a shipyard in every system. You need to take ships to shipyards to repair them. So how do you get a big ship going again? Well, you need a Crucible. And if you are if you're in a Kraken and it breaks down, and you don't have a Crucible to repair that, whether your org doesn't have one or you don't have one nearby, you've also got to take the size of the game into account, where it could take you up to a week to travel across the entire system with the whole game. You add that in, you want to have a Crucible so you're not beholden to someone in either time or money to get out of there, or you could lose the whole said Kraken. you know,
Yep.
and have to, you know, and think about this as it's not just the ship, it's all the cargo, all the guns you've upgraded, all that stuff. That's not going to come back from just going back and, you know, oh, I'll just respawn it. Not to mention it could, you know, like what are the respawn times? You know, you look at some of the respawns now, and they've said they're really short. You know, you're looking at something for like a reclaimer is an hour. You know, is that going to be a day? And then when you times that to a Kraken, is that going to be a week? Is that going to be a month? Like, how long are you going to be waiting to get that back? So you are going to want to protect your assets. And for me, a Crucible is probably one of the biggest ways you can, besides combat-related protection, it's essentially healing for ships, you know? So, you know, if you've played any first-person shooter, everyone knows just how valuable... Like, I used to love playing a medic in Battlefield because no one ever did it. I used to run around reviving everyone, and you'd get shit ton of points. And most people don't do that. You know, you see in games now, and the most annoying thing as a medic is you're about to revive them, and they tap. That used to drive me nuts because they were so used to people not reviving them that they just killed themselves. You know?
Yep.
But yeah, you know... I think at the end of the day, with the consequences in this game, you're not going to want to tap your ship. You're going to want to, you know, the financial loss in some cases is going to be huge. And I'm not like, you know, if you've got to insure your ship and insure your cargo, like the time investment, even if you get everything back, the time investment to get back to where you were is going to be a thing. So yeah.
100% agree.
Yep. All right, got one more.
So we've got another $5 super chat.
Yeah, go for it.
For Illyrium, he says, or they say, speaking of server lag, speaking of server hog, when AI comes online, won't that mean that almost everyone will be flying their big cruise ships? Yes and no.
That's kind of a part of it. That's why the AI is so derpy at the moment. When you get in a server and you're on your own, the AI works magnificently. But as more and more people join, it gets more derpy. And AI is a bandwidth hog. So that is, a lot of that stuff is behind server meshing and stuff like that, you know.
And I think that's where the dynamic server meshing really comes in. That ability to shrink the server to the number of people rather than and dynamically change that server size. That's where it comes in to helping maintain that smoothness and stuff with the AI and everything else that's running, rather than
I'm now hungry. All I can hear is munching tacos. I am. Mute your microphone, you behemoth.
But before you were
delicious.
complaining that you didn't have his microphone.
He keeps muting it and unmuting it. Yeah, well, he's like badgers. They keep muting and forgetting that they mute. But anyway. All right. What are we up to next?
We're up to
Switchblade. Yep, that's the one. You go for it.
What if any are the blockers for Squadron 42? 20. He says 24, but there are no blockers for Squadron 24. But for Squadron 42, there are. Sure, I can say, because I don't really know.
Well, they don't really talk about it, do they? Sorry, my eyes.
I would guess the same blockers that we see talked about for Star Citizen are probably blockers for, in an essence, for the Squadron 42.
We've seen them working on HUD and stuff. That's a really good thing, though, because HUD seems to, you know, from my time, and it always tends to come at the end, because you want to have everything in place and know how it's working, because you don't want to recreate the HUD twice, type of thing. You don't want to, you know, keep reiterating it, recoding it, and all that type of stuff, you know. And we're seeing the move from, you know, Flash to building blocks. And so that's already one alliteration. You don't want them to be doing multiple alliterations. So my time, the HUD stuff always came at the end, because developers don't need, you know, they just have little numbers that they don't actually have
programmer art.
Yeah,
programmer
that's
art.
Essentially it. Yeah. You know, your health will be just like little cubes or something like that, something really simple, and then it gets all polished and refined and stylized and stuff like that. But if they're working on that's all pointing towards Squadron 42 being further along. Well, at least from my knowledge base. And I was expecting Squadron 42 at like CitizenCon this year, but with what happened with Erin, it looks like it's potentially next year now. But you know, COVID really did throw a spanner in the works. Like people can go, like, a lot of people go, oh yeah, but they're working from home. It's not the same. You know, like it's like imagine trying to make a feature film and you're doing it over the internet. It's really hard to go, oh, well, you're gonna have to move that camera over here because I need the shot. Like, because one person is doing everything essentially in isolation, and so when you're working in isolation, you're just not the same. You can't collaborate. It's just the way it is, you know. And everything's slowed down. So yes, I can make a model and I can pass it over to the programmer, and the programmer can then do his part, but then he has to pass it back, and you know, it's the same problem with working between studios across countries that they have, right? Because you have to wait for the next person to pass it back, and if they're out of sync, it just delays everything. So where if you're sitting right next to me and I just hand it to you, you look at it and go, oh, that's wrong, you need to fix this. But in real life, if it's, I might not get to that for 24 hours. So everything's delayed. With COVID, everything takes longer, and like it's just the nature of how it is, and people can keep going, oh, well, COVID was an excuse, but man, at some point the whole world was using it as an excuse, and that means it's not an excuse, it's a fact. It's what actually went on and what happened, and it is well, let's be honest, it's a once in a lifetime event. We are not going to, hopefully, well, let's, you know, fingers crossed, we never ever see something like that. And look, the other positive is look at all the wake-up calls that's given the world. You know, I can talk about Australia in one regard where, and Algared can attest to this as well, when COVID hit, we did not have medical facilities to deal with, you know, we didn't have alcohol swabs, we didn't have face masks, we didn't all that. They spun all these factories back up that had been, they weren't demolished or anything, they'd just been shuttered since the 60s. And they spun them all back up, and the government's like, that'll never, like, it costs us more money to make them here, but we're going to keep them open because it was disastrous. And, you know, Japan spun up all this manufacturing. Intel, AMD, and the American government is moving all the chip manufacturing back to the States because they've just realized how beholden to China they are. The funny thing is, China started this virus, and they're the ones that are going to pay for it because everyone is waking up to what happened. And at the end of the day, you know, that's a global effect we're having. But at the end of the day, it affected CIG in a similar way as it's affected everyone else.
CIG realized they could hire more people because the other thing that 2020 did is it gave them more money. And it took them this long to build that new studio. Like, I can tell you from my experience with the people I know who work at CIG Austin, it is too small. They literally do not have enough space to bring people into the office in Austin or LA versus the number of people they have. They need to build new studios. That's how big they are.
I'm actually surprised we don't have an Australian studio, and I'm because there's so you know how we talk about Manchester and tax breaks. There are multiple places in Australia that do that. There's a what's the one in Brisbane, Algared? The Valley. It's called the Valley in Brisbane, Australia here, and there are multiple studios that worked in Brisbane, and there's another one in Canberra in the ACT, which is where I was for a time. But long story short, the reason they're there was for massive tax breaks, and depending on who's in power here in Australia, they tend to favor, one side seems to favor tech and the other doesn't. I'll let you figure out that for yourself. Algared knows what I'm talking about.
I know what I'm talking about.
But yeah, long story short, those people are in power right now. So long story short, they are looking at spinning that stuff all back up again, and it's quite valuable. But the ironically funny thing is, as soon as the other people come in, they remove all the tax breaks again, so they all leave again. So so there is a certain instability to it as well. But for some reason, it persists in Manchester and stuff like that. And I actually think we will see. Well, I think we're already seeing it. You guys tell me if you think I'm wrong. I think we're seeing a fundamental shift away from America to Manchester and Frankfurt because it's just the money goes so much further.
It's cheaper. Yeah, I wouldn't. And I know people have talked about like the stupid myth that there's going to be a Chinese studio that opens up because there's no. I've talked with CIG developers as close as I can about it. Is there anything about this? And they've all said no. There's nothing like that I've heard about.
You would need someone that knows how to speak Chinese. You know, it's kind of like what happened with Frankfurt. Brian Chambers it was a time and place thing. You know, if someone came out of the woodwork and what's the guy that makes the Konami guy? What's his name? God, I'm butchering his name.
Kojima.
So say Kojima came out and said, "Yeah, I want to work on Star Citizen." Yeah, then there'd probably be a studio that popped up there. But you need someone that's you need someone that's got the talent. Well, I think he's from Japan, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You need someone with the talent and the management skills to do that, and that's what Brian Chambers offers, and that's why the game has blossomed in Frankfurt.
Well, I could see them hiring a company in Australia only because as the game is developing away from the United States, and you have a huge population which is slowly getting into Star Citizen from places like China, South Korea, Indonesia, Japan, the South Pacific, and Southeast Asia, and mainland Asia. You're going to need a studio that's closer to there that you can communicate with, and Australia is that perfect, halfway point at least for English speaking.
I don't know if I can brush up my resume. I haven't been doing games for 10 years now, so because I've been doing this. So, but yeah, I don't know.
I think it's just something they need to do because we need a CitizenCon in Australia. That's just.
Yes,
Algared's not selfish at all. He's not thinking of himself at all.
Not at all. Yeah. Not at all. I'm not being selfish at all. I just.
Well, he always every chance he gets, he reminds Sandy that they promised they'd come back. So I think at some point they'll come back. So we'll see.
They have to.
I do give the general reminder that it's kind of a passing.
Listen,
joke
y'all.
At the moment.
Y'all got the one and only time of what was it? Of Sattaball. You're the only country that's ever experienced Sattaball for.
No, that's not correct. Sattaball was the year after or the year before, and that was actually in the States. What we got was the Redeemer with the lightning and the now ruined station level that was done by Ilphonic. That's what we got.
We got ruined state. We got the kind of launch of the big launch of, I suppose, Star Marine.
By the way, it's kind of scary when you realize that was 8 years ago.
Yeah,
it's been that long. So yeah.
But in terms of the question about what are any blockers for Squadron 42, an interesting little letter came out from the law team during the week. Yeah. They said, "Hey, we're going to."
Okay, I'll read it.
Yeah.
He says, start 2023, we wanted to share our plans for the lore releases schedule going forward. Beginning January, the narrative team will be scaling down the release of original content to the website in order to focus on in-game content for Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
So that's a small blocker in terms of Squadron 42, just the lore team being able to work. And hence, for them to do that, they have to cut back on everything else. What's that going to allow them to do? It's going to allow the team to expand their capacity to deliver NPC dialogue, mission text, including support for narrative-heavy investigation missions. Oh, bring them on. Item descriptions and more. So that's the type of stuff that they need to get done. They need to get all the little items that are in Squadron 42 detailed for the encyclopedia, so that you can look it up and say, oh, what the hell is that thing?
I think if
we think of the small things, but it takes time.
The other thing that's a blocker is everything that's a blocker for Star Citizen currently, which is dynamic damage, resource system. All of those things need to be in place as well. Until we have basic functionality of ships, the way they're supposed to work and the way they're supposed to fly, armor, all that kind of stuff, damage, then we won't see Squadron 42. And until we see that in Star Citizen, we won't see it. Unless CIG is already working on that in Star Citizen, like we see with the FPS and with the AI and the EVA stuff, if they're doing that separately and then porting it back into Star Citizen, which it doesn't look like they are, we have to wait till that say it's done. Which isn't fully going to be this year, but maybe next year.
Slight tangent, but if I ever sit down and talk to Dave Haddock, which I know you two guys have done, I would just remind him that gamers don't read. I want all that stuff to be. I want it all to be in voice or audio form. I don't want to read. I hate walls of text. Algared will tell you. Like if someone sends me a wall of text, I'll say TLDR. or send me a picture. I hate Excel sheets as well. Like, because like if someone, just to give you a fix, like my fleet example, we get a lot of Excel sheets, but it will take me time to go through that. Like I can spend up to half an hour to go through the Excel sheet, or you send me an image and I can absorb it in 10 seconds. So I want the image things.
Well, I think it'll depend, and I think even Haddock would say this, is it depends on their the goal. Like, I think most mission briefings where you're talking to somebody is going to be talking to somebody, but if you've already talked to Ticia Pacheco and she knows who you are, she'll just send you a quick text that basically like, hey, I need to get this guy killed.
Yeah, that's fine. If it's if it's like a sentence or a paragraph, no problem. But I don't want a 54-page essay on, how they're curing testicular cancer in some far off moon.
But if you're in a mission that requires you to go to that far off moon and see what the fuck went wrong on that moon, they're gonna have, those scientists would have written down everything and not done it in audio format. So you may have to do the reading. But that's just for investigation stuff like that.
But I think Execute's picking up the idea. He wants the lore things put onto voice, and that's one of the things Dave Haddock talked about. He said, "Yeah, we could do that, but so many people have done better jobs." And they say, hey, they're doing a better job than we could do, so yeah, we'll let them do it.
They've already got a lot of voice actors and stuff. Like a lot of the events that have been voiced and stuff like that. So I'm not worried about it too much. If they want to go put in extra little nuggets that are in there, that is flavor text and stuff like that, power to them. But I think we can all agree, like, an example I'll give is where they went from, say, World of Warcraft to KOTOR. When KOTOR had the full-on voice cinematics and shit, I sat there and watched every mission. I got way more engrossed in it. And then I go back to Warcraft, and they're like, oh, yeah, we've updated it, so they just basically speak the text now. It's so flat, and the missions were just it was the same thing. And even in KOTOR, let's be honest, most of the missions were the same thing, but just that little reward at the beginning and the end was just so much more motivation and they are grind, let's be honest, but it was just something to look forward to that removed that grind. And we now live in that age where they've got the time and the size and that to do that stuff. And man, if they could make something akin to KOTOR that has like the little in-game cinematic-y stuff, that would be sick. I'm not expecting that for every single character, obviously, but if they can do that, oh man, it just puts the appeal level up as well. Like, it just does. Like, you know what I'm talking about. If you've done those missions in those games, you know what I'm talking about. I don't have to sell it to you because it's just so much more appealing.
I think we'll certainly see those come in for Squadron 42 because that seems to be the base of the Squadron 42, and I think in the long run we are going to see that element come across into Star Citizen, but the question is when. Aurelius Indominus has a question for us. Let's see if we can get through some of these questions a little bit quicker. He says, do you think, and I'll do a couple, we've got a couple of do you think questions, so we'll try to get through them quick. Do you think they will show concept of the RSI miner we voted on this year?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
Yep.
I really hope they pump out a few RSI ships this year. I don't think like when they've taken almost 2 years to do the Banner Mitch, man, you kind of sit there and look at something like the Polaris and go, are they really going to take 2 years to do this again? Is the next 2 years going to be just all RSI ships? But I actually think in a way, kind of like what we're saying with doing everything at the same time does speed it up. So it does seem initially like, oh shit, it's taking a really long time, and then we're just getting like 5 RSI ships. The other thing is they'll take different times to develop, but working together. So you'll probably see the Apollo first because it's smaller, and you'll probably see the Polaris last because it's bigger. But then, if they pump 5 out in 1 year, oh man, that'd shut people up. Boy.
I think the other thing that comes into it is ships like the BMM. They're kind of like legacy ships. They're very old ships, but they're also very big ships. And so the BMM has to take so much time. It's almost like the Endeavour. The Endeavour is going to take a crap load of time because of how big it is and what it does. The BMM's is similar, but the Crucible will take a long time because it's an old ship, but it's a big ship, but it does so much. Get used to it.
You've also got the things like the Carrick Algared, like where if they stuff that up, there's going to be riots in the street. You know, well, there'll be a lot of complaints, right? So they can't stuff it up. Like, look at how people carried on when the camera was at a weird angle and it looked like a duckbill. You know, like that just shows you how much pressure is on the poor guys. I feel worried for some of the people in that ship team, you know, because you know what we were talking about before, how I said like it motivates you to drive forward. The opposite of that is the pressure of getting it wrong, because you know you're going to be in the limelight. Right, and you know, they're going to grab their pitchforks and axes and they're going to come after you, and you don't want to be, you know, essentially that's what John Crew is. He's the guy taking the rap for the rest of the ship team, but you know, he's the guy at the forefront. But there are other people that work there, and they obviously don't want that limelight. And I think as a person, you have to respect their privacy. If they don't want to be in the limelight, you can't make them. Fundamentally. So,
all right, next question.
Sorry.
Another do you think we will be able to store ships on a cargo bridge?
Yes, that's confirmed.
Yes.
Yep.
They've even said back in the day you'd be able to put them in a box and put them on a whole ship at one point and transport
that was from Tony Byler. Dan Little 2010 says, why do you think 2953 or 2023 will be RSI's year? What manufacturer do you think will get the spotlight next year?
I think it'll really RSI, because there's just so many of them, and the Polaris hit the roadmap at one point. The Apollo hit the roadmap at one point. The fact that there's 5 of them that are there to be made, if they actually made them all in tandem, they could really speed them up. You know, so
the interior of the Galaxy and the Polaris and the Perseus should all be fairly similar. They're all made by the same manufacturer. Some of them are different, but they should be the same stuff. So they can reuse a lot of assets.
The analogy I gave is, say you make, you know, you got 5 ships and you make 2 doors. You can use the different doors and then have slightly different textures on each door as well. And so you get to a combo of 5 very, very quickly with a lot less work. So again, it's speeding it up. You know, they've got similar doors, similar lighting, similar slight differences. You get where I'm going with this. So instead of, you know, 100% work at making 5 ships, you can probably get it done in half the time. It's that simple.
Yep. And that goes into the question why we think it's RSI this year, because there's so many. Next year, or the following year, who do we think?
I think Anvil came out a little bit today. Yeah. I'd go with it.
Yeah. We got the Liberator, you've got the Crucible, you've got a bunch of ships like that.
Might see your longbow eventually, Paul.
Yeah. My frigate, or the gun frigate.
I almost thought you said when you said
no, not the other one.
Not the naughty word, but
next question comes from North End Trooper. I'll do it. Who asks, will we see modular ship flyable this year?
Well, I think it'll be pre-existing ships. So if they stick to what they were planning, which was the M50, and as I said, like, you always should start small. I know Algared's brought up the 600i, but that requires a whole full rework of the ship and a re-release. But I do agree with Algared. It does seem to make logical sense that it's somehow tied to the modularity stuff. But I'd be more likely to pick a smaller ship like the M50 or the Vanguard, or, you know, because that's taking I think the Retaliator's there too, Paul. You'd have to kind of agree with that kind of being.
Retaliator's done.
Yeah. So maybe that is the one that's there as well. Maybe we'll see a few of these pop online when the systems come online. And John Crew did actually say it's the people that are working on server meshing, ironically, that are the people that need to work on this. So it might not be until after server meshing. So we could be waiting a while.
Server meshing could be the big blocker for modular ships.
They were waiting for
no. Let me recorrect what I just said. So the people working on it are not free. It's not server meshing. It's the people that are working on server meshing.
Yeah, but if the people working on modular ships are the people who are working on server meshing, they can't do both at the same time. So in a sense, by default, server meshing is the blocker for the modularity, because it's the people working on it who are doing it.
They could also finish what they're working on with server meshing before server meshing is released, because not everything is done at the same time, and there are different aspects.
By that logic, Algared, the world spinning is the blocker, because there's daily. You see where I'm going with this? You can put anything in place to say it's a blocker by your logic. That's terrible.
No, but
I get your point.
If you've got the people working on modularity. Other people
Yes,
who are
but
currently
it's
working
not.
on server meshing,
Yes, I see where you're going, but you see what I mean. Is I can put any blocker in place by your logic, and that's why I'm just. You are
only if the
technically
people working
correct,
on it,
but you are also superfluous in the way you're
only
saying
if the
it.
people working on it are the
It's
people
simplifying
who
it.
to do the next thing. It's a
If
very
they
simple
employ
approach.
a new person and then they can come along and do it, then it wouldn't be.
Then
So
fine,
there
it's
you
no
go,
longer a blocker. But at the moment,
yeah.
it's blocked
It's
because
just
the
not a
staff,
very.
the staff available aren't there.
That's the way you look
Yeah.
at it. The staff. Don't look at it as server meshing. Look at it as the staff, because I think that's.
I
the
was
better-
looking at it,
Yeah.
the staff.
All right.
You
What's the
just
next
didn't
one?
see that.
What's the next
Okay,
question?
North End Trooper. What ship should be the next derelict outpost?
We skipped one.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, Stitch Blades asked, "What do you think is needed for the new org system?"
Time.
Yeah, prioritization and time.
And we've been hearing about Org 2.0 since like 2015. I shit you
Well,
not.
the thing-
No,
Yeah.
2014.
Oh yeah, it's a really long time.
The thing is, you got to remember is that the org system is not just organizations; it's also NPC organizations. It's
Yeah.
both. It's just
also
like
the rep
Rastar is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's rep system. It's tied to the rep system. It's just like Rastar is a tool they're using to build outposts and points of interest, but it's also the thing that's going to be used for you to build your own bases on planets. So same concept.
All
So,
integrated with Spectrum as well. There's a lot of back-end network stuff to go in there. That
it's just not a priority. It's not a priority until they can get these NPC and network stuff works.
kind of got to have the game up and running before you want to do any of that stuff anyway. Because again, if you start building a system but you don't know what's required, you have to reset. So it's kind of like what I said about the data block system. They don't put it into the end because they need to know what everything's going to be required. It's like going, well, I'm going to build a specialist vehicle, but I don't know what the speciality is. Like you end up with a jargon ship that's kind of ad hoc, and you just don't want that because then again, it's not optimized and it doesn't run properly. So yeah.
And then that question, Al from Northern Trooper.
Yep. So Northern Trooper. Actually, before I do that, Tony Blair had been saying, why aren't we answering questions? And several people said we do.
Oh, this is that's because this is pre-recorded, Tony. Didn't you know that?
Yeah.
But the comment that I thought was rather humorous, and it did make me chuckle, was Jay Wadinsky said, Inforunners answer questions like CIG developers, slow and steady.
Slow and steady.
Well,
and it made me chuckle. So
you get detailed answers. Like we're not just gonna give you a yes or no. You guys ask detailed questions. We're gonna give you detailed answers. What do you think we are, Jared Huckabee? No, we are not. Anyway,
the
question
asks, Trooper's question.
Go ahead.
Was what ship should be the next derelict outpost?
890.
Yeah, 890. Or...
We've got it as a scraper ship, so let's have it in a derelict outpost.
Let's do it. 890 or the Hercules, one of the two, because they're nice and big, and it's great.
Oh, 890 definitely, because we've even seen, they kind of gave us that Pyro, with.
I'm gonna call this one the Hercules.
Yeah, the Hercules, the like the C2 or something like that. Yeah.
C2, M2, A2. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah. Well, we also know that they have started working on an 890 Derelict because we've seen some footage of it, and the fact that they also have Hercules as the salvageable ships tells me that both of those ships are in the sights of Montreal.
I'm going to call it right now. If anyone from CIG is watching, I have a personal request. I would like to see an A2 bomber derelict at Jumptown. For unknown morphologist reasons, I think that would be a really and somehow a tip of the hat to Morph. I think that would be a really cool little Easter egg that would be kind of funny. But yeah,
one with an unexploded bomb that you could trigger.
Yes,
yeah, something like that.
If you hit the wrong way, it explodes.
Yeah. So it's a trip mine that sets off an A2 bomb. That'd be awesome. Yeah, it just totally kills everyone at the area. But have something really valuable there, but really hard to get. That would be quite funny. So
yeah. My old man Hurston loves that idea. Get rid of it.
Yeah. Something that goes along the lines of morphologist or something that it's some kind of suit that you can only get from there that's really hard to get, and you put it on and it allows you to look like something else or change the way you look or something. The morph jacket or something like that would be kind of cool. I don't know. I'm sure they'll come up with something ironically funny, but yeah.
Okay. Wiggy1 has a question. In your erstwhile opinion, do you think the Argo SRV will have a big impact if it's released this year? And what are the chances that we'll be able to tow and drop asteroids on Jumptown?
Ooh, maybe eventually you can tow asteroids, but not right now. Not right now.
I don't think
there's so much more asteroid tech to come. Like one of the things I've talked about. I don't know if I've talked about with you, Paul, but I've definitely talked about with Algared, is if you actually look in game right now, the rocks that the mole mines is just essentially prospector rocks with the numbers scaled up. They're not actually rocks made for the prospector. Then you got to get rocks made for the Orion, which will be absolutely huge, massive rocks. Like they're just, again, everything's like at tier 0. They've got to go back and add all these things in, and at the moment rocks can't be moved. They're all static, they can't be moved, and that'll change where eventually every rock will probably be mineable at some point, but they're just not that way now. So I think the SRV will have an impact, though. I think it'll definitely be really good for moving things around. I think long term on big capital ships, almost like the Crucible Algared, I don't know, you tell me if you think different, they're going to be a ship that you're going to want to have to assist those ships. They are the tugboat, and if you look at the way tugboats work in our society right now, they are workhorses. They live and breathe around around the ports. And I can let's just take Lawville. I could see, even just AI based, they're there and you're in a Kraken going up. Oh yeah, we'll help you up. And they pull you up towards the station or pull, assist you back down or whatever. That'll be what they do.
We can tow you to your landing pad for a small fee. We can tow you up to the station for a small fee.
Yeah,
no problem.
And in a pinch, they'll even pick up a bunch of cargo and take it down and stuff like that. So if you don't have a hull A, you can create a gravity bubble and in a pinch, of course, it's going to drop a little bit and maybe do a little bit of damage. But if you've got to get it there in a pinch, you could probably do it with an SRV, And I think there will be some shenanigans. I think I'll more likely see someone that's abandoned a ship and that's dropped on someone. So you'll see a Starfarer or something like that dropped on Lawville or whatever. What was the location you said? Dropping stuff? Jumptown. So yeah, I could see ships drop.
It ties in with the discussion about the bomb, which also ties in with Negativity's super chat.
Yep.
Which is the bomb only goes off when Morph is in the area. So thanks for that.
That can be really funny, actually. Every time he comes there, like he gets just with a certain distance, it just sets off. It's tied to his actual unique character ID. That would be hilarious, actually. He could trigger people literally, just like.
Yeah, I think the SRV will also be important, and I think pirates will use it a lot.
Yeah,
because they'll kill a ship and they'll soft kill a ship and then they'll just drag it away to where they want.
Actually,
and then they can salvage it in peace and quiet and kill, maim, whatever, loot, whatever. But yeah,
you're right there, Paul. You're typing?
Yeah, I'm typing in chat.
It's so loud. It's so loud. I can't even hear.
I will mute.
Yeah, please. All right.
Okay. Dan Little has a question. Another. Do you think we'll see a cargo module for the 600i? Do you think we'll see a third-party module for ships, or third-party modules for ships?
I did actually talk about this with you, didn't I, Algared? I actually said I'd really love to see a cargo variant of the 600i. I actually said like an old school one, and I kind of hinted about that earlier today. I want almost like a nostalgic thing for Origin, because some of the lore of those Origin ships, I'm more interested in the older ones than I am in the new ones, and I think it would be really cool if they actually, as I said, like I was talking about the junker ships and stuff like that. I'd love to see some older ships, like I know, Paul, you've talked about the Zeus and stuff like that. I don't think these ships should be available every day of the week, but it'd be really cool if there was some kind of mission in game, as an example, where you can go down a line, a quest chain, and you get to the end of that quest chain and you find a Zeus. And what would be really cool is if, again, with the dynamic mission system, is the route that you take that gets you to your Zeus is completely different from the route I take. So it leads you to different places, and you have to follow the clues essentially. You know,
Yep.
that's one really cool thing about this game over other games is like you go into KOTOR or WoW, you just look up the quest and you follow the quest chain. Yeah. But with it being dynamic like this, that's all out the window. You know, so investigation missions are not just jumping through hoops. You literally have to investigate. You literally have to follow. Like that's all. That's exciting to me.
It's like that Kovacs mission. It's very old. It's very basic, and yet even that there wasn't just one set answer. There were several answers you could give. You could end up finding. You know, I know most people have done it, but I won't give it away. But if you haven't done that Kovacs mission. Detective mission to find out what happened to the husband, so for insurance claim, it's probably the best mission in game. And if you haven't done it, you really are missing out. So look it up. I can't remember the name of it offhand at the moment, so I'm sorry I can't tell you. Corey Thompson has a question. Unless Paul wants to add anything to the, do you think we'll see a Hangar module for the 600i? And do you think we'll see third-party modules for ships? Third-party modules for ships, yes, because they even talked about them for Retaliator down years ago. So I expect we'll see them. How often we'll see them, I don't know. Anything to add to that one, Paul?
Look at the question again.
Do you think we'll see cargo module for 600i?
I hope
module for the 600.
I'd love to see one, but I don't think we will. And for third-party modules for ships, yes, eventually, but they have to get modularization in.
Yeah.
So that's what Custom Crows kind of does. So.
Yeah. Next question. Crafting made a debut with Salvage, in the PTU. I've seen plenty upset how it's been implemented. I quite like the ease of access. Should it be locked away? Should it be a locked away specialization? Sorry about that. So just say the question again because I did stuff it. Crafting made a debut with Salvage in the PTU. I've seen plenty upset with how it's been implemented. I quite like the ease of access. Should it be locked away behind some sort of specialization?
This is one of my pet peeves. Go ahead.
The ability to make the hand tool so you can use a tractor beam on the Vulture is the aspect of manufacture that we've got. Should that be locked away? Is it essential?
So I've just done a poll. That's why everyone's just stopped. So
I hate you, X. I hate you so much.
During the week, or last week, Voidy Vids did a video, and he said he was calling Paul Merchantman Shelley, and I think he's wrong. So I just want to do a poll and make sure, because I think it should be Paul Redeemer Shelley.
I hate you so much, X.
Yeah. and he was claiming that the Redeemer was the ship you hated most. So
no. He was reclaiming the Merchantman was the ship you hated most. So I'm like, dude, you don't watch Paul's content because you're clearly wrong.
That's what I thought I said.
I like the Merchantman. I hate the Redeemer.
If we ever want to make money for charity, we just get Paul to do like a really small Redeemer tattoo on his back or shoulder or arm or something, and it would make a fortune.
It would have to be significant amounts.
Yeah, a couple of grand, easy. Yeah, at least $1.50.
Keep going. Yeah. Keep going.
If you're going that numbers, that's on his forehead. Paul Redeemer Shelley. You know?
The thing about the whole salvage thing, it's just a test. It really it's just what they have available. I wouldn't really worry about it because it's so tiny. Eventually they'll have other things for it, but it's really so minor as a bonus. And I think it's only the Vulture. It doesn't even work with the Redeemer. Yeah. So.
And it's just so you can make a salvage tool, a hand tool, in case you don't have one. And
it's most of an ease of access, but it's part of it.
It doesn't work with the Redeemer. I find that really surprising because it's the same console, but I'll have to get in and test that. So yeah,
the Reclaimer, you mean?
As in the little console where you spawn in the boxes get brought in.
Yeah.
Is
This
essentially
additional console.
He did mean the reclaimer.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You said Redeemer.
Oh, I've got it in my mind, Paul. Got it in my mind.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Next question comes from the Wiggly one. Voodoo Child, who asks, Astro, do you cast in 4-part harmony and feeling? Thank you, Algared, for another Q&A that couldn't be beat. Yes. I don't know what that means, but yes, that's what I'm going to say.
You asked a question earlier, I think, about he put a question out and said, hey, you need to wait for the bot to be up. I think that's what he's saying. I hope that's what he's saying.
Well, there's hope in there. Robert Carling says he'd donate $1 for the tattoo, so yeah. I think you're in trouble. I think you're in trouble. That's how you do your fundraising to get the CitizenCon, Paul. We just get you to get a tattoo, and they'll pay for us all to go. That's how it works, right? Yeah.
So how much do you need to get so that you didn't get killed by your wife?
Yes. Do you actually have any tattoos, Paul? Just curious.
No,
I don't have any either. Algared, though.
My wife
from here down, Algared is just tats, like everywhere.
He's just
that's why he wears the suit. Yeah.
Primal Maz asks, question, do you think we will need a blueprint to fix ships? No, probably not. No blueprints.
I think a lot of so when I started thinking about the reputation system, just give me an example. So say you have a Pioneer or whatever the other manufacturing ships come to be, is you'll probably need to get rep with a certain thing or company. Like so say you want to build turrets, you'd have to get rep with a certain thing to be able to to learn that recipe. So essentially, almost like cooking, right? So you take the Pioneer and you want to build, a bio module. You've got to get in with Navari or whatever the plant people are to build that, and then you want to build you know what I mean? So you need the tech from each people. So initially starting out, you probably can just build like an empty room and some beds, and that's it. But then the more, a science lab, you got to get in with a science person. It makes sense, yeah. So every type of ship, will have some kind of rep grind for it. If you have the Redeemer, you might want to get different weapon manufacturers. You might want to get the other module, so you have to go through that as well. The Apollo, you start to work it through the rep system. You can see how it works for every single ship. I don't know. Does that make sense to you guys? It makes sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think we'd even need to get blueprints to fix the ships we've got. I think we might need to have rep from a company for them to
manufacture the parts.
Yeah,
if it were on a Crucible as such.
Well, yeah, maybe that, or to make us an authorized repair for that.
So for example, like almost the instructions on. So if we're thinking about the Crucible 3D printing the wings back on, if you want to do that on a Hornet, you would have to have the. It's probably a lot lower with Anvil. Say the rep is with Anvil, you've got to have a lot lower lep with Anvil to do that. But then say you want to repair a Liberator, you would have to have a lot better rep to be able to repair the Liberator.
And even if you don't need to have a rep to repair it, if you're the owner of a ship and you get a non-authorized repair working on your ship, you voided your insurance on that ship.
Well, insurance.
You kind of got a point there too, Algared. It could be cheaper for you to buy to reconstruct it. It could, as you do it more and more and more, you could also become more proficient at it, so it costs you less to buy the parts, so you make more money on it and stuff like that. It depends. It really take any other game you've seen and apply it, and you can see where they can go with it. We're only guessing here, right? But you can see the possibilities of what the reputation system will give.
And even if it's an aspect of you use a non-authorized repairer, and you're impacting on your insurance claim on that ship.
Yeah.
Oh well, you should have used an authorized dealer for this. That's why it broke. So no, we're not covering your insurance for that broken wing.
Yeah.
Just to.
If they wanted to, but I don't know how complicated they want to make it. They may want to go that complicated though.
Yeah, they could go.
The way things are looking too is it's almost like there'll be, so say it's with Anvil, and Anvil might cover the entire game because every solar system. But then if you look at just Stanton, we've got reputations for Hurston, Crusader, ArcCorp, and Microtech. Now, if you're just hanging around Microtech, they've literally said if you don't maintain that rep, it's going to drop. So there is no moving from say Stanton to Terra, that's going to have implications, because if you move, you're going to lose the rep, right? And then regain it elsewhere, and that's going to take time. So I often sit here and wonder how like, I think that, well, the numbers we have right now are quite large. Like, to get to that level 6 is quite hard to get to, and it takes most people multiple patches. I don't think that, I think some reps will be at different speed of others, is what I'm trying to say. So there might be some that are more permanent like that, but then there's going to be the little lower level ones that are just going to go up and down, that you can get up on a day and then they'll drop again the next day.
But I think that also will tie in with citizenship.
Yeah.
So citizens can actually own or run companies across systems. Whereas if a civilian, they can only run a company within a system, if I'm remembering correctly. So a citizen, you could actually, your rep across systems might actually transverse. Where if you're a civilian, yes, you've got to rebuild your rep. So big difference there. And thank you, Robert Carling, for that $1 super chat. Much appreciated. And you don't actually need to do those $1 super chats just to say hi or whatever. You could say it, and we'll hopefully see it.
Yeah.
And you don't need them to ask questions either. We'll answer your questions if you put it in.
But we do appreciate it all the same.
We do appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm running out of coffee, so
67% of people think you should be Redeemer Shelley, by the way, and 32% think you should be Merchantman Shelley. So I think it's official.
Yeah, I agree with those 32%. Screw all of you.
Yeah,
just stop bullying me, chat.
So
bullying is against the law.
We're gonna be there to complain when you sign off, where you do your normal sign off spiel, if it doesn't now say Paul Redeemer Shelley. So you've got to change it. Yep. The crowd has spoken.
Fight me. Not gonna happen.
I think
I'll fight you. I'll fight you with tacos, because I'll win.
It's clearly a law question here, a law statement here about whether you're Redeemer Shelley or Merchantman Shelley. So your response is, "I am the law."
Yeah, I think we have to. I think we have to contact some more people at CIG and make that a thing. Paul Redeemer Shelley. Yeah.
God damn it.
But as I said, just respond with "I am the law," and that's it. Done.
As for the blueprint stuff, I think people will be able to replace parts by scanning. I think that'll be part of the system anyways. You just scan a ship, figure out what parts are broken, and then you'll be able, using your scans, to be able to replace it. But I think what really matters is more of, as y'all were saying, that there's some depth you can add to it, which will add to the recurring gameplay, including like reputation and such. But I don't think we'll have to do it. I think anyone with a repair ship can do that, or repair facility can do that.
But we know blueprints are a thing because the Spirit used them, and I think would need them for things like the jalopies, or those wrecked 600 eyes, or.
It also makes sense what Algared's saying about official and genuine repairs. You can probably charge more if you have the certification, or whatever you want to call it, for genuine repairs and stuff, where if you don't have it, you can do it, but it would. And if they go in, we know they have a wear system in game, as an example.
Yeah.
If you are not a genuine repairer and you just repair it and don't have that stuff, maybe yours won't last as long. Like there's so many different ways they could go there. Again, it's that how long is a piece of string question. Like, we just don't have the information to say this is exactly how it is. You can only
exactly.
Yeah. And
CIG doesn't even probably know. And the honest answer, it's probably not in their design documents yet.
It's so far away at the moment. They don't. It's we'll worry about that when we get closer.
North. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay. Will crafting snuck into 318? What other crafting items material would you like to see?
I think more like I almost wonder, how we saw the multi-tool thing on the Vulture. What if that is, say, a starter manufacturing ship? A ship that can go around, that's partially a store / 3D printing. So basically it goes around, and you want a tool that just it takes material, cargo stuff it has on board, and makes you tools. It makes you clothing. It makes you really basic building materials. And
I could see weapons and ammo, maybe. Not weapons, but ammo, like ammunition magazines and ammunition and stuff like that. I could see something like that. I don't know.
Battery packs.
They did kind of state initially that we wouldn't be able to build weapons. That was one of the big things they stated, because they were too powerful, and the orgs that got them would have too much power. So I'm more inclined to think that you're more likely to see something like a Banner Merchantman that just specializes in selling weapons. And we're already seeing it in game right now. Someone will go somewhere and buy weapons and then sell them at another location because it's cheaper. I've seen that in game. I've seen people saying, if you want to buy a weapon, blah, blah, blah. And that will, again, once distance comes in, that'll totally be a thing. Someone that goes from Stanton to Nix or whatever and takes the weapons because they can sell them to the NPCs, and then they'll be in their store, and then you can buy from there, but they'll cost more because of the transportation, etc. That's all gonna be how it works. So
yeah. I think the question with the manufacturer of those weapons is, or even the tool is, I know that if I pick up the hand tool, I can sell it in Lawville. And I imagine you can probably sell it elsewhere. I know you can sell the attachments as well. The question is, if I use my resources to build that tool, is that going to make me more money manufacturing a tool and selling it off, or will I make more just selling off my resource stuff? And at the moment, I don't know. I haven't really checked it out. I do think it really comes down at the moment just to making sure that you've got the tool needed to move those boxes out of the way so you can keep going.
Yeah. Next question comes from North, who asks, will we see any form of taxing NPCs this year? Looking at you, E1. I think we already answered that question earlier.
Yeah, we did.
So, and then Dan Little 2010 asks, any chance of a Cuddy/Lancer/Spirit size origin ship, or has CIG painted themselves into a corner with a naming of scheme of 300 and 400i?
So what do we got left is 200 and 700, and one of the ones I theorized, and I talked to Algared about this, is a shop ship, a high-end clothing shop by Origin is what I think we may see. We do have room left for shop ships, and Algared and I talked about the how we thought the Merchantman is a replacement for the shopping module for the 890 jump. So there is a hinted lineage there with shops and Origin. I don't know, Algared, I'll let you speak for yourself there, man.
Yeah, I think you like that idea a lot more than I do. I know that
I also
have that. But
I do have insider knowledge from a particular person at CIG about clothing that's coming. By the way, they have been working on a lot of female clothing in the background. I know that for a fact. So yeah,
it would be certainly nice to have more clothing shops. It'd be nice to have. I could see Origin doing, as you've said, that high end mall or the high end boutique. Because I can't see necessarily the Hurston's necessarily wanting to go into the riffraff shop. They want to go into a specialty shop where they'll be served their champagne and have a slice of Evercrack or whatever form Evercrack takes. Sorry, Evercrack is a drink because all mixes it.
So I don't know what size ship that would be, but to me the 200i seems to make a lot of sense. That it would be something akin to that, but I think it would actually be bigger than the 300i. I'm going to be honest with you. Like at the moment, with the way sizes are, but the 700i, I don't see it being bigger than the 600i. I see it being like a 400i ship, but like as in size.
500i.
Or how about a 500i then?
Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, there is a 5. Yeah,
there is a 500.
All right, there it is. All right, so it's the 500i.
I think CIG, or because they do have things that break from the title, the 85X, the M50.
The M50.
They'll just it'll just be called like the C400 or something like that, or the C780X or whatever. It doesn't really matter what the name is.
It's the 420M. Yeah.
There we go. For 420M. It doesn't really matter.
I was thinking the 400B, the boutique.
It's a Jamaican ship, the 420M. Anyway, all right.
Brian Curtis wanted to say hi to you guys. Oh, thanks. Hi. And I appreciate your discussions. Is that weird? We don't think so. No.
I still find it weird that people watch us talk for 3 hours. I do find it very weird.
Yes.
Listen, people will watch me alone like a crazy man talk for 4 hours. So 3 people talking together is a lot more interesting.
Have you tried to explain what you do to family yet? I sit on the internet and talk about spaceships and talk for 3 hours while people listen to me, and they're like, "What? What?"
Yeah.
Like that's and I said, "Yeah, but that's what I do."
Well, don't you play the game? We used to, but they complained.
Yeah. Next question comes from Wahoo77, who asks, "Hey, I have a question. Is it? It's more technical / system sided. Then that's okay." And we lost that
yes,
one.
it's okay to ask that question, but you haven't asked it, so we can't answer it.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes, ask that question.
You did reply to him. Okay. Jay.
No, he asked.
Warzinski.
Go to the one after that because it's the same person. See.
Okay. I think I'd like to invest in a larger ship for pledge. Not looking forward to being in my arrow when the wipe hits. But RSI releases ships in and out a lot. Is there a good way to monitor when bigger ships come out to purchase? Yes, there are 2 times a year. Number 1 is Invictus, and number 2 is IAE. Those are the ones you are guaranteed to get them, and they always happen at the same time. Invictus happens in, I want to say June, or is it May?
June.
May.
It's
about May.
I think it's May.
Yeah,
I think it's late May, and then an IAE always happens in November.
Late November. Yep.
Late November.
Yeah.
So.
I
don't know about you, Algared, but my initial thought is if an arrow is at $90, he should go to a Cutlass. It's probably the best general ship in the game. It's $10 extra than what he's spent, and you'll get far more out of Cutlass than almost anything else around that price point. That would be my recommendation. I don't know about you, Algared, but yeah.
Yeah.
And if you want to go bigger, yeah, go nuts. But like, you don't really need to. You really, really don't.
I'm just looking for the question. There it is.
Well, he's got an arrow.
Yeah.
Oh, his arrow $75, man. Oh man, my ship.
And you're looking to be in your arrow when the white pits look. Yeah, if you can get a upgrade to a bigger ship, that would be an option for you. There are bigger ships that are currently available, even if it's just a Cutlass, even if it's a Cutlass Avenger. All of those, any ship around that size that has more cargo is much better than an arrow. An arrow is great as a little fighter ship now, but I don't think it really doesn't give you much avenue for gameplay.
I think that is kind of a part of it, though, isn't it, Algared? Like, a lot of people get drawn into the combat and the now, and it is very good now. But as more and more gameplay comes online, the fighters are going to show their limitedness, I think is the way I would call that. And one of the reasons we recommend, I guess the next ship above yours would be the Cutlass, is because it's more flexible. And again, that's not even knowing what you're into. Again, if you wanted to refine that, we would need to ask you questions about what you want to do in game, and then we could point you directly to a ship. But being a ship that generally does a lot, the Cutlass is probably the best overall ship in the game right now because of all the different things it does. And I'm not going to list them, but yeah, it's the best ship in the game to do the most.
It's good for cargo. It's good for small vehicles. It's good for missile boat. It's good.
So I'm not going to list them. Algared is.
It's good for multi-crew, and that's not all the things you can do with it.
It's pretty much good because it's a tool that can be done with almost every single gameplay aspect. Can be done in a Cutlass. Almost everything. Anything you can list is probably the Cutlass can either do or can support. So it's just that good.
Yeah. So it's an extra
$25,
man. So yeah, if you're gonna, after that, you're really starting to look at more multi-crew options.
Yep.
And the Cutlass itself is really for 2 to 3 people. But if you want to go bigger and better than that, start to do your research and look into the gameplay you want to play. So if you're going into mining, then that's going to steer you into mining ships and stuff like that. So start looking at what you want to do. But remember, once you go into, say, something like mining, you're being less generalized. So as soon as you become less generalized, all of a sudden, if you go into mining and then you want to do medical, it's 2 ships, not 1. So that's why we try to keep people on the one if they've got one ship, because it makes you more generalized. So the next step,
And-
Algared, I don't know if you would agree with this, but the next step after a Cutlass would probably be a freelancer or something like that. But then after that, you're moving into things like the Connies and the other daily drivers and stuff like that. And the other option he's probably got to look at over the Cutlass would also be the C1 Spirit for $10 extra again. So yeah, the Cutlass or the Spirit are the two ships I'd look at. And I believe the loaner for the C1 is the Cutlass. So yeah.
And the Cutlass is available in the store at the moment. So even if you're saying, hey, I'm looking at a bigger ship because I don't want to be stuck with my fighter, upgrade to a Cutlass now, and you're done. And yes, you're losing your fighter, then just work at earning that in game.
Yeah.
I think if you go to I'd have to pull up the list again, but
he's got three options there, really, doesn't he? He's got the Drake Cutlass, the Crusader Spirit C1, and he's got the Freelancer. It really comes that, at the end of the day, it's what which one speaks to you more. Do you like the Rust Buddy, Raggedy Ann, cheap to repair Drake, or do you want some speed with the C1, or do you like the bubbly, aviation look of the Misk? It's really up to you.
Yep.
And they're all very similar to each other.
And if ships aren't out yet, look at the loaner matrix on it. As Execute said, the C1, the matrix, as it is a Cutlass black. So, So.
I hope that answers your question, man, because it was kind of a long-winded answer, but yeah. All right, next question, please.
Jay Warinsky has a question. They say, will they ever add hero items to the PU? Like unique, one-of-a-kind weapons, items that will be steeped in lore and in-game power.
Oh, you mean like the Paul Redeemer Shelley badge? Yes, I hope so. It's like a Boy Scout badge.
Yes,
I do think you'll see some unique stuff, but I think it'll be unique in terms of small batches. Like a specific type of weapon variant of, say, the P4 that they only made 4,000 of. I don't think you're going to get something that's like the Destructor, which is a unique P4 that only one person can have, period. I don't think that's going to happen.
I think there'll be some Easter egg things, though, too, like, Algared's famous hair polish or something like that,
but that'll be done in like batches of 100 or 200. Like they'll be limited, but they won't be unique.
Oh,
I don't think you'll have just one, because this isn't a single player game. It doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, I could see them making weapons like the P4 and having multiple different attachments you could find, which means you may have you may have your P4 kitted out with scope and bayonet or whatever, and I may have it kitted out with silencer and bandolier of ammo. They're going to be unique in that sense, but X could have his set up to be exactly the same as one of ours, or you could have both of them set up totally, have two of them set up. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be one of a kind only, but I think there will be hopefully that modularity, but we can actually do just by the attachment to the world, which will give that variation.
Not to mention the things like the I think I'm having a brain fart, but the module on the Endeavour with the modifications, the super collider. That's going to make everything the stats a little random and stuff like that as well. So, even player created stuff is going to be a bit more bespoke as well. Yeah. Even if it's just numbers.
Putting your battery into the super collider to supercharge it.
Yep.
Just little things.
Or extra 5% lightning damage on some Volt gun that you've modified or whatever,
That might be a 10% chance that it blows up in your hand.
Exactly. That's a really common thing in gameplay. It giveth and taketh away. So,
Yes, I remember the old Daok weapon thing. You could overcharge when you're crafting, you could overcharge the gems and stuff you're putting in, and if you overcharged it too much, it blew up and you lost the weapon and the gems and died to boot as well. So it was quite expensive. Yeah. But yes.
All right. Next question, please.
Matt Wooding says, is there any merit or advantage to getting a ship outright rather than CCUing up to one?
So based on what Algared just said there, he's talking about buying it for full-fledged cash versus using CCUs. At the moment, I would argue you are funding development. That is the main advantage of it. You do get little cool perks if you do it. So one of the ones would be like the one I think of is the Nautilus Solstice. You know, you got that rare skin that is now hard to get. Will you be able to get that skin in game eventually? Yeah, absolutely. So you get small little perks, but I think at the end of the day, that's what we've always got to remember. Like if you paid $750 for a ship and someone else got it for $250, you put more money into development. Does that make you a better person? I leave that up to you. But you got to remember, we live in a real world, and there are people that just can't afford the same things that you can afford. I think that kind of covers. I don't know, Paul. Do you think any differently to that, or?
Nope. I think that's just in general.
Yep.
It's
the real advantage is convenience. I buy the ship outright. I've got it there and then. I CCU to it. I've got to wait for, I can either just buy a CCU and go straight to it, again, buy it there and then, or I can do Warbond CCUs and do a little chain. And every time I do a Warbond CCU, I'll make a saving. Yeah. But that takes time.
Yeah. It definitely takes longer to get the savings. I will agree on that. And, I don't know. Everyone likes things for cheaper. That's just how we are. That's how it's kind of been ingrained into us as consumers. Yeah.
You can get a massive discount by taking your time and doing all bond CCUs and putting fresh cash in, which again helps the company out.
Yeah.
Or you can CCUs and credits straight up to the thing and be done and have it. Or you can just buy it outright and have it in your hangar without the so you get the convenience. And they're the three options you've really got. One's convenient, one saves money. Take your pick.
That's it. All right, next question.
Kyle Ulrich.
I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Okay, Kyle Ulrich says, do you think we will see a new star map this year?
If 4.0 comes out this year, yes. Otherwise, no.
I don't know, but if it doesn't come soon, Space Tomato is going to lay an egg.
Aurelia is also going to lay an egg. Like half the community is going to lose their mind because that star map is garbage right now. The current one.
I think one of the very first videos I ever saw from Space Tomato was carrying on about the star map. But I'm going to be honest with you, it does need an overhaul. It is. I think it's probably the single biggest thing I can't get over that is a continual bug. Right. Yes, it has done us well up until this point. But even if they had some kind of text system in there at the moment where you could just type in the place and hit enter and then do it manually, I'd rather that, even if it was done with program art, but again, they don't want to redo stuff. So,
yeah. Yep.
All right.
Next question comes from Grinak, who asks, do you think they will have a 319 or a 318.x until 4.0? CIG has learned from their mistake. We know for sure. I have confirmed this with Jake Bradley, aka Jake Acapella, that they are planning on a 319. So 319 is definitely confirmed after 318. That's been confirmed for many years. That may change because they always change the things in January. But I think CIG has learned from their mistakes to not do a 3.8, an X patch, because that's where you get people who say there's only one patch this year and people lose their minds over it. When in reality, CIG's patch numbers don't mean anything. As much as people want to put something by it, they mean nothing unless CIG has attached it to them. They're just numbers. Yeah. Because multiple times they have taken patches like, say, I think this was the most recently 315 to 318 or 316. 315 was the Q3 patch that we got in 2021. Yeah. And then 316 was the Q4 patch. However, the 316 was the same branch as the 315. It added new things, but it was the same. Effectively, it would have normally been a 315.x patch, but they just called it 316.
It's kind of like internal patch revisions clashing with the real world revisions, but what they should have done is just the other part of it is them saying this is coming in 318. Oh wait, now we're going to move 318 to 319. So instead of doing that, they put a dot, and it just means they don't have to explain that 318 is now moved into this, etc., etc.
Oh, it was PR. It's definitely PR.
Well, it's not just PR, but it's also so they don't have to re-explain anything. We've just put all this information out that this is coming in 318, but now 318 is not this; it is now this. You see what I mean? So if they just put a dot, then go .1, and then it goes, so this is now an increment of this, and it just makes more sense. That's why they do it that way. They're not doing it to be assholes. They're doing it because otherwise they're going to re-advertise or hey, you said this was coming in 3.18, and this is 3.18, and it doesn't have shit in it. And it's like, well,
exactly.
Yeah, so
that's my point. It's so that they don't get yelled at for not having the thing that was in 3.18. But I think they've also learned that not to do that anymore is to say definitely, because there's only one other patch that has to have something in it, which is 4.0.
Yeah,
and they can
4.0
name that whatever the fuck they want.
About change. Anything else is just incremental bits and pieces. They could go 3.2 if they want. 3.21, 3.20, whatever.
Yeah,
but when they go to 4, that's where we get the big change.
Exactly. Now the real question is, and I think I'll add this to you: do you think we will get 3.19 in Q1 like they currently have, so in March, or in Q2 like June, July?
I've never seen them hit a Q1 patch. Have you?
No.
Because it's all slowed down by January. You lose that whole first month,
but usually we have a patch out on Q4. But broken or busted as it is, it's usually out. And with 3.18 likely taking much longer to release, do you think they'll just chalk it up and say 3.18 is the Q1 patch, or do you think they'll release it and then push the 3.19?
That's the question. 3.18.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think 3.18 will probably be first quarter.
And people might complain and have a hissy fit that we didn't get a patch. Suck it up. It's development.
Probably get an incremental patch of some description for Invictus too, Algared. Would you kind of agree with that one?
Yeah, well, we they could technically give us an incremental patch for the Valentine's Day sale or the Chinese New Year run around pick up boxes type thing that we often get. So, if but I find that frustrating when people complain, we didn't get a patch or we didn't get this. It's development. That's part of the process. Sometimes it just doesn't work. And I know it's frustrating and it sucks. It's a pain in the ass and it really, really, really is annoying and everything else. And I want it and I want it now. But sometimes you've just got to say, I want it good and I've just got to wait.
Mr. Haddock, where is my space leprechauns?
I think, but I also think that it's just smart enough to just keep doing we'll have a 3.19, we'll have a 3.20, that kind of stuff. But
and when we're ready, we'll go 4.0 and then it'll go 4.1, 4.2.
Yep.
So,
all right, next question, Aaron, please.
Parker XGPS says, do you think the teased update outposts with refineries, evolved repair, etc., to come after 4.0? Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
That's the easiest way to say it. They come earlier, fantastic, awesome, yoo-hoo!
Yeah.
But expect them after 4.0 and then you're not disappointed.
You would very least need the new resource system, which won't be in the game until at the earliest Q2, more likely later. So until that's done, you're not going to have even that. And by that time, you're already looking at 4.0. So you're looking at a 4.0 or later. So
the simplest version would be to have the ability to repair at outpost. Just go to an outpost landing pad and be able to repair. That would be the.
I think you can do that right now.
And there you go, and you can do that already.
Yeah,
I haven't tried because in the past you haven't been able to. I just use the little one.
Yeah, all outposts I think can repair and refuel now. So, or most of them can.
We did have a very interesting conversation yesterday, actually. Me, Algared, and that other gentleman. And I think the thing that I remember about it most was just sitting there talking about the things that this game does that other games don't. And the real basic level one was how many other games can simply do something like what you do in a Hammerhead, where you've got, one person flying and 6 people on turrets. And I looked back at it, and the only games I could think of was like one person driving and one person shooting, or, one person flying a plane and one person shooting. There is not a lot of games that even remotely come close. And then you put that into the scale of this game and it just becomes ludicrous. Like this game, when it is online, is going to change the face of gaming.
Like, I think we could think of 2 or 3 games. We could think of Pulsar, Colony,
Yeah, that was one. Yeah.
Colony. I know Postscriptum with its tanks and vehicles. You actually have to have different people.
Battlefield's another one.
Using it. Battlefield, but there's very few that we're actually doing that where it's need the,
and they're all in this
different people doing that role.
Closed environment, and the roles are fairly they are just kind of like the Hammerhead. Yeah, they are just like I said, like the Hammerhead. But when we're getting into more advanced stuff like the medical and the science and all that, you can quickly see how popular this game is going to be.
Yep.
You know,
and then you as you're saying, the map, the size of Star Citizen is so much bigger. Whereas those games, the maps, they're limited to that kind of 3 kilometer or 6 kilometer square map.
I was hanging out with General Desperado the other day, and he was playing PlanetSide, and like the map looks really big, but it's only 6 kilometers across. There are bigger Battlefield maps than that, you know. So, and now we're looking at planets and moons, like, you know, and when I interviewed Level Cap with Space Tomato on that casual conversation we had, Paul, something really interesting that he dropped that was a really cool idea was planets that are themed. And what he means by that is you go to a planet and this planet has lore reasons, so you can build a story around it. And all of a sudden that planet is a game mode that is like Battle Royale, or, you know what I mean? So you could literally like some kind of prison planet or whatever. And you when you go there, there are conditions that make it so certain things happen in a gameplay scenario. So you could literally pull in every single different genre of first-person shooter that you wanted to. And it literally, I started thinking of Ready Player One, where they had Planet Doom, you know, where it was just all first-person shooter all the time, you know. So that, I think that could and would be a thing. I could actually imagine them doing certain planets in certain systems where you get these people that are literally go on tours where they go from one planet to the next to experience all these different forms of gladiatorial based combat. There might even be a prison that you go to and you can only use melee weapons, you know. So
isn't that Pyro?
Well, it depends. Well, whatever you want it to be, Algared, is my point. Is if they want, like this system is such a canvas that they can do whatever they want to do with it now.
I was being a bit facetious there about, you know, the combat.
I got what you meant. It's all good. But Paul, could you see? I just want to get you, because I've asked Algared this, but can you see that as them using lore to give different gameplay in different sectors? I can totally see that without even thinking.
That's the whole point. I mean, think about Charon. Charon is currently in a civil war. It's in a almost generations long civil war. It's been going on since the early 29th century. It was originally concepted as a place. You like Battlefield? Do you want to go fight things? Go to Charon and participate in the civil war. It's basically just go there and fight for one side or the other, make money by fighting. You're constantly going to have a combat.
And come across lots of Empire Light re-education centers.
Re-education centers, yeah. Ruins of them because they blew them all up. But that's the point. Like, you'd have that sort of thing. So yeah, obviously each system's going to have its own unique take on things, and they're each going to have their own kind of specific type of gameplay that they want to focus on. But they're not going to like make it all of them so specialized that you only can do it in that area. It's just each system's going to have its own thing that does well. So,
but even just looking at Stanton's system, we've got our 4 main planets. We've got Alpine, snowy region. We've got floating space station type cloud city. We've got Coruscant with ArcCorp, and we've got, I don't know, Wild West, evil dictator mining company on Hurston. So even that's 4 different flavors and lore aspect. And
I want that dense jungle gameplay, so I can get my machete gameplay in. That's what I'm looking forward
to. Also,
yeah.
You want also.
There's also the water world stuff too, the giant waves and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's quite a few. Lava as well coming, especially with Pyro. They've talked about lava before.
Well, there's even that lava planet where they've got the as you've pointed out in the past. So there's lots of different things, and a lot of it is in the lore, and that will have an impact on the settlements. It'll have an impact on trade. It'll have an impact on the situations.
What's
around
available
combat.
in what's available in each system? Like, why are they there? There's only a certain mineral or something that can come from that lava planet, so it allows them to do certain things that they can't do elsewhere. But because it's so remote, they can't get something else. So you may be traveling there to deliver them that and getting that from them. So it's a tit for tat situation. You know, yeah.
All right, new question
Mhm.
from M Walker 300. What concept ships, if any, do you think will be released to playable this year?
Anyone
The
I was thinking of this before. Smartass. Yes, I think that we can confirm that. But the other one that I've seen working on, and I think it might come at Invictus and Alien Week, is the Santoki Eye.
Yeah.
They had pics of that in Greybox. So that's probably the only other one I can think of, unless you guys can think of something else at the moment. SRV would obviously be another one because, you know, that's been worked on and shown off on ISC.
Yeah. Maybe the UTV, but that's not concept yet.
That's another
Yep.
good one.
The PTV's rework is probably going to come out soon. So, yeah.
I'd like to say the Apollo, as even at the base level of just 2T.
Yeah, if it comes back on the roadmap, I could see that as a thing. It's not a particularly large ship.
No.
So yeah, I could see
and if
that.
they're working on RSI this year, that would be a ship that would tie in with that. But,
makes sense.
Yeah. I think we've done that one. So Wahoo77 has a question. They say, I'd like to actually invest in larger ship for a pledge. We've already answered that question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some people just go like, "Hey, they didn't answer my question, so I'll ask it again." But we will get to your questions. They all come in. It's just that
we try to get to the questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
But we'll just go down the list, and so we eventually get to them.
Yeah. I don't know. You guys tell me. If you just want yes or no answers, let us know. We'll go through these questions in 5 minutes. So I can go back to bed. But you know, the reason we answer them this way is
you're here to hear us explain. So we'll do our best.
If you want, if you want answers questions that are in yes or no format, go to the you know, with the what is it, the 10 questions that they put on the Spectrum and ask there, and you'll get your short answers. But that's not what we're here for. Yeah.
But we can do mansplaining to the cows come home if you want, and explain the slightest detail. But yeah. Anyway, Shempasta has a question. This is the time for CIG to test. Do you feel that content creators need to remind viewers that current decisions may just be in place for testing purposes?
They do anyway. I mean,
and we do, I think.
We do, but at the same time, like the reality is that CIG tells that all the time. They can tell content creators to do this, but they don't pay us.
No.
Like CIG gives me a ship every so often when they deem it necessary to give content creators a ship, but I could say whatever I want about CIG as long as it's not illegal.
I think they did
this.
I was just gonna say they did kind of realize that with 318 though. They've actually put that little disclaimer down the bottom there now as well.
Multiple times, yeah.
To PTU patch, yeah. This is a test, you know. This is a test, and I think that's a good thing. I wouldn't mind saying it on a live. This is test. That's, you know, we are.
But CIG has made people like read a fucking document. They've like every time you launch it, it's a big document that says, you know, I understand this is a test, or this is not finalized. You're going to have bugs, all those sorts of things. People don't read that stuff. They don't care. They're just going to complain.
Unless that was actually spoken out loud, no one's going to listen to that shit.
But even then, people are just going to click it through and they won't care because they don't want to listen to it.
That's why a lot of companies make it so you got to scroll to the bottom, so it's inherently like, oh yeah, I've read it. No, you don't read it. They just will scroll to the bottom.
I scrolled down. I scrolled, therefore I know. Yep.
Yeah. And they are not legally binding. They're not.
No.
There's no way you can make them legally binding because they can just say I didn't do it, my friend did it, or whatever, and you got nothing that they can stand on.
I think the only one that is anywhere close to that is the NDA for Evocati.
Yeah.
That's
but I also know by certain terms there's certain people at CIG that don't even want there to be an NDA. They want it to be so open that you can talk about it all the time, and there are benefits and drawbacks to that, as we all attest to, because obviously it's more open development. It seems more transparent, but by the same token, one thing we're certain, although I don't know, I'm starting to learn it. You guys correct me if you is there are certain people that just don't understand how game development works, and I thought it was very obvious, but again, I've lived it, I've been in it, and I understand it. But I think a lot of the complaints that come in are like the next wave of new people, and then they get educated and slowly learn, and then another set comes in. You know, and every patch, it's the same thing. It's a set of new people coming in going, what the fuck? And then they're learning, you know, and so it's always, it feels like there's all these, you know, so it's always a loud minority, but it is a minority, but it's a minority of new people.
I think the other thing that comes into that whole, and I think for the need for the NDA, is to stop problems where something that is being tested and is decided, you know, and we say, oh yes, this is it, but then it's dropped because it didn't work. And we've seen examples of that. We saw that with the
hover system,
the cutter leak. Well, we saw that with the cutter system, the cutter release, and the leak on that, where it was said, hey, there's this version. It wasn't there; it had been dropped. We saw that with I've lost it, but we've seen it at numerous times where things have been said and then have been dropped and not brought in or used, and people have had a wobbly.
Look, I'm not like hater, and I'm not going to eat socks or stuff, but I did kind of say last week I'll eat my hat if they don't drop another cutter variant. But like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, look, I'll be very surprised if they don't release another cutter variant. I think it's.
I'm just going to stop you there before you put a time frame on it. Do not put a time frame on it.
No,
they will eventually. Yeah. They will eventually release another cutter variant.
Eventually, they will.
Oh yeah. Well, look at what they did with the Pisces. You know, like and I also think they've also hinted at a Terrapin variant now with the search and rescue variants they mentioned in the ad for the Pisces. Like every starter ship has variants at this point. There isn't one that doesn't now. The Pisces was the last one, and it now does it. So I would be very surprised if we don't see a cutter variant. Whether or not that expedition one is a thing, or they've changed the name of it, who knows? But I will be very surprised if we don't see one variant for that cutter, specifically considering how generic it is. It's so good, and I don't know what you lean into. Like, do you lean into expedition? Do you lean into cargo? You know, I could see a variant of that where it's got no bed, no toilet, and it's just cargo all the way through. So yeah.
Also has a question. It's a kind of a law-related question, and it's: will there be a new ship manufacturer to be introduced this year? I don't think we need one.
No, I don't think we do. Actually, we did talk about this though, Algared, real quick, to go back to the starter and cross-pollinate these two questions. Was the last starter company is a Crusader starter? Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Unless you go into outliers like Kruger and stuff like that, which we've also talked about.
That's the last of the main.
Oh, Argo. No, there's an MPUV, but like an actual. I don't know. It's a really weird thing to say about the MPUV, but I actually think they could be an Argo starter that is a start. Because to me, that's a snub, not a starter. So.
Yep.
Yeah. So Argo and Crusader then.
But they're big companies, but they're still not main companies. In a sense, so Argo is probably more so. I'd actually like to see Kruger actually make more weapons. When was the last weapon we saw from Kruger? Yet they're a long-lived weapons manufacturer.
What's that other one?
I mean,
also
how about Hurston? Hurston only has 3 weapons, and one of them is locked to the Delta.
Yeah,
like.
It's like
Hurston's been making weapons for like 400 years, and there's only 2.
It's like from Iron Man. It's like
no, Paulie. I'd like to thank you for just correcting young Algared there, because he should know better. But I'm glad to see that you're on the ball, and you know, it's one of the problems I find with Hurston that the current guys are just not playing ball. They're just not bringing out those weapons.
It's like in Iron Man where they have that guy there's that crazy stock guy in real world, and he has them there. Yeah, who's heard of a weapons manufacturer that doesn't make weapons? So
Yeah.
if you've only got 3 weapons and they've been around for hundreds of years, that they're either the best weapons known to man or that's a lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, clearly, it's the Evercrack we're selling. You know, weapons are just.
I want a woo-woo
Next question.
girl firing gun, you know, like a human cannon, but it fires woo-woos.
Scott asks, resource management coming, but also still plans for NPC crew. Do you think they'll ever really have NPCs able to do the complex function as players?
Yep.
No.
Yep. I've explained how this is able to be done very, very simply. It's faked. So basically, say there's a really complicated task that, say, Paul as a player has got to do. He's got to sit there and actually got to do it manually. But Paul is a 4-star rated certain person, and on average, a 4-star rated person does that particular activity in between 3 to 4 minutes. So they randomly generate a time between 3 to 4 minutes, and they just have the bot stand there, and it takes that amount of time.
Here's the thing.
That's how you can. That's how you can. Yeah, like what Algared's doing there. It's just all fake.
How do you make sure to order that person to do that job?
You just have the command menu and say, "You go over here and do this."
So it's
contextually based. So if
there are 4 different things going on your ship at the same time, and you're the only person, you're going to have to order those 4 individual AI.
You can
do it unless you have them set to a passive or some other.
So you can.
It's never going to be as efficient.
But you can have scheduling systems where if that AI has a personality, we know they have a personality system, right? So if you are an engineer and something like the blurring lights kick on, right? So the game's essentially saying there is something wrong. You're on that ship. Your AI character detects that something wrong, and it goes looking, and it can it's not really looking. The game's gone. There's a problem over here. Send this AI. You know. So there are ways to automate all that stuff.
I could see also you'd automate what system to repair first. You know.
Yep.
Prioritize these systems.
Again,
so he's working on a gun, and the life support goes. So he goes.
But that's based on a star rating as well. Like if he's a level 1 engineer, he might just do what he's doing, and that's all he's going to do. But if he's level 5, it's like, well, the whole ship's on fire, but I really want to fix the coffee machine.
I think you're hitting the hopium too much, man. There's no way.
I've seen it. I've seen it in other games, man.
I have seen other games do this as well, but I've also seen when a player has to order NPCs around to do specific things, unless
I'm also saying
a complex mission system and a good third-person camera.
I'm saying it's both. You can automatically do it, or the game will do it itself. Because there are other games out there, like the one I'm thinking of, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It's not Dungeon Keeper, but Dungeon Keeper did have it. But it was what was the one with the spy lair, Algared? You probably might have forgotten it. But there was one where you play as an evil genius, is what it was called. And then they did a sequel a couple of years ago where you would build the stuff, but the AI would automatically, you know, and if you had different level minions, and the higher rated the minion was, the more capable they were, right? It's the same thing. Overlord's another one. Yeah. So that's the type of system you're talking about. It is possible. Just how complicated and will it work in the background in an MMO multiplayer environment? Anything's possible. It's the time factor as well, Paul, to build that shit.
I just don't think that you're going to have a system as complicated as Star Citizen to be as easy to order, with like AIs to be easy to order. I don't think you're going to have a chief engineer as an AI. I think it's more than likely you're going to have to rely on other players, because I think players will always be more efficient than AI.
Yep.
If you can use AI and they'll work, but anyone who's arguing that they'll be able to do as complex in terms of like being able to do as well as a player, they'll either be overtuned to the point where you don't need a player because AI will automatically do it, which CIG's not going to do.
That's why I keep bringing it back to the rate. That's why I keep bringing it back to the rating system, though, Paul. Because if they have you rated at 4-star, they can fake how it behaves to act similar to you. That's why I keep bringing it back to that. It makes so much sense to me.
But they're still going to have to, because it's like how complex the systems are that are being designed will require a lot of time and effort, or a lot of various different degrees, which just won't be possible or just won't be feasible.
Again, if it's fake though, like if I'm repairing a module or I'm repairing something else or I'm putting a fire out to the NPC, it's the same thing. It's just the task gets from complete to incomplete, or from incomplete to completed. It's faked, and that's what I mean. Like once you realize it can all be faked, but it feels real, it works.
It won't be faked because this is Star Citizen.
No, but you
know that.
Man, it's a video game. You do realize this is a video game. The whole thing is fake, right? You do know.
Of course it is. Yeah, okay, cool. But the process of an AI going to a station doing
there's no way they are going to there is no way. There's no way.
Same animations, all that kind of stuff.
But they're not going to program an AI to actually play a mini game. You got come on, seriously.
No,
that's ridiculous.
But that's not the point. The point is they'll have errors and all that kind of stuff. The point I mean is like in a like I've played enough games with players versus AI to know that an AI is always slower to respond no matter what, because CIG is going to have to tune them to make sense. That they are not as smart, which means they're not as adaptive as players, and they're never going to be as efficient as players. So, and because if you have, say, 7 NPCs on your ship, you have to order those NPCs to do something specific: general maintenance, repair, shooting.
So
they will never be as exact.
I think the biggest issue would be things like pathing and stuff like that. But again, you've seen them remove a lot of those barriers. Like we don't have vertical docking ports anymore; they're all horizontal. So they are definitely looking at those issues. So if they can get the nav mesh stuff down, and I've seen the way the characters like turn and walk past each other, so they've worked on a lot of that shit, right? They're the big issues, is moving characters around a ship or NPCs around a ship. And if they can get that down, and like if they're not standing on top of the modules and shit like that, and on top of the chairs and all that when you're on your ship, which I've seen how they interact when I'm on a server alone. They work and move really, really well. From what I've seen of other games to what's coming here, I am very hopeful. And yes, you can call it copium. I will agree with you on that, right?
I don't think it's copium. I think it's hopium, not copium.
Copium.
Yeah.
Your drug of choice, Paul. But look, at the end of the day, I see it as doable. I really do. And the way that they have gone beyond what most publishers have gone along, and the way that they allow their developers to experiment, I think it is totally possible. I really, really do. And and this is like, I know I'm putting on my former developer hat. I see the way it is possible. And yes, I do see that they are certain roadblocks, but I think they are. Think of the video that they showed at CitizenCon of the AI moving through the area and detecting that guy down to the hole. Now you tell me that was shitty movement, and I will eat my hat, because to be honest, that's some of the best movement I've ever seen.
That was great, but also that movement was them going pace by pace, or looking around to the various little areas where they might be. Whereas if a player was to be doing that, they would look to the places where players would hide instead of being systematic like that. So that's my point, is that a player is going to jump to the point. A good player will jump to the point and get it fixed. And that's a lot better and a lot cheaper to do.
So all you're talking
about than a 5-star AI, which would cheat the game.
But again, as I said, it can be faked. So if you can do it as a 5-star player, and it says from the time that you left your post to the time you got back to your post was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they can make the AI. If the AI takes 2 minutes to get there, it only takes them 5 seconds to complete the job, so they can walk back. You get what I'm trying to say? They can dictate that time and tell you how long it takes. They can fake it.
They can, but they also have to keep into the idea that another player might see it. So you won't just see the AIs popping around. They will have to actually walk that distance. And they will actually have to go into the animations. And even the animations, getting in and out of the animations, have to be smooth. CIG has been very careful about updating those.
But again, it's not going to take an engineer 2 minutes to walk from somewhere in the engine room to another part of the engine room. I get your concerns. They are definitely concerns. But I think they are all feasibly addressable. Is my point.
I just don't. I think it's setting bad expectations for people who want to be able to solo their Idrises with 500 AI and be able to be as efficient as a human player crew. You're just setting that up for bad expectations.
I think there is definitely things that humans will be better at, but I also think there are things that the AI will be better at. So I think it will take time, but I think, put it this way, I'm more hopeful than I have any other game I've seen, but I think you have a right to be very cautious.
I think it comes down to the question is, can the AI do the same complex jobs as a human? Yes. Will they do it as efficiently as a human? Probably not. Yeah. Will they do it as can they do the same? Can they have the same skill level? Yes. Will they be as efficient? No. So yes, they can, but humans will always be better. And I think that's where it'll come down to. Can they do it? Yes. Will they do it? How will they do it? I don't know, but I think they can, and I think we will see them certainly able to do those complex tasks. But like with the searching, they did a really good job of searching, but a human would actually do it, but just by going, okay, that's closed.
I can look around. I don't see him in the corners. I'm just going to go there. Oh, there's this hole here. I'm going to go through it. Whereas that AI went through every single little bit.
Went through everything. Every single. But that was still certainly a complex task.
Oh, yeah. You're also not counting for other things like them. There was no third-party assets in there, so there was no furniture, there was no nothing like that. So when you start to put that stuff in there, a human would be that thorough as well, because there'd be lines of sight issues and stuff like that. I just want to say real quick, we got a super chat there from Ace Hambone who said, "Happy New Year's, gents." So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. It came in a while ago, but the discussion was heated.
We're discussing. This is one of my pet peeves, because I've heard that so often from people who say, "You don't have to worry about it. I'm going to buy my javelin and just spend money and then get all of my crew, or buy a hammerhead, and then I'll have all of my stuff slaved to my gunner, or that have AIs who serve me, and I'm just going to wreck everyone on by myself." And I think that is terrible expectations based off of what CIG is.
Can I be honest with you? This would be a great one to put to the QA team for those ship things. Like, can you in the simplest term possible, say, like, is it going to be actually possible to fully crew a javelin with AI? No. No. I don't want it from you. I don't want it from me. I want it from a developer. I want them to say, yes, we have plans to make this possible. No, we don't have plans to make this possible.
Well, I think CIG's already said it's entirely possible. The question isn't, is it possible? The question is, will it function as well as a person?
Yeah.
And effectively, because so many people want to basically take the biggest, most expensive ship that has the most weapons on it and be able to pilot it solo, fire it solo, operate it solo, using AI as the proxy for the solo. And I think that is bad expectations, because CIG has said multiple times and has emphasized that they want other players to interact with one another.
As soon as you move outside the confines of that ship, or outside the confines of that Nezmesh, that's where you're going to run into hairy things. So, like, do you need a NPC to be able to know to go outside the ship to repair this certain thing? That's where you're going to run into hairy stuff. But within the actual everyday running of a ship, the more the complexity goes up, the more the AI gets more complicated.
I've always thought the biggest ships.
Hang on. The last thing I want to say is, remember what I was talking about, like building blocks, and about how the kind of as the HUD comes in, it's a sign of things at the end. AI is not going to come in to the end, because you need to know what all the other things that it's got to do is as well. So we're not going to see AI towards the end anyway. Sorry, Algared, go ahead.
I've always taken the view that for the larger ships, you want a core human crew, and then you'd have the AI working with them. So the engineering department would have your chief engineer, human, with AI working around. And at that point, you get something break on the ship. The engineer would allocate one of the AI engineers off to fix it, and then that would do the complex task of fixing it. But anyone who thinks they're going to take a javelin out or an Idris out and have it solely crewed by blades and AI is an idiot.
And another way to look at this,
if you don't like me saying you're an idiot, you're an idiot. I'm sorry.
And another way to simply look at this is, like, say you've got an AI flying a ship, right? Now you can tell it to navigate from A to B, and it may be able to do it really efficiently. It can go through, 50, 40 jumps, whatever. It can do all that stuff. But are you going to trust it to do so? That's the other question. Like, is it going to know? Is it? Look at how Google does it. You've got. Is it the fastest route? Is it the best route? Does it take into things time of day? Does it take in random events and stuff like that? That's the stuff that an AI can't accommodate for, right? It can do it, but I think, as Paul said, can it do it as efficiently as and accurately as a human, right? And I think when it's in a contained environment, like inside a ship, that'll be fine with. It's those external factors it's not going to be able to accommodate for, and that's just like real life. Look how good Google is. Google, don't you say anything?
Yeah.
I was just waiting for her to speak. I use mine all the time. I use it to turn my lights on and off. I use it to, set timers for cooking. I ask it what shops are open, what times are closed. All those type of things. But I can't have a conversation with it. I can't turn to it and say, hey, what do you think about the latest episode of the TV show that I watched, and who's your favorite person on that show? Because it can't pick up those complexities. So at the end of the day, look, like, I think it's going to be better than any other game we've seen. Will it be as good as a human? No. I think you'd both be on the same page with me on that. Well, at least I'd hope you are. I think that's a realistic expectation. Better because they're allowing the developers to be more flexible and experiment. But realistically, we don't have machines of death that do that in the real world. So why would we expect it in a video game? Because they would take that and put it in. That'd be Google. They'd be selling it to Google if they could do that shit.
I certainly want to have NPCs on my big ships just to use as red shirts. So if I've got my crew, I want to have those NPC red shirts that we can take down with us and use as, effectively use as a meat shield or a spare life. They're there for convenience. Do I want them to die? No, because if my NPCs die, that's a meat shield that's gone. But I do want that. I don't expect ever to be able to take a javelin or an Idris out solely by myself with only NPC crew and function.
There are some.
And if I can, I certainly don't expect it to be able to be functioned as well or as good as a crew people, or even half people. It's just.
That said, though, if programmed correctly, there are certain AI that beat humans. Like one thing you'll know in some games, like if you see AI, like AI at the moment, like it could just be savage and just instantly kill you through walls and stuff, right? It's the same thing. Like if you put AI in a turret gunner, if I programmed a turret gunner, it would always be better than a human because it is a simple laid out task. You are, you're scanning, you're firing, you're pinpointing, and you're putting a bullet on that target. That is very easy for an AI to do, right? Comparable to a human that is doing it manually with their hand, right? There are pros and cons to this. And again, as we almost always come back to on this, is if you look at the hybrid approach, the best crews are going to be the ones that have both. Because you're going to put the AI where they're the best, and you're going to put the humans where they're best. So yeah. Next question, Algared.
And I'm sorry, Scott, but you thought I was a cool person, and I'm sorry for saying that you're an idiot if you think you can take out a ship with only AI was harsh, but.
But he's got the name Scott. I think he's repeated himself multiple times. I think he's proven what type of person he is. But yeah.
But I just think that if you do think you can do that, you are an idiot. I'm sorry. It's just there's no other way to put it.
There was some discussion in chat about it, but this is an early problem. There was a lot of people who were told early on that they could solo their Idris with AI, and Chris wanted to make AI as good as indistinguishable from players, which both of which are not the exact same question, not the same statement, but people took that to mean that if you had 5-star NPCs on your Idris, that means it would be as good as a player run Idris, and so that way they could go out and just throw out their wallet and then just pay for AI and then just be an unwinnable, undefeatable pilot and all that kind of stuff, no matter what the script.
Hang on. So what I'd actually recommend, Paul, and I know you probably haven't seen it, but there was an episode Algared and I did with Morphologist, which is literally on AI. And one of the realizations in that episode is literally if they want this AI to go where we think they want it to go, it is possible. But man, there's going to be a lot of coding involved in this AI. Like things like it remembers that you've been there 6 months ago and the choices you made and things like that. It is all possible, right? We actually, but there was an epiphany. Like when 3 people have an epiphany at the same time, you kind of go, holy shit. And it happened in that episode, didn't it, Algared? Me, you, and Morph, almost all at exactly the same time, just kind of went, holy shit, like there's this... Yeah, it could be huge. Yes. Yeah, it could be absolutely huge, and it was all possible. And as we talked it through, we realized that it is doable, right? It is doable both from a code standpoint and what is required. But to pull it off, it's going to take some R&D. It really, really is. But if they pull it off, this thing is going to be copied like crazy because it is going to be the closest thing we have. You know, and it's like those, you know, Algared, I'll let you talk about it because you were there too.
Yeah, look, I think part of it comes down to, I know when the 2077 game,
Cyberpunk
came out, and everyone was absolutely over the hills with the AI. The AI in the city looked awesome, and it was fantastic, and they ran so smooth. And I can remember the one time, you know, we were talking and you were just standing there trying to work out or find something, and you're looking down doing it, and then when you looked up, all the AI had gone. They'd finished their run routine, and there was nothing. It was just an empty street again. It was like, oh, crap.
So essentially there was an entire street behind me. I kind of walked over to a save point or whatever it was, and then turned around and all of them had just vanished.
And everyone had just walked away because they'd finished their run routine.
Yeah, broke the immersion completely. It was really weird.
Yeah. I do expect to see, you know, you just see the way they're doing with the nav mesh and the way that's impacting the way they'll have AI will chase you or run around and do stuff. And that's a huge, they're big changes. They're things that we haven't seen in other games. I think the way in which you saw the AI searching for things, that's certainly more detailed than we've ever seen in any game that I can recall. Are they as good as humans? No. But are they doing the same complex tasks as humans? Yes. And I think that's the thing. Are the AI really good? Yes. Will we have AI, you know, so there's that aspect. But then Chris's thing, he wants AI to be indistinguishable from humans. He's talking about AI pilots in fighters. So you detect them and you can't tell whether it's a human pilot or a player pilot to start.
Well, I tell you, the first step is not naming the stupid naming conventions that go right now. Where it's just like a whole bunch of Spanish names, Japanese names, English names, whatever, and then they just because as soon as you see the name, it's like that's not a real person.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a whole different thing. We've got onto this whole thing. We still have a lot of questions to get through. Let's go through
we've got a basic membership there as well from Mason.
Hey, Mason Roach.
Thank you for that
membership.
So thank you for that. So yes.
By the way, we don't always go through all the questions. So if you want to call it now, Paul, I am more than welcome. We've gone an hour over what we normally go. So
I've got about 15 minutes into it, so we do a little bit more.
Okay, let's try and quick paste some of these questions.
Cool.
So North has a question. Wouldn't it be a business decision to buy up companies instead of contracting out? Seems there are pros and cons to each.
Is he talking about the buying out of Sprite by PlayStation? Was it Fire Sprite?
Yeah, Fire Sprite.
Yeah. So I feel that's related to that somehow.
So yeah, because I mentioned that like they might find a small Australian developer and contract them. The reason why you contract is because it's a lot cheaper to contract than buying someone outright. Because if you contract, it costs whatever the price of that contract is.
A lot of
whereas
a lot of the Australian developers are not independent, so they're Sony, or so I know there's a Sega one. That I got friends that still work at. You know, you got 2K Games. That they were already all snatched up and merged into the bigger publishing houses. There is not many independents, and a lot of the independents cropped up for phone games. So they probably would have to start their own, realistically speaking, from what I know of it, or they would buy a couple of small ones and merge them, but then they'd have to train them, so it must start from scratch and not spend the money, you know. So yeah.
Yep. Carsten Christensen has a question. So I'm talking of ships in game already. Are they holding back damage tech to release at the same time?
We asked that one already. We asked that one already.
Okay, we've done that one.
Yep.
Jabberwocky says, what 3 ships would you hope to see released in 2023? Paul?
SRV, the Perseus, and the Polaris. But I don't think they're going to come out. I'd hope to see them. But.
Yeah, I'd just say those 5 RSI ships. I'd be happy with those. I'm also looking forward to the Algared Egg. I think it's going to be the most popular starter ship of the entire line. Yeah.
What about you, Albert?
Probably, I'd like to see the BMM. I'd like to see the 600 rework, because that gets them out of the way. I'd like to see a Polaris or any of the RSI ships. So, but I don't care because I like all ships. So,
Paul, how do you like Paul? How do you like your Algared eggs? Do you like them poached or scrambled?
Scrambled.
I work on Inforunners with Execute. It's already scrambled.
Yes, that's.
Grimvale asks, if I'm really into industrial gameplay, is the Tycoon pack worth it?
There's a few people that have had that. Wasn't there, Algared? There was a couple of people we have used that on FMF for people, but again, if you've looked at it, a lot of the FMF stuff, it really comes down to your financial situation and where you got into the game. And again, time is a huge factor, because if you've got time, you can generally get things for cheaper. Like Algared's very pro packs in a lot of ways, and I'm very against packs, right? But there are times and places where they are massively beneficial, and I will agree with Algared on that. Very rarely, but I will agree with him on that. He proved me wrong in a very one-off case with Zabubus recently.
There are cases where if you're very credit heavy,
yep,
in terms of game credits heavy,
that would be it actually. Already, are you about to say credit versus cash? Yep. Yeah, okay. Yep. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
If you're credit heavy and you're trying to do stuff, then packs are really good. If you've got cash now, then often buying CCU, buying small ships and CCUing up is much better saving. But you've got to look at the pack, and because the packs, even if you buy them with credits, they do give a discount. But some packs give really good discounts. So the Tycoon pack only gives a 14.3.8% discount.
Actually, I'm pretty sure if I asked Lemon, who's listening to us right now, Lemon might drop a link in Twitch and YouTube for us. He's actually got a really cool little image that shows you the best packs per saving, and ironically, that's the one we used with the Zabubus, didn't we? Because it was like 24% saving or something, and it was ridiculously more than the others. But most packs don't go that high. You know, most packs are around 10 to 15%.
Most are around 14%. Some are higher.
Have lots of little ships, so you end up with a whole bunch of LTI tokens, or they just don't have a big enough saving. You know, and again, when you factor Warbond CCUs into things, it just makes it hard, because again, being independent, you can flow and change your mind. Like, you know, you might go, oh, I really like that Corsair. The Corsair comes out and you bloody hate it. So if you want to go back to something behind it, you can't. You're stuffed. You can only go forward.
Just looking at the packs, the 2 packs that I can see, the Tycoon pack, $2,920 is a ship value, $2,500, saves you $420, 14.3.8% saving. The Escort pack is a 6 ships instead of 10, $1,605 in value, $1,325 to a cost, $280 saving percentage of 17.45%. And that's generally what you got to do. And then it's not just doing that, it's then also looking at the ships in the back and going, okay, how many of the ships would I have to CCU? How much extra cost is that? It's never just a simple, yep. If you want all the ships in the Tycoon pack, then yeah, it's a good pack to get. If you're looking at a ship and then needing to CCU those ships into other ships, then it might be cheaper to get a company pack or a escort pack or whatever pack. So it's never easy. And then when you look, once you've actually applied CCUs in a pack, if you decide you want to go backwards, that's where the big negative packs comes in, because you've got to undo everything.
And any savings you've got across the entire pack, you lose if you've got to melt it. So it really locks you in. You've got to really make smart choices, and you've really got to try and plan for the future, which makes it really difficult. Paul, real quick.
But then we often say with any CCUs, don't apply them. Hold on.
Agreed.
To them until
Agreed.
done.
Yeah.
So,
Don't. That's the big kicker. Don't apply them, and that means you are locked into a serious patience game. But Paul, are you pro packs or against packs? Just real quick, because I do want to move on.
I'm generally against packs. There's not very many that I can see that are valuable, because there's just multiples. You often get multiples of ships you don't need.
Yep.
So unless you absolutely have a desire for all of those ships, it's just very rare. It's very, very small.
I would love to sit down with the marketing guy and go and design a pack. Like I think as a community,
what would be a fantastic idea is being able for us to build our own packs.
There we go. That would be awesome. Yep. You have put so basically, and you could increase the discount the more ships you put in, or a threshold. So you get to $500 and it gives you a discount of this. You get to $1,000, it gives you a discount of this. So the higher you go, the more discount you get, because it's giving them more money, so they're going to give you more of a discount. So if you're a crazy lunatic and you get up to like $50,000, they might give you 10,000 off. I'm making this up as I go along, so don't hold me to that. But you get my whole point, right? If you had a system where you could build your own packs, they would learn very quickly which the shit ships are, And one of the there was packs that Algared and I were looking at when we were doing with Zaburbis, and what was it, 66 ships or in that vicinity at least, Algared? 66 ships for $15,000. And I was like, oh, that sounds like a bargain. But when you realize they're all like, $100 to $200 ships, like 90, I think there was like 4 ships in it that were decent. All the others were just these tiny little things that we would not recommend.
I think when we were doing that one, he was looking for an 890 jump with LTI, and he said,
that's the one.
Origin pack.
Yeah.
We went, and I think both Lemming and I went no.
Yeah.
And because it looked good. It had a nice saving, but every ship in that pack, apart from the 890 and 600, were all 100 eyes and 300 eyes.
And that episode came down to the LTI on the Banner Merchantman or the LTI on the 890 jump at the end.
Yep.
But yeah, you guys are correct. Anyway, all right, let's move on. We've talked about this way too much.
Yep.
Sorry.
Anyway, next question. Stop and Sniffer. Glad to see you back here, Stop and Sniffer.
He's now known as Potpourri. All right, anyway.
Potpourri says, do you think we might see a unannounced medium-sized salvage ship with 318 or 318.1 or 319 or whatever?
No.
I said with munching. I think we talked about this last week. I said I'd more likely think you'd see another salvage ship come with munching. Personally.
Yeah. Well, the Vulture also has munching.
It does. But you know what I mean? Yes. Like new shiny. Oh, by the way, munching's online, and here's a new ship you can use with it. So that makes sense to me.
Yeah. A medium or a large. I could definitely see a large, like a medium, or like something that's bigger, but somewhere between the two that we currently have, but not for 319. Maybe, but more likely end of the year would be my guess.
I do also think manufacturing may be a thing. Like you know how we one of the reasons I brought that up today, right? By the way, when we're talking about being able to make tools out of the salvage ship.
Mm-hmm.
We know the MCV was leaked in the files, right? That's the start of profession for manufacturing. Making tools from your ships is the start of manufacturing. You see where I'm going here, right? Someone is working on manufacturing in the background.
And we know that one of the modules for a future module for the Galaxy is a manufacturing module.
Yep.
So because they said that on the on the thing.
And
Future
we
manufacturing
know outposts, refining modules at outposts, mining modules. We've seen little farm modules. You can see where we're going here pretty quickly. Like manufacturing is literally like, you want to put that into code terms, that is a spawning thing. That is literally placing an entity with a ship. That's what that is. You place an entity and then it basically, with magic, fades in. No, not magic, but with special effects, spawns in. However they do it, whether it's 3D printed or it materializes in like Star Trek or whatever you want to call it, right? Once that entity's there, it's just literally turning it on, right? And so from a code perspective, that is incredibly easy to do. Incredibly easy. It's ridiculously easy. There's almost no game, like the whole workload there is literally art based. And if most people will tell you about games development, art's the easy part. It's all the code that's the hard stuff. So if it's easy to implement code wise, I can see why manufacturing's coming sooner than we expected. Now, obviously, the other side of that is the Pioneer. And that's a lot further down because that's got way more art associated with it. That's like building a really big ship. But if they can bring in an MCV, which is a lot smaller, and they allow you to build turrets, you can see how that also helps with emergent gameplay like Jumptown. Now, can you imagine a starter ship that allows you to build turrets that you could drop down? That's essentially like the Ballista and oh, for fuck's sake! All those names. What is
Centurion?
It? What's the
Centurion?
The Atlas
the Centurion.
The Atlas weapon platform system. I'm just going to call it the Atlas because it covers all of them. Right?
It's the Atlas. Yeah.
So it's the Atlas, but it's you take those turrets and you put them on a generator type system and bit of AI.
Yeah.
And you could even make it cooler where there's a seat underneath, so you don't even need the AI. If you had they could do both. They can have an AI one, so they test out the AI shooting stuff. They can also have it so you get in and control it yourself. There's two perks there, right? I can so see that as a thing. And then when they bring refining online, as an example, they can also add the refining to the player built structures. So you can now build your own refinery and refine it wherever you want.
And we know that's a thing that's coming because when they showed us the outposts they showed us a refinery and it said, and this is, future player built refinery.
But we've also seen it earlier on, Algared. We also saw them talking about mining outposts, and they're showing this is a mining station, and you saw the little pumpy things outside that look like weird breast pumps. We've seen the little farm modules. That's an extension of what'll eventually grow up and be on the Endeavor. Everything like that. And I'm sure they'll bring more online as we need them. So we might, the Super Collider from an Endeavor, we'll see a land-based thing. We'll see repair platforms. We'll see all these little things that they can bring online. And as they bring one online, you can obviously see how it works. So not just like we need this ship to have the gameplay, because now when we bring the repair ship on, we can also have a repair house, so to speak. We can also have a repair vehicle. We've seen it with mining. Just take mining. Look at all the shit we've seen for mining. We're going to sell that for salvage now. And then that'll multiply over into repair.
We'll do that for repair.
Exactly.
We'll do that for refining. We'll do that for...
It's like a unfolding thing. You can just see it all unfolding and unpacking itself really easily.
So the next question from Grimvale was, can you also buy the Tycoon pack with credits? Yes, you can.
Yes. That is the advantage of packs. I think that is where Algared and I will agree on packs, is that the advantage is credit over cash.
And that Tycoon pack with that 17% discount or 14% discount, that is a credit purchased pack that's giving you that discount. If you're using credits, it's the only way you'll get a discount on ships.
So I think Algared and I will say basically work out what ships you want and then buy the bet. So if you want 5 ships, then buy a pack that's got 5 ships in it. And then just CC you up, because remember, you can CC you up for credit. So you're not actually looking at you're looking at the saving and the number of ships. That's what you're looking for. But remember, if you can get warband CCUs, like it might cost you $50, but that $50 is, if it was a $500 saving, and I'm not saying that's what it would be, but if it was, you can see the logistics in why you want to do that over just burning $500 of credits, right? because then that turns into more ships. But if you only ever want 5 and you don't want to go any more, then buy it all with credit by all means.
But even with packs, if you've got a little bit of war bond, you can always chuck a war bond in to bring that saving down even more. But packs do have issues. Okay, next question.
We're walking back into that again. Yeah, I was about to say, let's move on.
Yeah.
Bonzi says, has XE answered any Reclaimer-based questions on, say, how he enjoys the Reclaimer and the fact that it's truly multi-crew industry game?
I haven't been able to get in to do it, man. I really have struggled to get in there and do it properly because there's just so many bugs. I literally spent an hour and a half to get the Reclaimer to a location where I could do salvage. AI turned up and started shooting me. I got in the turret, and then I shot it and killed it, but I couldn't get out of the turret.
So the quick answer is no, so let's move on to the next question. Says, did CR...
Fucking desk flip. Anyway.
Did CR sell some of his percent of a company to investors? I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, he sold it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He still has majority share,
company,
though.
But,
he does.
Yeah, it was a minority share. It opened up board positions as well, but that's all I can recall. I can't remember the company name.
I think he also technically sold some to Sandy and Aaron.
He also sold some. He also sold
to the company.
The one in
in Montreal.
Behavior.
Not behavior.
Turbulent.
Turbulent. Yeah, Turbulent. Yeah, but CR also purchased some of Turbulent. They did a swap.
Yep.
Yeah,
they kind of did a swap.
Yeah, because it now means they're in bed together, and that builds trust. That's why
they own each other's companies. They're effectively the same company. It's just
they just like walking around saying "I own you." That's what it is.
Yeah.
So that's the question. We'll move on. We'll try and race through some of these questions.
Yeah.
When the ship can be used, when will ship MISC Expanse be able to be used, or when will it be possible to see it in operation when it's released?
And refining goes on.
Yeah. And refining is gated by the system that Multicrew has, so the resource system. We have to wait until that comes out. So
that's it.
Riddick has a question. Do you believe CI purpose? I think I mean CR or CIG purposely leaked Squadron 42 is 2 years from release or into the foreseeable future?
No,
I think it was blatantly obvious.
It was Aaron Roberts was drunk and said something, and we don't even know who if it's true or not. It was a rumor from a people just assume it's true, but it was a rumor from a bar citizen in Korea, I want to say, because they said it was in China, but I don't think they actually went to China. They were in
South Korea. Is where
I think they were in South Korea, or it could have been there was another place. It wasn't Indonesia, but it was
Malaysia.
I went to South Korea,
Malaysia,
Singapore, Malaysia, that type of area.
Yeah.
Look, I heard it. To me, it wasn't a surprise. I'd asked people in that I have links to asking, did they think it was going to be out this year? Because I was looking at Squadron coming to.
Paul might be the best person to answer this one really simply. Paul, you're a marketing person, and if they were hyping this game up, we'd know 12 months out, yeah?
We'd know at least a year, minimum year. 12 to 9 months. That's the activation time usually.
Yeah.
But I was asking, in July whether it was known whether Squadron 42 would be the focus of CitizenCon, and I was told Chris doesn't even know. And I think the answer, so the comments from Aaron made, just that were attributed to Aaron just confirmed that. They just said, yep. Chris's letter confirms that. I don't think it was ever hidden. It was just not stated.
Or not known.
And anyone who really looked, you could tell. And those who were saying it would be we're living on hopium. We don't know when it's going to happen. We know it'll happen at some point, but we'll know a year out. That's the answer. CIG. Yeah, I do think we would have some. I do think CIG would because I know because I read the Squadron 42 month reports. They have at least multiple vertical slices they could use to show off to people.
but they refuse to do so.
That would be really cool at this year's CitizenCon if they dropped a vertical slice for us to play. That would be cool.
People, or in letting everyone else see it would be nice to see. That alone would shut people up for another year because people are saying like it's never being done, it's not being worked on. It's like it is, but you just don't see it.
They don't read the monthly report on Squadron 42, and if you read the monthly report on Squadron 42, you'd have actually known the answer to that question, which was no.
Yes.
And you could all leave it on like a really big annoying cliffhanger too. You know how they end and it's like, yeah. And then you have to wait a year for the full release of the game. Yeah.
North has a question. Will we as players have an app to view the live work of content outside of a game?
Isn't that Spectrum?
Not. No, I think it's Spectrum would be the app, but to be able to see what the AI are doing and loading.
Oh no, we won't be able to see that. Yeah, 100%.
No. So CIG have that tool.
Yeah.
And Tony Zurovic has that tool, and it'd be a cool.
There's a name for it.
Stuff, but no.
Yeah, I think there's a name for it. I can't remember what it is, but yeah, they actually have a tool for it, but we won't be able to see it.
We won't see it. They will, and it's a tool they can use to actually tweak and adjust. And
shouldn't have called it Quanta. They should have called it God Simulator or something like that. You know.
No, but CIG's terrible at names.
I think they deliberately didn't call it God Simulator because that would have, that would have triggered too many people.
Yeah.
So,
omnipotent one or something like that. Omnipotency. I don't know. Anyway, I digress.
Carsten Kirstensen, sorry for butchering your name, has a question. They say, did anyone watch Goonies?
Oof.
What is data called?
Goonies? God, you're taking me back there, man.
Yes, but that was like many years ago.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what data is called.
Your age is showing, mate.
What is data called? Yes.
Yeah.
So, sorry. Your age is showing. That's all we say. Dan Little 2010 says, this may be pushing Q&A to the limit. What is your favourite material that pants are made out of?
Denim.
Yeah.
What are these pants that you speak of?
X doesn't wear pants.
No.
That's why we don't let him show below the belt. Rev has a question. Rev says, if there is one thing you could have added to the game right now that isn't pizza, what would it be?
This is in response to me. This is in response to me because I said pizza, and if the answer is not pizza, then nothing.
Okay.
So pizza is the only thing that matters to me.
I think like you get to a point where you realize what they're doing. I do want more gameplay. It is just too damn slow, but you got to realize that they can only do things in a certain order. And at the end of the day, like my biggest thing that I'm looking forward to, and this is going to sound weird, is just the release of Squadron 42. Not because I want Squadron 42, because then we can start working on Star Citizen with a lot more gusto, you know? And I think for me, like having it so hidden in development, Squadron 42, I would rather them. There are certain things in that game they can share that they just don't. And I think it all comes back to that staffing issue. They don't have someone to sift through Squadron 42 and go, yeah, we can show this, we can't show this. So they just don't show anything.
Okay, thank you. One thing you'd add besides pizza.
I've already said pizza. I'm not gonna. I'm not. I'm not backing down.
Mind. He wants pizza. I'd like to see more dynamic missions. So yeah. Eds Kepler has a question. They say, what next big ship after the BMM you think we will be getting in game?
Polaris.
Yeah, I mean, we may get Polaris before BMM, but yeah, we already know Polaris, Perseus, something like that.
Polaris, Perseus, Galaxy. Isn't it? Polaris, Perseus, Galaxy, and there's one more that I'm missing, which is also RSI. Oh, the Orion and the RSI Minor. There's so many RSI ships that are all primed to go.
They're all big ones, too.
Yep.
They're all big ones.
Yep.
The Apollo being the smallest, and it's not a small ship. Ultimate Virtue has a question.
Some sexual reference there, Paul, but I can't quite think of the joke. I'm sitting there going, I couldn't get it, but it was there. Anyway, sorry.
Ultimate Virtue has a question. Will the Polaris come this year?
Possibly.
Yeah, that I was kind of surprised how far kind of along that grey box type was. Like they'd done a lot of planning. Like if you think about what they showed us for the Banner Merchantman, I would argue the Polaris was further along than the first stuff we saw of the. Think about like not the end of last year, but the year before that when they showed off the Banner Merchantman at CitizenCon. I would say that the Polaris is further along than that was. I was kind of surprised, especially that engine room. I fell in love with that engine room on the grey box.
I would say that the Polaris will come this year if IAE is a RSI focus.
Agreed. Yeah, and I'd love to see a few of the others come as well. But like, if they turned around and just dumped 5 RSI ships into the game from a financial perspective, I just don't see them doing that.
Yep.
Because it's not good from a marketing perspective, and unfortunately, marketing does drive this game quite significantly.
Yep.
The RSI, but let me put it this way to you, Algared. If they drop the RSI miner as flight ready at CitizenCon or AIE, I could see that as a thing, because that thing would sell like hotcakes.
Yeah, and I could see them dropping a industry ship and prioritizing our oversaver Polaris and putting it in just because it filled a niche of where they needed. But but yeah, so which manufacturer leading IAE into 2023? I believe we're already saying that we think it's RSI.
Yep. Yeah, RSI almost certainly.
And
it will not be in Pyro because we know that, well, IAE won't be ready. The Pyro won't be ready for IAE, but even if it wouldn't be in Pyro. Just because lore reasons, it doesn't make sense.
Yep. Yeah, this year's AIE is going to be held inside the jump point. No.
Yeah.
It's going to feature. It's going to be actually RSI makes sense, and it's going to have Jax having stolen the Galaxy model with Jimmy and flying it back and flying into the AIE.
Can you imagine if they did AIE a little differently, and instead of it like, so you know how we like see different ships come out in different manufacturers' day, like just say there's 3 RSI ships, and so basically just every ship is from RSI. So each manufacturer has a day, but it doesn't matter what the day is. They just RSI pissing on their shit, going, "Yep, here's another RSI ship. Here's another RSI ship."
Oh yes, you've got a fighter. Yes, we've got this new one.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you've got that target. Yeah, we've got this new one. Yeah, so I could see them doing that. But it's very Hurstonian. It's very Hurstonian.
That'd be quite funny, actually.
I do think old man Hurston would like that.
Definitely different.
Jim Pastor has a question regarding ship variants. Do you think CIG should keep ship skins to each model of ship or variant? They should be to the model of a ship.
Yeah, I honestly hope variants kind of piss off in the end. I really do. Like it works from a construction standpoint as a developer, but when you know they're made that way, it just feels incredibly cheap. Especially when you look at things like what's a really good recent example? You know, like there was ones that you can tell that have the extra workbook in. Like let's look at the medical Pisces versus the Pisces. You can tell there was extra work put in there. Now, could they have actually made that so it was a module? Yeah, absolutely. You know, you just put in a cot bed in there that goes in where the cargo goes, and instead of the chair, you just have like a little thing that sits on the seat or whatever. They could have done it that way, and that would have been a way to do, you know, like a modular one. But no, they went the full hog, redid the whole interior and everything. So that to me is justified. But then you get things where you can tell they're just a reskin or a retexture. They're the ones that piss me off. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think with the ship skins, I think hopefully they'll probably keep them and keep bringing them out. But I really hope they disappear and it becomes into that player paint system that was originally built, whether it's they have, pick the color code that's going on for each shield, a bit like, you know, designing a shield in Bannerlord, you know, outer layer, inner layer, that type of thing. I'd love to see decal system very similar to what Thunder has, where, you know, you got decals and then you can actually put it on the ship and shift it around wherever you want. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see racing skins with multiple, you know, a range of sponsors that you could put on the skin and move it around. But that's
Paul, are you about to spin up your own stream?
No, I've still got a couple hours left. I got to get food and everything like that.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's okay.
Set
We've
some stuff
got
up.
six.
Yeah,
Got
so we've got 6 questions to go. That's why I'm asking.
We got this.
So, yeah, cool. Let's
Yeah.
go.
We
Last
got
6.
this.
Let's do it.
Is that because you stopped taking any more, or?
No, I just yeah.
No, I meant to X. That's because you've shut off the mod, is it? Or?
No, the bot's looking still open.
Oh, well, there you go. We've got 6 questions left. So Johnny Mendoza has a question. Do you think the new UGF will release this year?
Still running.
Yes, almost certainly. It was in much further along state than I realized at CitizenCon, and it's almost certainly going to be much longer. Won't be much longer for them to release it.
Anything to add, FedEx?
No, I'm fine
All right.
with that. Yep.
Nathakat says, do you believe that an AI crew would be more taxing to your CPU than a player crewed ship?
No.
No.
I don't see why it would.
Because it's all server based. It's not player side.
It's all server based, yeah.
Yep. Next
I mean, yeah, it'll be as taxing as a player based through, because when you're rendering an AI, your computer will render the same thing as a player. So that's all that matters.
Actually, it's technically less taxing to the server because it's not taking inputs from you continuously. It's doing it itself.
Yeah.
There you go. So it could be less taxing. So there you go.
To the server, but I'm talking about not the server, just your CPU won't matter.
Yep.
It's the same.
Yeah. Your CPU won't notice at all. It'll just see what they're doing, and so in that regard, Ace Hambone has a question. Will blades work as well as an average player in a turret? Probably not.
It can technically work better than a player.
It could work better. It could work less.
They even said that when they were doing you remember when they were doing the Javelin turrets, and they were actually saying they had to make them stupider because they were too good.
Actually, that was the
I just remember it with the Javelin turrets. They might have done it with something else as well, but yeah.
It was the Xeno threat, and it was the Idris turrets, and they had to tone them down, otherwise we'd die.
There you go.
Yeah.
As we're just killing the Idris.
Yeah. But the answer is there will be some taxes for it. If you're doing AI blades, there'll probably be less shots per capacitor. There'll probably be so you'll get some advantages
ship as well. So yeah.
Hey, Astro.
There'll be trade-off.
You're going to pay for there.
Look, Astro Chronicles is on Twitch. Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hey.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah,
real quick. Next question is from Zohan Disco asks, will the AI have mutinies? No, just for you.
Yes.
No one else, just for you. Special feature just for you, Zohan. No one else is going to get that.
Will the owl have only on Hurston?
They did talk about morale and stuff for them, so I think they'll probably up and quit if you don't look after them. And mutiny could be actually a really good way. Like if you're just treating them all like shit, that would be really funny. You know, if there's they band together and mutiny, that'd be quite funny. They all of a sudden the AI think about the AI when you go to a certain landing zone and they all turn and want to shoot you. They all just become hostile, go grab guns and wrenches and just run at you. That'd be quite funny.
Yeah, it would depend on their psyche as well, whether they are very inclined to become pirates or not.
Yeah,
they're more likely to just abandon ship. Just I'm leaving. I'm back at what? Yes, sod you on, and your rating will go down, and no AI will want to work with you because
reputation goes back to the reputation system.
So rep is everything.
Yep.
Galadros has a question. If PES gets further along and we can keep stolen ships, do you expect the insurance system to be abused to get cheap ships the way it is now?
No, because they'll build the insurance system to detect ones like that, and you'll probably have to take your ships to certain places to get certain transponders and stuff like that removed. There'll be a cost. Like stealing a ship, it'll be cheaper than buying it, but it won't be free.
But you have to get it. Yeah, it'll end up being marked as stolen, effectively.
And you'd have to fly it in places where they don't care if it's detected as stolen. But then as soon as you took that into, say, a registered place, you'd have to get things fixed so it would work. And then even on top of that, they could, depending on how complex they want to go, you may never 100% be able to get it made unstolen. You know, if someone gets on your ship and searches it, there might be that one rare instance where the AI goes, "Oh, this ship is stolen. I can tell that it's stolen," and then you're stuffed, So
And then there's also the aspect where if you're doing insurance fraud, you may lose your insurance.
Yep.
So if you've got an
That's
LTI
correct.
ship and you think, awesome, I'm going to do insurance fraud and get my mate this ship and then reclaim it.
This is another. I've said
you
it like
lose your LTI.
I've said it like 4 times today. It's another one of those how long is a piece of string questions, because it's just like it's how far and how deep do they want it to go. And the first tier 0 implementation will be very different from the tier 27. How far do they want it to go?
There's also other things like they can increase your claim timers so that if they think you're abusing insurance, they'll just increase your time.
You could a stolen ship might make it simply as you can never respawn a stolen ship.
I doubt that, but
I know. I'm just saying, but
they have tools.
Yeah,
but they have in the past said if you are doing insurance fraud, you could lose your insurance.
Yep.
That is something CIG said way back then, and that's whether they keep that or move on or change it.
So like so taking my example and putting what Algared just said there, you steal Paul steals my cutlass, he insures it, and it's totally fine. But then at some point, because Paul likes to smuggle stuff, he gets found out by someone searching his ship. Then all of a sudden, the insurance company goes, "No, we're not going to insure you anymore because you're a smuggler," or just that specific ship they'll never insure again. So when he eventually loses it, he can't get it back. That could be a thing.
That's not insurance fraud. You've got.
I'm not just talking about insurance fraud. I'm talking about how it would work from a gameplay perspective.
But you've had your cutlass. You let it get stolen by Paul and went, "Oh, I'll claim the ship."
That's different.
And they go.
That wasn't the.
And the insurance company goes.
Yeah, that wasn't the. Sorry, Algared.
Yeah, I know. Totally
that's
different
not
from what you're saying. But let me finish. The insurance then says that's insurance fraud on you. You don't have your ship back because it's insurance fraud. That's the implication that can also go with that insurance fraud aspect as well. So.
Well, that's dying up to another complexity. I was trying to keep it simple, but okay. All right, last question. Russ Alkin asked question: who is going to make some kind of assault ship that carries and can load like 6 Valkyries, 12 Novas support, and massive transport? You think the US Navy LPD San Antonio class? So I'm thinking that's the Bengal.
So this is something that Tree and I talk about a lot, which is there is a place currently for transporting. It's the Liberator, but there's really not a long-range transport vehicle, a vehicle that can transport lots of people for not just ground-based operations, but you can think of it as somebody like a colony ship. You're going to send a bunch of people off to land at this place and help, set up or build or live in this area. And the military version of that would be what's called the LPD, where it basically can hold a bunch of Marines, their helicopters, their armored vehicles, maintain their vehicles, have beds for them, have a place where they can eat, all these sorts of things. And
I can already hear Algared talking about the Genesis Starliner Marine variant. I can already hear from here.
No.
Well, you can't take off a Valkyrie.
Starliner or civilian.
Yeah. I think the answer is Anvil, honestly. If we're talking about anything that's built around the transportation of military troops that would have a civilian variant of some kind, it would either be Aegis or Anvil, and Anvil's got less numbers of ships compared to Aegis. So, especially with larger ships.
It would be
that
cool.
Would have to be a capital ship.
It would be really cool to see some kind of capital ship that ties a lot of the Anvil ships together. It's almost like you look at a lot of the Anvil ships, but I know I'm probably wrong when I say this, right? And it almost looks like there is some kind of coherency, but why does the Arrow have all these wings that fold up so it can fit more in the deck? What ship was that designed for? What's the ship that the Liberator lands in with no air vacuum for it to have that, so people can just get on and off really easily? It's almost like you hope that it was all done to a plan, but I don't reckon it was. I'd love to see a ship that kind of ties all the Anvil stuff together, but I just don't think it's reality. I think
the answer is an Anvil ship would be Anvil would be the people doing that ship. And isn't it Anvil who's supposedly got the ship that's in production on Killian?
Yes.
Yeah.
Anvil, Aegis has got that.
Yeah.
So
That's Anvil.
Actually,
ship we're
that's
expecting-
that's you just reminded me of something. That's another ship that's coming, the Legionnaire. That's just sorry. I know we're going back to like 20 questions ago, but that's another one coming this year. Around Invictus, I reckon we'll see the Legionnaire, which also means hacking.
Yeah.
and breaching doors and doing nasty.
Well, it depends which way they lean. Yeah, if they do hacking and breaching, yeah. But I the only one I've heard of is the hacking stuff. But yeah. All right. Well, that is
as Badger's called it, the legal boarding. You know, where the customs come along and say, "Okay, we're going to board your ship." Yep.
We currently have 69 viewers. Nice. No, just
Nice.
No, we've got 100. We got too many. I'm not going to even count. I think we got there's too many of you guys. Too many. But yeah. Okay. I think that's going to wrap it up there because we've been streaming we're coming up on 5 hours. We've got 12 minutes to 5 hours. That is one of the longest streams we've ever done.
I still have four hours of streaming tonight. So
don't worry.
Tonight.
If you need us to pop along, we can pop along and raise the channel.
I'm more than happy to return the favor if you want us to pop along. But I will be there and chat at the very least to annoy the shit out of you. That's my job. That's my part-time job is just annoying people.
If you want me to, I can plug this real quickly. Yeah. I will be live here in about 2 hours because I got to get some food in me. We'll be talking more about this and stuff. You can ask all these sorts of questions as well. If you didn't get to answer questions, it's twitch.tv/theastropub or youtube.com/theastropub live.
I might not put up a camera, Paul, but I'll come and jump in Discord with you if you want, and we can just keep doing this if you want.
And ditto. I can do the same if you want. So
you just let us know.
12 hours of questions from streamers.
It seems insane that any content creators could sit around for almost 5 hours and just answer questions about a game. But I think that also speaks volumes to the game that we are all following.
It is that complex and that deep. Yeah.
Yeah. It's and not only that, we do this week after week after week.
Yeah.
So, Astropub, what would you like to see in the comments?
Yes, please.
In the comments section, I'd love to hear your thoughts on 2023. Let me know what you think is most likely to come and what do you think is least likely to come in 2023.
And I think I'll kind of that's what I was going to say, but I'll shadow on into like the things we've said today. Like, do you think RSI will be at at CitizenCon, IAE? Are you expecting some big things at CitizenCon this year? What are you expecting at Invictus and things like that? What are the things that, like I always say, CIG is just that the only consistent thing is how inconsistent they are. What curveballs are they going to throw us this year? Is the PTV going to be the vehicle at this year's vote? That wins the things like that. Like they have done things to Cockblaster. We have to think about that. Actually, that's another one. In the comments, what do we make this year's win this year's ship vote? There's another good one. Let's get on that. Let's get started on that.
Let's get on the bandwagon early.
Yeah, I think Algared will be up there for the Merlin somehow, or the Archimedes. He's a big Kruger fanboy. So I don't know. We'll have to have a think about that one. That could be really interesting.
The Hurston Growler, the Hurston hand miner.
do you know? I actually think there's a legitimate argument. We're going into out of show talk now, but the Cutlass. That's the one I'd like to talk about.
Yeah,
I think that would that thing is so well rounded. Maybe we should do a common sense choice this year. Rather than just it's not.
And then a meme.
They did. Hey, that said though, Paul, they did promise us, me and you, that they are going to change how they do it this year, didn't they? They did.
I really hope so.
Yeah,
they did. I mean, they did. To back that up, last year they said they were focused on the new what is it called? The new community hub.
Yeah, that's
which,
it. Yeah.
And they were focusing on that, and
Okay, don't get
And
me
because they were
started.
focusing on that community hub, they didn't have a lot of resources for IAE, but they did also say they were going to change up how they were going to do the Luminalia stuff. And they said and they did follow through with that by making all of the stuff in-game items.
Yeah.
So hopefully we will see some of the suggestions we've made, which is things like different tiers and then having the tiers go up ahead of each other. So that way the winners of each tier will automatically get a skin. So you almost always have a small, medium, large ground vehicle and capital, which will be in the winners.
I do hope they take some of other suggestions on board. Like one of the ones I remember I said was I think everyone should get the skins. It just doesn't matter if you have the ship or not. Because doesn't that encourage you to then buy, even after the fact, like
ship.
6 months later, if I've got that red MSR skin, that MSR is looking
I'll
quite
either
tasty.
A, work my butt in game to earn that ship, or B, buy it. So,
and what does it matter if you've got a skin that you can't use it for a ship? There's no loss to them at all. It's digital. You can just, so they should just give all the skins to everyone if you have an account. And I've said that for quite a while because, it encourages more future sales. But they don't see it the same way we see it. But whatever. I don't know. We'll work on.
Zahan Disco, that is rather rude. The Hurston egg.
What do you call it? The Hurston egg.
The Hurston egg. As a ship choice, I think.
That sounds like a Game of Thrones reference. He's just going to sit there and he's just going to sit there and polish it until you hatch. Yeah, sounds about right. All right. Well, Algared, what do you want? What do you want to say in the comments? Because you didn't make any.
I think I'd like to see what do you hope comes. What ships do you hope come? There's a whole series of ships. There's the RSI ships. There's the Legionnaire. There's the other, the landminer or the RSI mining ship. So what would you like to see? What do you think will be the manufacturer focused on IAE, or who will be doing it? That'd be the types of things I'd like to see.
I think I'll add to that and say, what would the Algared egg spaceship be? And what would come out of the said Algared egg if it hatched? I would like to know that, and your thoughts and suggestions in the comments.
A warship. It's a weapons platform.
I think it's a cooking ship personally. It's like an egg timer. It just rattles and goes off. Oh, your beans are done.
And then the nuclear bombs go off because Hurston have wrecked several planets.
That would work. Could be like a tiny little like that little tiny gun in Men in Black. But it's a world destroyer.
The noisy cricket.
That noisy cricket.
All right. Don't forget to subscribe, ring the bell. We got a lot of people that have been saying they haven't been getting our videos. I hear it all the time. But yeah, if you're not getting them, make sure you turn on the notifications. It seems to be the only way they get through for some reason.
You have to hit the notifications and you have to click the bell and say all notifications. If you don't do that, it won't send it to you. And the other thing you have to do, if you're watching this, you're like, hey, I finally got through. Did you watch this on the homepage or your subscriber page? Most people don't click off the homepage. So if you really, really want to know when we release videos, you have to make sure you're checking the subscriber page to find us. Otherwise, we're at the whim of the algorithm if the algorithm wants to put you on the homepage or not.
Yeah, and the algorithm can sometimes be a pain in the butt.
Well, it's the same thing's happening to you in space here, because last time I talked to you.
All the time.
Yeah. So we have to play this game. That's just how it is. Yep. It's like this mini game, and every time you get there, they move the goalposts again.
Yeah.
So
But don't forget to leave a comment, because that also feeds the algorithm. So be respectful, be polite. We actually read every single comment that comes to us. We don't always respond to them, but we do read them.
Yeah. And it's taking longer and longer to get through them all.
And it is taking longer and longer. But, I certainly try and respond to most of them in the first day or two, because for every comment that's made and for every answer, that's food for the algorithm.
Counts for engagement. Yeah.
So, So, all
right. With that, then, he's been Astropub. He's been Algared. I've been.
And that's an Execute. And we're out of here.
Catch you in the next one, boys.